Another SendouQ season is coming to an end, and what better way to celebrate the finale than by streaming all of the matches live to y'all's screens? That's right, IPL is back with another SendouQ finale stream. This time we're covering the best from Season 8, all coming live to you again from this very channel on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm Nito, newly discovered trans femme and local competitive Splatoon enthusiast. Joining me is SofaKing, also competitive Splatoon enthusiast, and is in the wrong side of where I'm pointing.
That's okay. I'm sure as the afternoon gets on, Nito, we'll get it. I know that we've commentated before, and it's always been a blast. So I'm excited for a great event today. And I mean, how blessed are we to have this regular tournament series showcasing the best gameplay that our scene has to offer? And today, can we talk about how stacked this event is with 12 teams duking it out for this Season 8 title?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about this, is that I talked to you about this earlier. If you look at the SendouQ leaderboards, apart from a few exceptions that you'll see later on, a lot of these teams are separated by 2, maybe 3 points on that leaderboard. So it's going to be anybody's game, and luckily for y'all, our first match is going to be no exception. It is Hypernova versus Moonlight. It is going to be one of the best matches. I think one of the best matches to start off with. I mean, look at it. We basically have the 7th. Well, we have 2 very close seeds against each other right now.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? Especially because of the name recognition. We talk a lot about branding in top-level Splatoon. Heck, we were talking about it before they even turned the mics on. But if you've followed these teams for a while, you likely know these players very well and what they play and how they may match up against each other, Nito. Speaking of which, Moonlight and Hypernova, these are 2 teams who are at top level but are looking to take that next step to break even further into this, reliable kind of like major tournament winning step that both of these teams are looking to take. Do you favor one team or the other to maybe make that step today?
I don't know. I mean, I don't. With favorites, it's really close to. It's not one where I can easily point towards one team and say, yeah, this is the one team I think is going to make that next step up. Because looking at their recent results, I mean, you've got both of them showing up to Spot World Series, which, I mean, Western teams, we've had that discussion before. We all know how it went. But looking at other results here, Barnacle Bash, I mean, you got Barnacle Bash results, you've got Squid Junction results, you've got Megalodon Monday results here. I know Hypernova went second in Megalodon Monday, number 34. Squid Junction 100. Shout out to Squid Junction, by the way. The last one there, 7th place for Hypernova. And you look at Moonlight, Barnacle Bash number 9, 4th place. There are a lot of top-level teams that showed up to that. That being said, Moonlight did show up with a pickup there. But, I mean, both of these teams have been going at it with all these tournaments. And now that we're coming to a head here, I don't want to go to the common phrases. I don't want to go to the cliche phrases. But I do want to say, this is a coin flip. I mean, this is quite literally a coin flip.
I would have to agree with you, and that's why we're bringing this one to y'all, because not only are these teams well known, but they're relatively evenly matched, and each team kind of has these big tournament wins under their belt. Folks who are a fan of Splatoon Tourney and Falco's work over there are going to recognize Hypernova as the team that won the Splatland Championship. With Henlo, Synapse, a lot of these players that people know, Dakid. But Moonlight seems to be one of the darlings of the North American scene, a team that everybody loves to cheer for. That's the team that Chara coaches for. So you've just got big names on either side. And I think that either team, really, it's going to come down to, again, you said you wanted to avoid cliches. I'll tack another one on there. It's going to come down to execution. Which team is able to execute what they want to do and win the fights that they need to win, and most importantly, be on the top of their game as our tournament is starting off here.
And you talk about tournaments that we're going to see, and where we see both of these teams. I know for a fact we're going to see at least one of these 2 at Riptide, and which is also going to be streamed on IPL, just so y'all know, and Splatoon 30, just so y'all know. But the good news is that you get a bit of a preview as to what these teams are going to bring to that table later on. So we're going to be starting off in, it's actually, get the newer map here. It's going to be Urchin Underpass. It might show up on your screen as a few clouds, but trust us, that is Urchin Underpass. That's where they're going to be starting off. A newer map to the competitive scene, obviously got introduced a few months ago, but already making an impact here.
You know, Nito, I thought that this wasn't Urchin Underpass. I thought that this was Moray Towers after they removed the towers, because I'm just seeing, you know, blue skies, some white clouds there. But I also, you know, my brain kind of tickled a little bit when you said Urchin Underpass was a new map. I feel like I've been playing that one since 2015 back in Splat 1, but it's seen some new life, like you said, in Splat 3. Do you think that it is a balanced map? Do you think that there are any issues with it that these teams have to look out for while playing?
I think that when you compare it to other maps, and you mentioned Splatoon 1, it's a lot different. I feel like with many of the maps that have brought from Splatoon 1 into Splatoon 3, they shrunk it down, they've narrowed it down. You see it in Mahi zones. The reason that works out so well is that Splatoon 3 wants things to be fast. They want you to engage with the opponent a lot. Urchin Underpass is shaped so that it does the same thing. I mean, the zone is right smack in the middle. It is you're going to have high ground for both of these teams. You need to converge right into the middle if you want to really get down into the trenches there. So it's perfect for Splatoon 3. It works out well to where I think it's fairly balanced between both of these teams. Both of these teams have an opportunity to push for flanks, see if they can trying to get something sneaky around the opposing side. And similarly, you still have a lot of area to back up, paint for specials. There's a lot of turf ahead of you. You decide that maybe now is not the time to execute something. So Urchin Underpass is a great place to start off here. And speaking of starting off, why not start off right now? Both of these teams are ready to go. It's time to start off the Season 8 finale.
Yeah, I do like the dapples coming out from Hypernova here. These are some interesting weapon picks, especially dapples on both sides for Moonlight and Basil on that pro. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm sorry, I can't stop staring at the double dualies, the double dapples. That is going to be a tongue twister and something I want to watch out for a lot throughout the rest of this game. But Moonlight, not very surprised about this pro. Another weapon you're going to be seeing a lot. Newer to comp, but a weapon you've been seeing a lot. Those missiles are going to do great, especially on a close quarters map like this. Although we do see Hypernova Moonlight actually going 2 players down already. Despite those strikes, he might still be able to get control of his own. Shadow just survived that. I don't know there, but Omega certainly doesn't. Hypernova getting the zone here.
Yeah, Synapse is doing a good job kind of locking it down. Look at this roaming here. Like, that's not pushing. That's what I think is key on Urchin Underpass, is you kind of have to roam and make sure you've got all the angles covered before you go on a full-on offensive. And now that they're doing that, Shadow's going to get countered, Omega's going to get countered up front, and Moonlight again is on the back foot. They've got to try and get a zone flip here. It's going to get a little bit scary here.
Oh, it is already scary for Moonlight. Hypernova, I mean, the comp alone allows them to go up so far, so fast. And looking at what Moonlight has, there's not going to be much for them to counter with that quickly, or as quickly as they would like. Hypernova is just rolling around. They already have 2 dualies. They have a roller. They have a slosher. They are going to go up, and they're going to shove themselves until there's nothing left. There's nowhere left for you. Shove themselves down your face until there's nothing left for you to counter with. That's going to be what wins them game 1 here.
And you know what? I could see that maybe there's some warm-up needed, right? I don't want to discount from anything that Hypernova did in that match, but there were some elements of disjointed place coming out from Moonlight there, where, you know, we're sending one person at a time into the zone, and this is stuff that, you know, you can just kind of wipe off of your brain after you've, you know, been warmed back up to the game. So I'm interested to see how game 2 goes. Don't anybody think that this set is over just after that one game, but to Hypernova's credit, that was pretty dominant.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is, it's not something you see very often from both of these teams. I mean, this is, of course, whenever I talk to Green Corn, the team that I usually babysit, I tell them, hey, that was a good warm-up, regardless of how the result is. First match of the first round of group stage is always a warm-up. So whatever you see here might not be close to what you see later on. But to your point, yeah, that did seem a little disjointed. I mean, it felt like Moonlight wasn't really working as fluid as they usually did. They were kind of just like feeling things out. And you could say that that's what I noticed too, is that Moonlight didn't exactly seem panicked there. They did lose that one match to a KO, but it also seemed like, all right, let's see what Hypernova does here. If we end up losing this one, that's fine. It's best of 3. We'll pick it up later. It was disjointed, but again, there's also not much to worry about. There is still a few more games to be played.
Oh yeah, I mean with these sets, like you said, it's not a best of 3, so you've certainly got some breathing room to kind of figure yourself out and figure your opponents out. And I'm curious to see if each side comes back with Dapples again on a very different map with Inkblot Art Academy here. It looks as though we're switching to a different kind of Dapples.
Absolutely, and looking at these comp, especially from Hypernova, the only swap here is going to be that pencil, which makes sense. You've already got something very aggressive, so why not supply it with some pencils? That seems to be a favorite in competitive Splatoon, I believe. But the tent is going to be interesting from Moonlight here. Can we slow down Hypernova by bringing in a tent and forcing them to back up and respect that tent? Maybe not right now, because you do get 2 players going down, so Moonlight a little bit more to look forward to. Omega coming in with a backup with that stamper, that decap there, beautiful job there, and the sign-ups goes down as well. Few more going down. Moonlight starting to get their footing here with these picks. Omega doing a very excellent job here. That is a delayed triple for Omega. Excellent job there. Moonlight holding on to the zone now.
And they've got a couple of specials to boot, 3 out of 4 of them, in fact, so they can probably snowball this forward with a nice bubble from Omega up front. We see Azuka coming out as well as Nolan holds down this right-hand side. Now, Nito, it seems like they're not getting a lot of value out of these specials, but is there value in just holding Hypernova back?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the one team that held you back in that previous set, so if you can do the same to them, well, then maybe you've got something going on there. I mean, Fishy trying to get something with those splashdowns. I almost thought they would, but they actually go down themselves, so you still have one player coming out from spawn. Holding back Hypernova, especially after what they did to you that last match, is going to work out very well, especially since you got 75 points on the board. Now, you do lose that tent, but that's fine. You have that breathing room, and you're still getting more breathing room, actually. You may not hold on to this, and you notice that Moonlight isn't exactly playing to hold on to this for dear life. They're still playing calmly. They're still playing patiently. Hypernova will take the zone, but Moonlight is going to go 3 players down, actually. So maybe you do want to have some more. Urgency here, but you're still in the lead here.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I like that retake from Hypernova way more than the retakes that Moonlight was attempting in the previous game. So if they can pull this one back and win it, that's actually a really good sign for Hypernova starting off this tournament today. Now, this is a huge moment. Moonlight has the slight special advantage here. We see the Zuka getting popped from Shadow, trying to find a pick here. Instead, it's going to be a trade on the board when Moonlight is looking to try and break back in. They're all loaded up on this right-hand side. Another special is coming out here as that zone ticks closer. Nolan's Kraken is going to try and get something going. Can we get anybody off of this up on the top? No, and it looks like Nolan's going to be kind of stuck in mid here, Nito. They just gave away that lead.
It was also a good spot for them for a while there. They could have gotten some chip damage with that 96, but unfortunately, a few players from Moonlight going down, going to shut that down fairly quickly here. That being said, Moonlight gets control of the zone yet again. Can they retake the lead here? Hypernova almost didn't notice it at first, but they have gotten the lead back. Fishy now doing some excellent work with that splashdown. Well placed there, but it doesn't amount to much when you go 3 players down. And now Moonlight retaking control of the zone yet again. I do want to see how much aggression they decide to put on this. It seems like both of these teams are playing far more patient than we may have seen in that previous match. Moonlight knows what Hypernova is going to try to do. Moonlight knows that this team loves to go aggro, so they're going to sit back. They're going to let Shadow try to take over as much control with this tent. See how much map control this tent can get on its own. Everyone else is stuck in bats for now, but with that tent going back, expect something to come out from Hypernova.
Oh yeah, here comes the strikes just as this lead is trying to materialize. The lead does flip back to Moonlight, but this splashdown is going to help them neutralize the zone. Henlo v Shadow, it's going to get the pick. This unfortunate jump, though, is actually going to scamper away. Nice movement by Omega there to live as the Kraken kind of soaring across the other side until Omega does go down. And Nito, this one is super back and forth. This is exactly what I was expecting this set to look like.
Yeah, that's why I always say never trust the game 1, because game 2 is going to look quite different. You're going to be thinking you're watching a different stream. Thankfully, this is the same stream, and this is actually a different 2 teams that we saw that game 1. So Hypernova is still holding on to the zone here. Notice that they're all still playing patiently. However, we're starting to see more fights coming out from Hypernova. They're trying to force these picks down, and it's working out pretty well for them. Moonlight needs to rush in, and they need to rush in now. They do lose a few players in the process. There is a Kraken from Nolan. Keep an eye out for that. They do survive that Reef Slider. Keep an eye out for that Kraken. It should be coming out sometime soon, but maybe not, because Moonlight has the picks necessary to take back the zone.
really clutch maneuvering by Nolan to not get picked by that Reef Slider, which led to that double, is now going to go down on the tent shield, though. His Shadow is going to get picked as well, giving an ever so slight edge to Hypernova here with the strikes coming out. Synapse up front versus Omega. It's going to be a huge fight over here. Synapse is going to pick Omega cleanly for a massive pick there. Moonlight still has his own, but the Reef Slider's coming out. Is going to get picked afterwards. Only a few seconds left, but Hypernova still has the zone, is trying to maintain it. Time will run out, and Hypernova takes a tight game 2, Nito.
Oh, wow. And that is a universal experience for any player, competitive or casual. You're just wondering how that zone didn't flip. That being said, looking at the map now, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy seeing why it didn't flip, but my goodness, Moonlight giving that zone everything in terms of paint and just didn't flip over for them. Said, I mean, we mentioned it multiple times throughout the match, much closer than before. Both of these teams playing, I want to say patient, but it's not patient in the sense that we're waiting for something from the opposing team. It's more patience in the sense of everything's already calculated. I don't care what this other team does. We know what we're going to do, so do whatever you want. If in the case of Moonlight, it's the Kraken from Nolan. In the case of Hypernova, it's Synapse with the Dapples. Either way, we know what we're going to do.
Yeah, I really like the game planning on both sides. And like you said, I mean, this set is far closer than that 2-0 would indicate. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this one ends in 3. I wouldn't be surprised if this one ends in 5. You just never know how it's going to be with games that tight. Although Moonlight has probably got to be regretting how game 1 went a little bit, considering how close game 2 was. But I mean, the key point there was Synapse moving forward with the strikes and getting that insane pick on Omega that really kind of let them hold that presence in mid for just long enough to squeak it out, Nito. Do you think that, I mean, it's not often that we see Dapple Doolies in this current meta. Is this a zones thing? Is this where the weapon is kind of rising up for certain people overall? What are your thoughts on why we're seeing more of that weapon?
And that's a good point, actually. I do like that you brought up the difference between just like weapons seeming to have more favorability in these top level teams. I honestly just think that with Synapse, they're doing a very good job of it. You saw it in the first set, or in the first game, you saw it in the second game. It's a weapon that they do well and truly believe in. I see them play with it a lot, so no surprise that it's working out here. Anytime I tell a lot of people, and especially my own collegiate Splatoon team, is that if you have a weapon you like a lot and you know that weapon very well, I want you playing it no matter what. That is what we're seeing. I believe that's what we're seeing from Synapse there with the Dualies. So, and no surprises there. I do want to see how it comes up on Ramen Zones, especially since the tent that's coming up from Shadowwind in this next match is going to be very important for Moonlight.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, like you said, you have to know your limitations, and then you can kind of make things work with weapons that are maybe not quite as high in the meta. But we are moving to Ramen, where I think we are going to see that tent. We do see the different variety of Dapples coming back out. Tent as well, Wiper, a few other picks up front. Do you think Wiper is better than Decav? Have they made the right choice here for Moonlight on this map with their backs against the wall?
I mean, I would have liked to seen that Decav. I think Omega was doing an excellent job with that weapon. That being said, we already see a 96 going down, so both of these teams trading off already. But I can see what they're doing with this stamp, with the Ultra Stamp there. The hammer is going to be perfect, especially for a team where multiple times on that first match, you nearly caught them off guard with the off angles. You saw it with Nolan's Kraken, especially near the end of that second match. So that's what I'm expecting from this Wiper.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's kind of what their game plan is, going in just to get a little bit faster to match the speed that the Dapples are providing. You see Synapse coming in again with another Reef, and oh my goodness, this jump from Omega is going to get picked by Fishy, although that was a little closer than it probably should have been, and traded back out up front. This looks like Hypernova has it in control for now, but let's see what the Zuka from Shadow.
That was a ballsy jump there, and it almost worked, to your point. Yeah, I mean, it almost worked there. Moonlight, though, still covered. That's a 3-down situation. It's only Henlo with that slosher to see what they can do with that. But this is what I was looking for. I wanted to see how Moonlight uses Shadow's tent here. Hypernova trying to slow down the aggression from... or Moonlight trying to slow down the aggression from Hypernova, and that's what that tent's going to be there for. No, Synapse trying to focus this tent. That means we still have a lot of time to hold on to this zone. But with these strikes coming out, expect something very different to come out from both of these teams. But with Omega, here's a stamp I was looking for earlier. Captain Happy able to shut that down quickly, though, but the zone does flip.
Yeah, so Moonlight still has that lead for now, but with 2 down, it looks as though it's going to come back with this Reef coming in. Nolan going down to Fishy again, as Fishy's trying to get set up here with a splashdown of their own. Look how many bodies they have loaded up here on the street just to counter anything that may be happening. Splashdown doesn't find anybody, but I think that's Nolan or Omega trying to come in. Is going to get picked. That is the wrong time to go 2 down now as they're through the penalty points. They don't have the lead anymore. They're likely going to have only 1 or 2 more chances to try and clear this out as Shadow goes down mid-Zuka. Synapse does go down as well. And Nolan with the Kraken here, slight numbers advantage, Nito, but what do you have to do to try and break through this Hypernova defense?
Well, one thing I'm noticing is that Moonlight is struggling pretty well against how aggressive. I mean, this is something we've seen all set. Moonlight struggling a little, trying to get something against Hypernova. I see them still trying to work these off angles, but it still seems somewhat disjointed. Something we both saw in that first set. They just need to be working a little more together. They need to be trying to fight these team fights just a little more. It seems like we're seeing too many solo play trying to come out from them, but it doesn't matter now. Hypernova still holding on to the zone. 21 remaining with there's a few penalty points left. Now we're starting to see a few more picks come out of here. Omega starting to work with this stamp. Can we get some picks with this stamp? Possibly. Nobody home just yet, but their head load goes down. Oh. This is what I was looking for here. Now you have the cooler coming out from that side. Everyone working together. This is the harmony I was looking for, and it's working out fairly well so far up until now.
Wow, yeah, that was an unfortunate, I think that was a bomb death or something of that nature. Henlo going in on some members of Moonlight, an amazing splashdown to clear Moonlight out of this area. Numbers, though, are relatively even as the strikes are coming out to put down a lot more paint than those 2 alive members could otherwise put out themselves. But you see Nolan set up here with the Kraken ready, the zone kind of flip-flopping between 2. This next set of picks is going to be so crucial, Nito. What do you think is going to be the special that gets it done for Moonlight?
It has to be this Kraken. Nolan, I noticed that Hypernova, we saw 1 or 2 people drop to where about Nolan was to see if they can stop this Kraken before it became a problem. They did it, so now this Kraken has full reign to do whatever they can here. And look at notice how far back members of Hypernova are. There's only 2 people up for them at that time. So there was only those 2, and I'm surprised that Splash Wall was able to withstand that. So now we got 2 players down. That is perfect for Moonlight. It was going to be that Kraken that broke them back in. Can they keep it, though? Hypernova did this very well, did the retake very well earlier. Can they hold on to this?
Oh, yeah, and I mean, pressure's on as they do get Shadow, which kind of opens them up a little bit. Omega, though, with a hammer snipe is going to equalize that, and 3 down again as Hypernova. It's just up to Fishy, and it looks like that is going to be game with the wipeout. Moonlight will stay alive in this set, bringing us to a game 4.
Oh, I noticed that there was going to be that Kraken, but I didn't know how strong that Kraken was going to be. It looked like as soon as you kept Hypernova, you have to push them all the way back for Moonlight to get something going here. But my goodness, they all seem to work with it very well. That is the one. If there was any time for Moonlight to start coming together, have everything just congeal, everything coming together perfectly, it was then. And my oh my, did things work out so well for them.
It was nice, right? And I mean, similar to games 2 and 3, each time it's been one play that has made the difference. And with this game, it was Nolan's Kraken that allowed that final break-in that Moonlight never relinquished hold of as they were grinding towards that knockout. I mean, that's what you want to see with teams this closely matched, that it comes down to one play, one decision in that final minute, Nito. Now, moving on to Mahi Mahi Resort. Is there a crucial mistake or decision that you are looking for that these teams know about that you want to avoid heading into that endgame state?
Now, okay, this is interesting because with Hypernova, and especially with this map, the way it's shaped, there's a lot of open fields. I mean, this is basically the Midwest, the competitive Splatoon, so there's a lot of space for you to take. Hypernova is going to do an excellent job at the start. You need to watch out for Nolan's Kraken, because if you are coming off of Game 3 and that happens to you, you have to be thinking, okay, we can still be hyper-aggressive. There's no doubt that works. But we need to be watching out just a little more. And to their credit, they were watching out before the end of that match, so you need to keep up a little more of that. Make sure you're still playing safe, respecting that Kraken. That's what they're going to be looking out for here.
Yeah, I like the continued presence of the strikes, too, coming out from Henlo's bucket, which is really nice. Omega sticking with that wiper with the hammer, which I thought made a huge difference last time. I'm interested to see how it translates over to Mahi.
So Mahi zones, it's going to be I do like that pick, though, by the way. I do like that. But I'm mainly noticing how both of these teams are shaping up right now. This is Nolan already going towards the off angle here. What are you trying to do to cover it? That's going to work pretty well. Obviously, you do have that triple splashdown. Always going to work like a charm, even if you go... Should work like a charm even if you go down. Correction. But Hypernova, this is what I was looking for here. This is the aggression you're famous for. But do you have enough to notice those off angles? That's going to be the question we notice later on. But you do have to win player down. May not be a good time to see if they can notice those off angles yet, but it's going to be an opening here for Moonlight to see what they can do with it, especially with this stamp ready from Omega.
Oh my gosh, unless it gets canceled by Synapse. Oh no. The water drops, and now Moonlight is at disadvantage again in match point. And one thing, Nito, you let me know if I'm wrong, but it seems as though when Moonlight gets into a slight disadvantage, they are not retreating quickly enough. You have to give up a little bit of space to avoid that wipeout or that 3-down scenario. And it seems like that's not happening quickly enough, and that's kind of playing into what you're talking about Hypernova's aggression in this set.
Right, and they want to hold as much match control as they can, which is why you're not going to notice them back up as much as one would like, especially when you have Shadow going around the side like that with a triple splashdown. That works out well. That's why you want to keep some of that presence, but is it enough for them to hold on to the zone? Maybe not, because now nobody's painting the zone. Oh my goodness, as I was talking, Hypernova took game 4 to win this set, and they took the words right out of my mouth.
Wow, blink and you miss it. I feel like we went into a little bit of analysis there because we thought there would be a bit of back and forth time, but no. Hypernova coming out in game 4 similar to how they came out in game 1, just getting a pretty dominant victory. 2 out of 3 dominant victories. Moonlight will take a game off of them, but Hypernova, I would say that's a pretty dang good set to start your tournament day.
I mean, there's no better way to start your day than with cereal, a balanced breakfast, and a 3-1 victory over Moonlight. So Hypernova, kudos to y'all. My goodness, that is I know a lot of people talk about dive comps. I just say if you can go hold forward and have everyone else hold forward and keep that pressure, that's the second most important thing. And when you're playing aggressively, then it doesn't matter what you call yourself. But Hypernova doing that so well. Moonlight, they did have moments again in that match where everything congealed perfectly, but didn't happen enough, and unfortunately it was too little too late, it seemed, by game 3.
Well, this tourney format, if you want to get into top cut, folks, is a little brutal. It's as if you're in a Ludi division, right? You've got 6 teams in each group. You got to make top 2. So having lost 1 already for Moonlight, it's going to be a long road to try and get into that second or potentially first spot based on tiebreakers. Nito, looking at how this is turning out, it seems as though it's following the seeding relatively cleanly at this point. No big surprises in round 1.
Yeah, Vacca, Shy Guy fans, those are 2 of the better teams that I saw in the leaderboard, and you'd be seeing around in competitive Splatoon, so no surprise that they're currently handing it to Zipcat, as it seems by these scores. But, I mean, like I said, seeding working exactly as planned, everything going according to plan, so why not? I mean, that last match was fairly close, despite what 3-1 says. You always hear 0-3 good games. That is what 1-3 good games looks like. So, still working out pretty well here, and I think you're going to see maybe a little bit more of that in that next match that we have coming up for you, which should be in the span of a handful of minutes.
Yeah, speaking of which, we're heading up to Group A for round 2, as we are going to be seeing 2 teams that both won their first round. I'm about to absolutely butcher this French. So if you're French or French Canadian, I apologize in advance. I'll Venmo you $10. Voie Lactée, which is French for Milky Way. We recognize those players. And ezmd, who's our number 5 seed. ezmd barely scraped out of a 5-game set with 6am the victor, which was a set they were supposed to win anyways. Do you think that maybe spells doom for them here in round 2?
I mean, you do look at what... okay, now you did mention Venmoing $10, so it's Voie Lactée, I think. So I will send you my Venmo DMs later.
All right, give me your Venmo. I'll send it.
Thanks. But, I mean, normally when it comes to seeding, there is still a lot to talk about, there is still a lot to consider when it comes to those seedings. That being said, you're going up against quite literally number 1 on the leaderboard. So, I mean, I do say number 1 on the leaderboard. I mean, literally number 1. This team is far ahead of the rest of the teams you're going to see, and especially the other team we have lined up for this, ezmd. So it's going to be a high bar to jump over in this match. But that being said, I do like that this is the best that we're going to see from all of top levels, from a handful of top level Splatoons. So I do think there's still some things ezmd can do against this superstar team that we have in this set. But I do think that a lot of, if I were to go into Twitch right now and look at the predictions, I'm going to say a handful of them are looking towards the team on your left.
Oh yeah, it's going to be hard to disagree with you, right? Because you've got combinations of some of the best legacy NA teams as well as Gray. So I mean, it's hard to bet against these guys. It's really hard. ezmd, I know, is a really great EU group. You've got Silver, you've got Devon, who's one of the best leaders. You've got Dark. So you've got top players on both sides, but there's just something that kind of sets Milky Way apart. I'll probably just say Milky Way to avoid continuing to butcher that. But to your point, there's something that sets them apart that I think is going to make them very hard to beat.
Right. No, I mean, actually, the fun fact about this team that we were talking about is that this team, with only the exception of Ice being swapped out for Gray, finished second in the Season 7 finale. So yeah. No surprise during Season 8 here. Again, you do have that one player swap, but it doesn't mean much because you are currently meters, feet, yards, inches, miles, whatever measurement you want to use. They're well ahead of everyone else here. That being said, ezmd, don't focus on that too much. It's going to be one game at a time for him. You hear that a lot, but it's going to be one game at a time.
One game at a time. In the first one, we start out on Crab Lake Capital. That could help the leader a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, the leader does come out. We see Zap. We see a Stamper as well. And on the other side, I ain't surprised by anything I'm seeing over there.
Nope, that is bread and butter for this team. But you're looking at ezmd, like you said, that E-leader is going to be interesting. I want to see, and we've seen a lot more from E-leader. I mean, we've seen it from the Splat World Series. We've seen it from all these top level tournaments. We're seeing it a lot more, and I love that. I love that the E-leader is making the comeback here, but you're going up against the 3-down situation here. Not much that leader is going to do other than sit back and see if they can sneak by a pick.
Oh yeah, this is a standardized test, and the only pencil on the board is from Milky Way, so that's going to be the passing grade there. As Milky Way does take this early control, we do have strikes ready for Bran, but Bran is picked, and actually a slight numbers advantage for ezmd as Silver's going to be popping out with that Zipcat to try and distract Q, is going to get picked otherwise, and now a nice control here of the zone for ezmd.
There you go. I mean, if it's going to start anywhere, it's going to start here, and you do have some points on the board. That being said, you also have Jared kind of looking down the side there. Nearly got the sneak up on the S-Blast before one of his teammates beat him to it. That being said, there's still a few more players going down. Silver here trying to go for it. That's a 2v1 there. Scary situation for that Stamper. Voie Lactée going back into control here. Still holding on to his own. Notice that both of these teams still playing fairly patiently here. Of course, nothing to force if you're on either side. In fact, that S-Blast just kind of stood around for a second there. Almost worked, but ezmd trying to take control of his own yet again, and they do.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, they're actually managing to isolate these members of Milky Way pretty effectively here as these picks keep coming. This Blaster Seb is doing work here up over this ledge. And oh my gosh, another member of Milky Way goes down off screen as now we've got specials ready from Silver. The Blaster's trying to climb up this side here, is looking for more picks. This Crab is pushed back by the Blaster, who does go down. This could be a lead flip. And with Q going down, this game is looking way more even than I think we anticipated.
There we go. That's the lead swap we're looking for. And your point, yeah, this looks a lot more like both of these teams are duking it out already. I mean, we might just see a rerun of this in the bracket stage, or at least something similar, because both of these teams are playing like they've known each other for a while, playing like they've been able to match up toe-to-toe, which they certainly match up toe-to-toe with one another, which they certainly are. I mean, you see Jared here on the crab. It looked like they were going to lock out for a second there, but not even close. We have ezmd trying to sneak up. Then we still have players from Voie Lactée still trying to get some sneak by a few more picks here. That's cute. I didn't even notice trying to sneak by that one pick, but they did. We do have a zone swap here, but how long it's going to last is going to be a different question.
Exactly. I mean, duking it out with a team like Milky Way is one thing, but sustaining that and winning a game is a whole nother thing. As you see, a wipeout is going to clear the way for potential knockout setups here from the Blasters, going to be causing havoc in the backfield here, right up by their spawn. But one member of Milky Way will go down. The Blaster kind of having to maneuver around, potentially will need to leave that spot there, and does. But we do see a nice crab from Jared, who's had solid crab positioning all day. Blaster will go down for an ezmd, which will open the door here, as it's just the leader, and it looks like, Nito, that could be it.
Oh, absolutely. I liked what ezmd was doing. They're trying to take it one fight at a time, and that was a whole team fight. I saw 3 people on one player, but ultimately they still did rush it, especially at the end there. You did see a bit more urgency than you would have wanted, almost to the point where you could call it a panic move, but ultimately Voie Lactée able to take game 1 there. Maybe not a surprise, but I'd say they're definitely on their toes just a little bit here. ezmd was able to catch them on a few times, but it's still going to be a win for the top seed.
Yeah, it was nice to see. And at this point, you're kind of wondering, okay, are you going to see Voie Lactée kind of lock in and figure out, okay, this is how we need to beat this team? We kind of have played them once, and now we're going to, go forward and make it a 3-0. Or is ezmd going to be kind of uplifted by how they played and say, all right, well, let's give them a fight if they want to fight. And as we go into Mako, going to continue to cause them trouble. Leader on Mako, though, Nito, do you think they keep it? Do you think they swap? What's your thoughts on that weapon and that map?
I think you absolutely do. Now you probably will keep leader. That being said, you absolutely need to watch out for Gray if you're going to have any slow moving anchor. If you have anything, you need to watch out for Gray. Blasters work so excellently here, and especially since Voie Lactée has a Zipcaster with them. It's not Voie Lactée. ezmd has a Zipcaster with them, so that's something that Voie Lactée is going to have to watch out for. And notice them try to make it work at crab leg. It's going to work out better in Mako, I believe. But again, you need to watch out for that blaster from Gray.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you, but the crab will still be powerful here, too, for Jared. So I'm interested to see how these special usages from these teams continue to develop. Nice pick by Gray there. He's going to rotate around to this right-hand side. The crab kind of helping to chip. Oh, my gosh! And both Jared and Gray lived through that. That was an insane value flip meeting.
I mean, talk about chip damage. You had the crab and the S-Blast working together. Perfect harmony yet again there. You see Brent on the other side on that slosher, but that doesn't matter too much unless we keep an eye on these two. But either way, ezmd able to clear that one blast from Gray. You do get some more openings here, and you covered the flank from Brand as well. What can we do with this Zipcaster? I do want to see more from you here, especially with Mako Mart. This map I think is going to be helping out a little bit more, but there's nothing there. Kind of just looking for something was that Zipcaster. Nothing to find though.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because the rest of the team wasn't really in a position to kind of push up with it, so it's very easy to kind of single silver out during that special as Jared is forced off of the stack but still gets a pick. Is now working against Seb here along the right-hand side, and it looks like our guess of, hey, Voie Lactée is going to lock in, it's coming true because despite going down, they're going to run away with game number 2 and are now 1 game away from starting this tournament 2-0.
I mean, SofaKing, you're kind of right. I should have talked about the crab a little more because I feel like that crab was on our screens for a good majority of that match there. I mean, not enough can be said for the amount of value Jared was able to get out of that crab, helping out Gray with that double at the beginning of the match, especially near the end there with how well positioned that crab was to shut down anything that ezmd was going to get, not just from a counterplay, but right out of the gate, right out of spawn. That was perfect work from Jared and his crab. So no surprises there. We're going to move on to game 3. Voie Lactée looking at match points.
Yes, they are, but I'm seeing something very interesting, Nito, and it's the fact that this map is happening on Marlin Airport. Now, this is a funky one. If this wasn't zones only, I would say that this probably would not be in the map pool, because this is just, it's a map. It's interesting. Do you think that ezmd has a chance to kind of take a game here because this is more of a wild card?
Oh, man. I will admit right now that most of my experience on Marlin Airport comes from SofaKing. That being said, if you're playing with what ezmd has, you're probably looking at the blaster, still trying to make that blaster Zipcaster combo work again. So I'm expecting to see more of it here. Yeah, there it is. I mean, no major changes as with the rest of the set. So of course you bring it out, but I wonder how you make it work on Marlin Airport. You're definitely going to be targeting the cooler because duh, but now you have to think, you have to consider the crab. I mean, the crab is doing too much to your team, too much against your team here. You have to be considering how those two can work against that crab.
One pick down immediately for ezmd as Seb is trying to get into safe space, but is going to get picked by Gray. A nice jump out there, but look at this. Voie Lactée already swarming up front, gets the pick on the end zap. Jared, ever present. I mean, this crab positioning from Jared is top notch today. Is trying to get a pick on Silver, instead gets picked by Devin here, who's, oh my gosh, I mean, being forced around to this side. This is so bloody. Voie Lactée is doing an insane job just dominating space.
Oh my goodness, it seems like everywhere they go, it's a no-fly zone for the rest of ezmd. If you want a masterclass on map control, well, there it is. I mean, it looks like they know how to hold they hold down map control well. They know how to hold that presence well. They know how to make it so that ezmd says, all right, if you come here, I'm going to punish you for it. I don't need a 2v1. I just need to be here, and there's a 90% chance you might lose. Now, here comes Silver with this Zipcaster. Is it too little, too late? Perhaps so. Perhaps not, actually. Get the two players going down, so you did at least get the zone swap, have some breathing room there. That you might want to see some more of from you if you're hoping to see ezmd win here, is you want to see more misdirection from that Zipcaster, because that's what you got there. And you want to see Q fall down as well, because now you have a 3-down situation if you're an ezmd fan.
Oh yeah, you can see the gears turning in Q's head, and it was just like, well, try to jump. Nope, didn't work. That was a pretty funny moment there. Silver's trying to make up for the teammate that just got picked in front of them, but no, they'll both go down as Gray. That'll allow Gray to kind of move forward and work this ledge, despite the fan being up. The blaster don't care about that, as everybody's juiced up from Voie Lactée. Jared will go down off screen, so slight number disadvantage. Let's see if ezmd can capitalize, getting Gray as well. Look at this fight at the bottom. Brand is going to pick the end zap, and another one going down up front. And oh my gosh, Voie Lactée went 2 down, but then just said, nah, we ain't giving up any space.
That was scary too. And notice that double from Gray, by the way, but that was a scary fight too. Brand nearly joined Q in the going down club there, but I like how confident these people are taking their fights. Voie Lactée knows that all you need to do is just have someone come into your little bubble here, and we're gonna win that fight. And it looks like you don't even need that weapon alone. You have the crap from Jared yet again. No response here for ezmd. I don't think they're gonna be able to pull a hat or rabbit out of the hat. And again, Voie Lactée able to win this one and close the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a testament to how good the players on Voie Lactée are, not how ezmd played. It's going to be tough for anybody to beat this squad. I felt that game 1 was a really solid performance from them, keeping it even until maybe about the last minute and a half. But the rest of this set, Voie Lactée was able to figure out to just outpace that E-leader, to just have Gray, get more area control over Seb so that Gray was a more effective blaster. These are things that Voie Lactée knows how to adjust to mid-set, and that's really what sets these top of the top, cream of the crop teams apart.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Voie Lactée, I talked about it, especially in Game 3, and I noticed it throughout the whole set. Maybe not as much in Game 1. That was a fairly close kind of like time. That was a fairly close match for both of those teams. But the more we went through the set, the more Voie Lactée showed up and said, all right, I know exactly what you're going to do. We know exactly why we're the top seed in this game. So come to us. We have something for you. You don't want to find out what it is, but we have something for you. And at some point, you're going to find out what it is. You open the box and it's a pick. It's the worst Christmas ever for ezmd, but it's going to be a set win for Voie Lactée as they move on in this group stage.
Worst Christmas ever for EZMD, perhaps. But if you want to know what the best Christmas ever that's not actually Christmas, well, folks, it's September 20th and 21st. That's right. We've got Super Jump 6 coming up. Now a quarterly major. Registration is open now, by the way. If you check with your parents, check with your partner, check with your dog and say, hey, can I play a tournament these 2 days? If yes, register now. Starting pricing is $250, Nito. And the best part, it does not matter what skill level you're at, because every single team that registers will progress to day 2.
And that is the best part about Super Jump, is that no matter where you are, whether you are currently starting off in competitive Splatoon, or if you're Voie Lactée looking back at your VOD already, you can show up and you will be going to day 2 no matter what. So I encourage all of y'all to sign up for it if you can do it. Definitely have some people show up and show out. The last time we had a Super Jump, the prize went up to about $500. So there is a lot on the line. You don't see this a lot from Splatoon tournaments, but luckily Super Jump is going to be the place to be on September. The second place to be, and it's a little more open now that it's online. But if you catch my drift, it is one of the best places to be in September.
Oh, for sure. I mean, second only to Riptide. But I'm just excited that this tournament is coming back. In a more consistent format, because it's just a great way for teams to get better exposure against, players who are above them. If you're watching this stream like, man, I wish I could do that, this is your chance to kind of learn, because you ain't going to grow unless you get stomped a little bit. And Super Jump is a great way to do that. Then day 2, you can show off what you've learned and go win your bracket. If anybody's looking to register, that link has been posted by Tubnug in the chat there. You'll see startgg/SJ. But moving on to round 3, Nito, we are going to be staying in Group A here. We're going to be taking a look at Fruittella versus 6am. Now, these two teams are just wrapping up their sets here, but it looks as though Fruittella is going to be 2-0 and 6am will be 1-1. What are your thoughts on how these teams are progressing so far through this day?
I mean, looking at Group A, Fruittella is going to be your closest match against Voie Lactée. That being said, just based on seeding alone, you would have imagined that ezmd would bring more of a fight to Voie Lactée. But that being said, there's a lot that we can talk about that said over and over again. But Fruittella is following a similar pathway to Voie Lactée. So now we're going up against 6am, a team that's already lost one. It seems like they're going to win that next one, currently up 2-0 against Blanks. You do expect this Fruittella, you will expect this Fruittella 6am set possibly to be a sign of like, all right, one of these teams is going to be to clear number 2 possibly, and one of these teams is going to be maybe fighting for ezmd right in the middle there, as we see that ezmd is currently 1-1. So there's going to be a lot. I think there's going to be a lot riding on this third set that we're going to see here. Just wanted to see how both of those teams play out in a match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, right? Especially since 6am and ezmd off stream in round 1 had that really tight, the only 5-game set thus far today, which ezmd was able to squeak out. So you're looking at this thinking, okay, 6am's already kind of got a mountain to climb, kind of has to ramp up and hopefully not lose again. Fruittella here could effectively knock them out of Top Cut by beating them here in round 3, which is something that has got to be on their minds at least a little.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think if you're in this upper echelon alone, you're already looking at like, all right, we need to make Top Cut. We're already in the best 12, excluding a few teams that couldn't make it. But we're in the top 12 right now. We're gunning for Top Cut. I mean, it's going to be top 2 from each of these groups making it. So one of these two, it's going to be Voie Lactée. Fruittella's already looking at that second spot and thinking, I do want that. 6am is also looking at that spot, I guarantee you, because they're only behind 1 set if they win this against Blanks. But both of these teams are looking at that number 2 set. So this round 3 is going to be very important for both of them.
Sure, yeah, because like you said, the inverse of that is 6 a.m. wins, and now suddenly they're both 2-1. And ezmd is up against the 12 seed now. That all three of them could be 2-1 here in about a half hour's time, which will set up for a really nice, interesting Group A down the stretch. Now, let's not ignore Group B, though. Let's take a look at what's going on down there. We do actually have a fifth game and our second Game 5 set today. Moonlight and Healthy Diet Food Groups, two fan favorites over there. I kind of wish I could be a fly on the wall for that one and see how that one's shaping up, because especially with Moonlight dropping their first set, man, what a huge Game 5 for them here.
Oh, and Healthy Diet Food Groups. I like Group B because there are two teams that have been on the rise. Their stocks have been skyrocketing. It's going to be Zipcat, and most importantly, the team we're looking at right now, Healthy Diet Food Groups, because they are one game away from possibly upsetting Moonlight here. That is going to be important to watch. Healthy Diet Food Groups is one of those teams that you can never be. I think we've seen historical examples in the past. You can't be too sure that you're going to get a win against Healthy Diet Food Groups, because they will take at least one game against you if you're not watching out for it. Zipcat maybe not doing as well as we might have hoped there on the group stage so far, but Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to be that team that if I'm Vacca, if I'm Hypernova, I'm going to be watching out for HDFG, because they're going to be threatening my second spot. It's right now, it's Shy Guy fans currently above the rest right now, but watching out for that second spot.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we'd maybe think a little bit differently if Healthy Diet Food Group's loss hadn't been to Shy Guy fans. But that's like, okay, well, that kind of makes sense. So they still have all of their sets ahead of them to grind out that 4-1 record. And it starts here with, like you said, what would be a really nice upset under their belt in a Game 5. And here's the thing, right? The final standings, whether or not you get into Top Cut, it doesn't matter if you get there in 5 games or if you get there in all 3-0 sweeps. So a win is a win. Both of those teams know that going into that really tense Game 5. And we're just kind of waiting for the rest of these sets to wrap up. Not too many other surprises. The entire rest of round 2, Nito, was all 3-0, all pretty top heavy.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, it's almost all 3-0 in every single group. I mean, Group A finished all 3-0. Group B looks like we might be headed for the same. We're going to wait and see what Hypernova does against Vacca there. Of course, waiting for that Game 5 with HDFG and Moonlight. So everything coming to plan. And to your point, shout out to Vin Diesel. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or by a mile. Winning's winning. So good point to make there, obviously. But we are currently, I believe we're getting closer and closer to our third set. No breaks here because we do not believe in commercials. So
no, we believe in yapping.
Exactly. The power of the app. Never deny it. Ladies and gentlemen, people in between or not at all, it's going to be Fruittella and 6 a.m. coming to y'all next. It's going to be the round 3. We did talk about this earlier. Proud to see the Yellow Shy Guy, my favorite character from all of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, followed by the Inkling boy.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this Yellow Shy Guy meme. Can you catch me up on what's going on with that?
There's a meme?
I don't know. It just, you said it was your favorite character from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and the only reason I can think of is that it would be a meme. Like, I don't see anything that stands out to me about the Yellow Shy Guy. And to be clear, I am not talking about the player on Fruittella. I'm talking about the Mario character.
I like the yellow on him.
You heard it here first, folks. Quote, I like the yellow one. I do know that they're just a fantastic bucket player. Now, looking at this team, it looks as though Fruittella, and they're always a team that's known for just dumping out a bunch of paint, right? You have Punchy, who's just a great shooter player. You've got Shy Guy, who's able to just use that bucket to perfection. Is one of the better bucket players that I'm aware of, at least. And, I mean, Crowny can just be so good on that head it. Do you think that that's a winning comp on zones? And for a team that maybe goes more Slayer and less support paint, how do you counter that in this mode?
Well, it's Slayer and more paint. You slay and go aggressive, just shove him in your face, kill him. And that's very easy for me to say, right? But when I look at what 6 a.m. can offer to the table here, I'm already seeing a few weapons that I would like to see them pull out. I mean, just obviously taking that face value, looking at Sendou pages, you see a decab on one side. Robo Ramen Zones, as far as I know, is a good spot for bubblers. So just go and shove one of those at zone, and then go swinging away with that decap. Perfect stuff there. So what you do there is you have what that does for you, not only you but for your team, is that you have an opportunity to just like jump back in, keep that aggression going. If the other team's focusing on paint, well, congratulations, shut down everybody else. We're gonna be able to just rush in. We saw a little bit of that in that previous set against, or sorry, not the previous, the first set actually against Hypernova and Moonlight. So I want to see some of it show up here. Obviously, different comps, but we should see more of it.
Nino, what are your thoughts about Moray Towers Towerless coming back for Game 2 there with our blue skies and our clouds and everything going on?
I like the zone. It's it's right there, right by where the cloud is. So if you're able to get the flank route down by that left cloud, you might be able to sneak in a player or two, but you do really need to watch out for the lightning bolt right next to zone. If you don't watch out for that lightning bolt right next to zone, then you have had it. That flank route is very high risk, high reward there, so I'd ask for teams to look out for that. But if you want to try that second flank route, especially around Cumulonimbus, then that is absolutely awful. Don't try it. It's just way too long.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Cumulonimbus meta either. I think that, ever since they added in Lightning Bolt special to this game, it's just never been the same. Joking aside, that is Urchin again for Game 2. Unfortunately, we don't have a graphic for Urchin, but just so that y'all know what's coming up. Game 1, though, is Robo Ramen, and I think that this is going to favor a more aggressive team, kind of like we saw in the earlier set. I think 6 a.m. with having that decav player could feast here, especially because some parts of mid are so small, Nito, that bubble is just taking up so much space, doing so much work.
Right, yeah. And the thing about that bubble is that you're not going to see it on zone, on Urchin. You're just not going to. It's going to be past zones. I saw it in that first match. I think the first match we actually commentated, we saw how valuable that spot ahead of right just in front of the zone is. It's so valuable that if you can probably lock out from there. It's almost looking like a second storage and shipyard without the fight club, which is kind of sad. But I think that spot is very valuable for them. You want to maximize the amount of map control you have. That bubble is certainly going to help because now you have more capital. You can send in more players, keep in that map control. That being said, that bubble has to stay up, and you're playing against a team that is also going to be playing hyper aggressive, I imagine. So let's go ahead and see what happens in that match. But we're going to be waiting for Ramen Zones Game 1. I am currently hearing a lot of things going on. 1, the rain outside. 2, this cat seems to be barking at me, which is impressive because I didn't know that cats can bark. But currently hearing that both of these teams are still figuring things out in the background there. So see what happens.
Speaking of seeing what happens, it looks like Moonlight did clutch out a win over Healthy Diet Food Groups in that Game 5. So they'll be kind of equalizing their record at 1-1. Now, never say never regarding Top Cut, right? But it looks as though Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to be playing spoiler for the rest of the day, having their record now be at 0-2. But man, what a fight to put up against Moonlight heading to a Game 5 there. As we do have some time to yap, and as I know that you are a Dallas lover, tell me
oh my God.
about Micah. Are you mourning? What's going on in your head right now?
So for people now I know it's competitive Splatoon, there's a lot of people that don't quite know professional sports. Just know that what we're about to talk about is one of the worst things I've ever seen within the last 6 months. I would say the year, but there is something else that takes that top spot. And it's also coming from Dallas. But
yes.
I don't know. It's just if you want to talk about that trade out, involve me getting into my sports broadcasting side, and that would mean having to be professional, which I really don't want to do because I strongly dislike the Green Bay Packers, which are words I'm going to use just so that IPL doesn't get shut down yet. But I think that this trade is going to be pretty awful. They're trying to frame, like Jerry Jones is trying to frame this as the Herschel Walker trade. Again, I'm sorry about chat. I'm sorry if you don't know what I'm talking about, but Jerry Jones is trying to frame this as the Herschel Walker trade. He got 2 first-round picks. Kenny Clark, who is about retiring age. I know it's only 29, but that's not much in the NFL. So I don't know what the point of any of this was, what the point of dragging it out was if you were just going to ship them off to another team. So I'm hoping that both of these teams are getting ready soon so that I could stop talking about this.
Well, what I was curious about, Nito, is what would you say would be the Splatoon competitive equivalent of what happened?
Oh, good God. Here, let's see. I want to say there's a lot of teams here that aren't quite young, but I'd say, if anything, I would look at maybe Zipcat trading one of their players for like 2 players coming out of like, I don't know, from the Ink Up, and then maybe a bag of chips that played last time in like SOS number 100. So either way, game starting. Thankfully, I can move out from this topic.
You've got some lovely SendouQ finals to distract you from all the horrors of the NFL. As we get going, we do see Chocomento on that decap, which is kind of what we predicted. However, less paint than we thought coming out from Fruittella with the blaster, who does instantly go down. Both teams could be going for a fast pace here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at 6 a.m. from, 6 a.m. I mean, that is a very aggressive spot to maintain with that splash. I almost wanted to see what they could do with it, but that flank was going to be dangerous, especially going up that wall. So, of course, you don't want to take it too well. But though you don't need a flank when you have that slosher there taking 2 picks, and that's a delayed triple there. Can it be delayed wipe? Can we see that yet? No, we do not. But 6 a.m. Look at this bubble. Look at these strikes coming out. Look at these specials coming out. There is so much capital you're able to get in like the span of mere seconds. That is what I wanted to see from 6 a.m. It's working out very well for them. Except for that one time we did get a S-Blast, able to pick that up very easily. But Fruittella might be able to retake this zone, but not quite yet.
Yeah, a good start here for sure as we see the blaster against the slosher. The slosher, I think that's Fantar, is going to get the pick. Super jumping back, but 2 of their teammates have gone down. Has to scramble now, is going to get picked. And oh my gosh, that maybe wasn't worth it to be out of position for that long, because now we have Fruittella roaring in here, looking to make a lead flip here. Now, you've got the Booyah Bomb. You get 2 picks immediately up front, putting 6 a.m. on the back foot again. What's your key, Nito, to a good lockout on Robo Ramen?
Just stay where you are, sit down, and make sure you can hold everything. Now, that being said, right there, you did have to back up. That was going to be a tremendous charge forward for 6 a.m. So, not much you can do there, but Fruittella just needs to hold those positions. You had all the drops locked down, and now they have you locked down. That's a wipeout for 6 a.m. Fruittella. Now on the back foot yet again, but you just had to maintain those positions again. Unfortunately, there, you had to back up. That was a massive push from 6 a.m. So, good on them for at least trying to save what they can, but 6 a.m. currently holding the best out of him here, especially with this slosher up front. This slosher is huge for them.
Yeah, I love the combo of the slosher and the crab chipping, and especially getting another tasty pick right up there. As Chocomento, look at this play, just like looking for whoever's going to drop first and waiting to pounce like a leopard here. Just kind of waiting along the back. Now, they're giving up a little bit of paint and a little bit of space here just to let them burn these specials so that they don't go on the zone. But we see Punchy's Crab getting up pretty far. Chocomento is going to go down in the backfield here. And now Bucket v. Bucket along the right-hand side is going to result in a trade. But if you're Fruittella, you need a little bit more than that, as Punchy will go down. And it looks like that is going to be a Game 1 victory for 6 a.m. Holy smokes, Fruittella has not yet dropped a set today. I don't believe they've even dropped a game, Nito. That was their first loss today.
The only 2-0 team to drop a game was Voie Lactée, and that is the top team that we're currently looking at. So Fruittella might be looking to shake things up in the group stage. They already are with this set. I mean, that was tremendous stuff there, especially with the retake at the middle of the set there. So great stuff for them. For when it came to 6 a.m., it looks like they were trying to make the right moves, but maybe just at the wrong time there, especially with what they were trying to do in that last second. Right place there. I like the positioning there, especially where you had the other players, but just the wrong time because Fruittella had everything locked down.
Yeah, most definitely. And I especially liked. Oh no, I feel you. I especially liked how bloody both of these games were. Where we. Some of these other sets we've seen, patient kind of plays matriculating, which is good to watch in its own right. But this game, we just saw back and forth haymakers, triple on one side, triple on another side on the retake. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams continue to try to outpace each other, or maybe if one team or the other is going to try and slow things down. And for Urchin, this is Fruittella's pick, so I'm curious to see. You know, they've clearly got a plan for this one since it's a little bit of an out of left field pick for zones. I mean, I don't know. Down 1-0, what would you do, Nito, here? What would your game plan be for Urchin with their combo?
Well, obviously, you want to hold things down a little better. That being said, that's a really vague thing to say, especially when you're playing against a team like 6am, a team that does retakes so well here. You want to make sure you're holding things down. I want to see more I want to see a comp more oriented towards map control. That's going to be pretty good here. I like the picks you make here. You obviously have the crab that we saw from the previous game, or actually, I believe we saw from the previous game. We do have an S-Blast, so you do at least have some zone control. And you have the beacons from the dualies. That is a great pick for Fruittella. See if you can get people and have people stay there with those beacons.
Yeah, look at this. Both sides opting for the dabbles here. I really like that pick. This Crownie's going to be setting up some beacons along the side, but several members of Fruittella going down. Now it's just Crownie. A long wipe on Fruittella. 6am is going to be taking position here, but somebody jumped to the beacon. Oh my goodness, look at this crab from Punchy, who beaconed up along this left-hand side, is now trying to cause havoc in on 6am along the side. It seems like neither of these teams, Nito, are afraid to just go at lightning speed.
Oh, that's what you're going to see a lot from team play at this level of Splatoon. And we have 3 players going down. Fruittella, my goodness, going out swinging here. You also covered the beacons here. Excellent job there covering those 2. You already have 2 players down after, seconds after a wipe. That is tremendous for Fruittella. 6am, no response yet, but remember, this is a team that's been scary with the retakes, and now they have 2 players down. Now I want to see what they do from here. But when you lose a player like that, it kind of just seems right now they might be throwing things at the wall and hoping they stick, but none of them have enough adhesive to stick around for much long. But they do have at least some people backing up here. How much is it going to help? We're not sure, because there's still players going down for 6am.
Yeah, the Dapple's trying to work something up front against Crownie here. They're kind of letting Crownie go for now, but now they're trying to push that right-hand side, funneling them over that way. But now, oh my gosh, look how many members of Fruittella are stuck in the middle of this zone here. Oh, wipeout for 6am. They got them all clustered up together, stopping them at 20. Now they've got to get a lockout of their own online, Nito. It's just going to be a matter of who misses their haymaker is going to win this game.
Oh my goodness, this is a title fight between 2 heavyweights here. If you know anything about boxing, we're getting to preview Canelo versus Crawford already, but that being said, both of these teams still, this is what I meant with this, but when this part was going to be so important. I mean, 6am does eventually fit the zone here, but Fruittella has the numbers advantage here. Now they have 3 players down. You have the dualies all the way up at their enemy, up in enemy territory. That's why this part of the map is so important on Urchin Underpass. It's great to see that 6am is holding it down very well. I mean, you have 3-4 weapons that can just move around at speed, just keep things together. You have players like that crab player that can just help out opponents or help out teammates whenever needed. This is great for 6am. Seem to be holding it down pretty well. See how long they hold it.
Yeah, it seems like the crab is the go button for both of these teams in many ways, as we see crab strikes and booyah all coming out from Fruittella to flip that zone and get a triple, 3 points shy of giving up that lead. Now they've got to go beacon hunting as they swarm back through mid. Fantar is going to be trying to hold them off, soloing actually this hill, while another jump comes in behind and trades out. That's going to be a good start for 6am to try and take this back as Choco Minto gets 1 pick. The strikes will flip the zone back. Is not going to get another here as the jumps will come into Crownie. 6am has control for now, but they go 3 down, another wipeout. Nito, I can't remember the amount of times that I've seen wipeout appear across the top of the screen in one set. This is crazy.
You'd think we're watching a game show about obstacle courses with how many times we see wipeout appear on the screen. But we're not. We're watching a competitive Splatoon match, and it's still 20. It's like, it doesn't matter how many wipes we have. And I can't say it's about what teams do after the wipe, because both of these teams are going to get a wipe within the minute. So why bother seeing what happens afterwards? Because it's going to flip one way or another. It might flip right now at least, because we're seeing a few players going down from both sides here. Probably trying to go for a pick here. That's a delayed triple, I believe, for 6am, who now has a few more players to work for. That's a few more. 6am actually getting the pick here. And now this is another bloodbath we're seeing in the middle of the zone, right in the middle of the map here.
And shout out to Justin, who's doing a great job on the spec cam. It seems like every time we swap to a new perspective, that person dies, and then we swap, and that person gets picked, and we swap again, and it's just crazy what's going on in this match here. Now, 6 a.m. does have control of mid and the zone. A trade off to the side here. We're going to see Fantar the Bucket against Crowny, pinched otherwise by the rushing Blaster and Shy Guy. Another member of 6 a.m. is going to go down. They keep falling, giving this crucial advantage back to Fruittella. They don't have a lot of penalty points to go down, but oh my gosh, Choco Minto's going to get 2 before getting picked themselves. Now Crowny getting picked by the other set of dualies. Strikes coming in to give 6 a.m. the zone with only 20 seconds to go.
I mean, are we even playing Splat Zones anymore, or are we still playing Team Deathmatch? I'm not really sure. One of these teams went 3 down. I don't know what's going on. Fruittella just needs to flip the zone. That's all I know right now. And they need to hold on enough to flip the lead here. Otherwise, 6 a.m. is going to win this match. With how much both of these teams are still trading away picks, it's not clear what's going to happen until you see that game banner flooding your screen there. 6 a.m. wins game 2.
Oh my gosh, can't be hitting the snooze button anymore, Fruittella. It's 6 a.m. That alarm is going off, and you are down 0-2 in this set. 6 a.m., if they're able to complete this set victory, will cause both teams to be 2-1. Both teams will be solidly in the race to try and contest Voie Lactée in this group. And it's going to all come down to Hagglefish Market next. Do you think 6 a.m. gets the sweep here, Nito, or does Fruittella have some tricks up their sleeve?
Oh, man. The one trick I'm seeing is wipe the other team and find out. Like, and that's not their only strategy. I understand that. But it's like, it's an attitude I'm seeing for both of these teams that, like, if I notice the Slosher flanking from one team and trying to get the other, if I see, like, the Dualies trying to go for an off-angle attack, it doesn't matter to either of those teams. It's like, all right, it doesn't matter. We still have 4. We're going to rush in, cap zone, and then we'll figure it out from there. All we need to do is keep disrupting you over and over again, finding ways to do it, even if it's not just taking those picks. I like that from both of these teams. It keeps the aggression going from both sides. And Fruittella and 6 a.m. are doing it so well that this is still very close. If anything, the game 2 taught you how close this could be. Hagglefish Market is going to be very similar, I believe, just because that map is going to allow for this to happen. But either way, let's just see what these teams come out with.
Oh, I'm stoked. It looks like same things coming out here. Now, these comps, I think, tend to favor the decav a little bit, just because I really like how well the decav can control the streets on either side of zone. Nito, do you think that's going to make the difference here? Are we going to see the bloodbath that we just saw in Urchin again?
Already you are, because 2 people went down. So there's your answer, by the way. I mean, I don't even have to answer it for you. But the good news about the decav is that you're right. That decav now has more power to them, more just intimidation to them. I mean, you pair that up with the crab. That decav is already pretty good at 1v1, so you pair it up with the crab. It's an excellent thing to bring out if you're 6 a.m. But so far, it's not working out too well for them. I mean, you still have this Slosher that you need to look out for. It'd be amazing if 6 a.m. gets out of this alive. You do not. What an excellent swap from the Spec Can, because I almost thought 6 a.m. went out of that alive. And that Slosher's still going until they're shut down by the pencil. But my goodness, there's the bloodbath we were looking for. There's the crab coming out from Fruittella. There's a good positioning from the crab here. I wonder who else we might be able to see from Fruittella that's on that zone. But unfortunately, it's not enough to be able to get that ping. You still have a lot of people on that zone. But 6 a.m. has done enough damage. They're going to keep moving forward.
I think what's so fun about these 2 squads is they're just like, it's almost like it's not even a SendouQ finals. It's just like, hey, let's both just get out into the mud and punch each other for a little bit. As Punchy is going to go down, 2 go down from Fruittella, giving control to 6 a.m. No penalty points for them, so if they can sustain a little bit, try and hold off these strikes as the Fruittella members continue to fall, it's looking real good for them. Another pick up front. The bucket will go down too, as that's a wipe, and look how quickly they're setting themselves up here. Now with only 30 points to go, you're just going to need 1 fight win to try and swing this back. Can they find it against Punchy here? No, instead 6 a.m. will go down. THH moving back to provide jumps. This is going to be a crucial sequence here to try and hold the zone, but it does flip back, giving Fruittella another chance.
That was an interesting trade there, because not only did you get the pick, but you also stopped that booyah. But what good does it matter if you have Shy Guy once again getting picks for Fruittella? Fruitella's doing so well with pushing themselves up, but 6 a.m. once again doing really well with the retakes here. So much so that no matter what Fruittella does, it almost seems like 6 a.m. is always going to have the answer. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And right now, it's still a matter of when. 6 a.m. though, still holding things, still finding it a little difficult to come back in. Funny enough, Fruittella holding things down so well here.
Yeah, that crowd was really doing work as now we see A kind of pushing forwards. Oh my gosh, the bucket is going to turn around and get them, which is huge. I thought the bucket was about to be pinched, but instead it's 6 a.m.'s cap once again. Just the pencils, Crownie is going to be kind of scampering backwards here. Now you've got a lot of penalty to work through, so Fruittella's still got plenty of time to kind of matriculate a push here, but the stress is going to start to mount here. Shy Guy, oh my gosh, is going to try and move around these strikes, is going to end up getting picked, and that is a huge stagger right when Fruittella does not want it to happen. The crab is going to get picked as well, and while the buttons go down, Choco Minto gets another trade. It's looking real good for 6 a.m.
Oh my goodness, it is just send it down the steps, send it down the ramps. We'll see what happens afterwards. It's this team, these two teams are the perfect example of it's easy to ask for forgiveness and to ask for permission. They're not asking each other for permission. They're just going to go down there, and then if they get picked off in a 2v1, well, sorry, I'll do it again, but sorry. And we're going to see a little bit more of that. A trying to go for an off-angle attack there. Does actually kind of work out well until you meet the decap, but again, both of these teams are trading off so many picks, and maybe it doesn't matter how much you get picked off here, as we see a double coming out from Fruittella. 6 a.m. still holding on to the zone here. They've been scary good with these retakes, but Fruittella has been able to do a pretty good job with there in that area as well. Shy Guy and the two Sloshers already going down in the duel of the fates there. Shout out to Star Wars as we see both of them. One of them actually jump out there. 6 a.m. being held back once again. But remember, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when 6 a.m. decides to retake. And right now, it's going to be extra difficult for them to find a spot to retake.
Oh yeah, I mean, look how far up Fruittella is. They're trying to force it to be 2 fights instead of just 1 here, as they're now through their penalty. The crab is coming out. The crab's got to find something here. Instead, just pushes Shy Guy off. The strikes are coming out too, but the Blaster A is going to get a nice straight up front. The zone is going to get flipped back by 6 a.m. with 2 points to go until Fruittella had that lead coming back. 1 will go down. Choco Minto now scrambling, but with only 30 seconds left, Nito, this is looking a lot like how every other game in this set has turned out. Down to the wire and really bloody.
That was scary for Fruittella. If the 6 a.m. had that decap up there for any longer, that would have been a scary pick to have from that decap. But 6 a.m. finding these picks, there's 3 players down. That's what I was looking for. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And right now is the moment for 6 a.m. Can they hold on to the zone? It's just a pencil, actually. Yes, they do. Are you kidding me? It's just a pencil. Don't even need to color inside the lines because everything else is colored for you. They win round 3.
Oh my goodness. Now that especially was one of those sets where you see the 3-0 and it just does not tell the whole story of how that set went down. Both of these teams were just throwing powerful pushes at each other. None of those 3 games were easy for 6 a.m. to win. But ultimately, they were the one getting the clutch pushes when it mattered, and they're going to come out of here with a 2-1 record.
Oh my goodness. Quick story time. Back in 5th grade, we had field day, and we were supposed to do this little fun activity outside called a sponge toss, because we just like wet the sponge, just throw it across the other side, see if the other guy caught it. The day before it rained, and so there was a huge mud pit in the playground. We gave up on sponge tossing, and we just decided to go, because all of us knew what WWE was at the time, so we just did some pro wrestling on the mud pit. This is what this entire match felt like. It doesn't matter what the actual objective is. We're going to send it forward. The splats, the zone we can worry about later. Everyone go forward, hold forward. We'll see what happens. If they flank, don't care. Keep holding forward.
I like that, because that is really kind of spot on to what we saw there. And it was such a fun set to watch. Hopefully that was entertaining for all, because, I mean, that was just a blast just seeing these teams, just not afraid to fight. It was really fun to engage with as a viewer for sure. But we're wiping that one away because, oh my gosh, we have an amazing set coming up for round number 4. Shy Guy fans and Vacca. Now, these 2 teams, folks, are not only both 3-0 in Group B, neither of them has lost yet today. So something has got to give. One of these teams has got to go home the victor, and one will unfortunately have to lose. I mean, Nito, I could not be more stoked. This set is exactly the reason why it seems we do this whole thing in the first place.
Hey, Yellow Shy Guy, this is the match to watch because you've got your entire fan base ready to play. Now, Shy Guy fans, I mean, it's a little secret between you and me. It's FC win. But Vacca. That is another team that you do want to watch out for. I mean, that's another team you do want to watch out for just because they do have a lot of credentials. Most recently, second place in Squid Junction 100 and Golden Tropical Tuesday. So already heavy hitters on the side of Vacca. Of course, Shy Guy fans, they were third on that leaderboard. They did have a 1575 SP, but Vacca wasn't too far behind, only by just under 30 points. So lots to look out for both of these teams. And another fun fact I like to point out is that you will be seeing both of these teams at Riptide. So that's just throwing it out there. But either way, I mean, again, I can talk all day about it, but the point's the same. This is two heavy hitters here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get your autographs, come on down to Sandusky, Ohio, to get your Vacca and Shy Guy fans autographs. But what you're going to see here today is going to be real dang cool, too, because these teams are in their comfort zones. They're at home. They're not, dealing with a loud venue or something like that, jet lagged, whatever the case may be. They're at the prime of their careers here. And Nito, you said, what is this? I think you and I are both reacting to the same thing. Are we wondering what the heck is up with that Game 3?
Bring back the Moria Towers. I don't know what's Bluefin Depot. Now, I have my own personal opinions on Bluefin Depot, and I won't allow them to sleep into this because I already did enough with the Micro Parsons situation. But Bluefin Depot is an interesting choice. Now, I do want to see if I got the information on which team was favoring that Bluefin Depot, but I don't know. Bluefin Depot is an interesting pick. I don't see it too often in comp, and it only seems to be like these top level matches, top level events where you do see it. And I don't know. I want to see. It appears to be Shy Guy fans' pick, I believe, that Bluefin pick. But obviously, anytime you pick a map, it's going to be something you look out for. In fact, I'm gonna have to look out for it. I don't know. Whoever it is, I'm blaming you for it. If it's one of your teams, and if I'm right or wrong, I'm still gonna blame you for it. So, either way, Bluefin Depot, interesting map, but it's gonna start on Crab Lake anyway.
Yeah, whoever picked that, you've committed a grievous sin, and for this you will be punished. But we could maybe swap that to Game 4, or maybe let's make that one Game 6. That way we don't have to see it. All joking aside, though, Crab Lake Capital, I'm curious your thoughts on who this one favors, because we kind of know, right, that Kyo's going to be coming with a strong bucket. We kind of know what Noah and Goss play. The importance, though, of winning Game 1 cannot be understated. So to that end, Crab Leg, I mean, who you got?
Crab Leg? I mean, it's not even just the bucket from Kyo, which, I mean, death taxes Kyo bucket, sure. But Wraith is sneaky because, obviously I've seen more Pencil from Wraith. I've seen Blaster from Wraith too. I believe in their last event that they played, I did see some. I don't remember what the name of the new bucket is. It's the one that looks like it's all rusty and whatnot. But I think I want to say that I think the comp alone favors Shy Guy fans here in Crab Leg, just because of how Crab Leg is made, how Crab Leg is geometrized, which isn't a real word, but one I came up with just now. So I want to say Shy Guy fans is one I would look out for just on the weapon comps alone. But I mean, look at these maps. One of these teams has an E-leader on their side, surely. I mean, even if it's not E-leader, it's going to be a Charger, probably Pencil, but one of you, just pull out the leader. Just do it. I know one of you is hiding it down there.
We dare you, officially. But I think you're absolutely right that whatever team is able to make use of that ledge on Crab Leg better is going to be the one that comes away with it, because we've already seen on Crab Leg today Blasters making use of that ledge to get cheeky picks that they have no business getting unless they're otherwise up on that ledge if they're a shooter. So I think that it's going to come down to who's able to kind of maximize their positioning the most. And that's something that both these teams are going to be great at. So I'm especially excited to see, if you are a burgeoning Blaster player or Slosher player on the scene, this is a great set to watch for some of these maps where you can say, hey, I can do that and a shooter can't. I can do that and a roller might not be able to. I mean, what great television for you right now with this set.
Cinema. Now, that being said, I did look at the roster. I do want to correct myself if I mentioned the roster. Pina Memories is currently marked as out. It's going to be Zenith coming in for Shy Guy fans, which Zenith still another very much belonging in a sub position like this. I mean, no better place for them. I do think they will fit in very well with this. I do want to see how they fit in with this because again, this is one. I don't want to say this is a last minute pick. I don't know when this sub would happen, but I want to say that there is going to be. They're probably working with this in mind. So keeping that in mind, I still think it's going to be Shy Guy fans based on what their weapon comps and what their weapon pools bring to the table here. I want to see what Vacca comes out with because it's not like these teams haven't met one another. I feel like they both know exactly what they're going to bring out, especially when you're looking at Kyo and Rafe on the other side. You kind of just know what's going to come out, but especially Bird as well. But that being said, when you know a weapon that well, you're going to come into this next match and you're going to be like, all right, just because they play that one weapon doesn't mean they aren't really good with it. In fact, they're probably very good with it.
Yeah, I think to that point as well, like we've been talking about Kyo's bucket, Soldier's bucket is great too. You just can't discount any +1/1 trick because to your point, they've had such a familiarity with their craft, as it were, that they just know these angles, they know this positioning so well. So I think that that's an X factor too, especially on this first game on Crab-like, to see which bucket is going to be more effective, which bucket is going to get the picks when it counts, get the double when it would otherwise be a trade that could be the thing that turns the tide of the game. So I'm just super stoked to see how these two powerhouses duke it out. And whichever team wins is going to effectively be a top seed going into Top Gun.
Well, we are about to get our answer real soon. Round 4, despite the long wait, round 4 is just around the corner here. In fact, it's right in front of us here. There's a Dreadringer coming out from Shy Guy fans. That is going to be interesting. That is a weapon I did see Kyo play in their previous stream, so that's not big of a surprise here. Bursty, obviously, Dooley's Rafe went out with the pencil there. No big surprise. Zenith, obviously, with this Splatoon. No major surprises here. I do like the Stamper pick. That is a new Stamper, by the way, from Vacca coming out.
Yeah, I dig that for sure, and I like the leader too. What I like even more though is this chip with the Crab and the Dread, but both of them are down as Vacca takes the early zone here. Zenith just trying to put some paint down up front, being very conservative with the positioning. I love this. Look at this, just bothering the team on the side there before jumping out and repositioning. And that zone has been capped. You see the Crab coming out now, and Kyo's going to be working with that Crab up front. The Hammer, though, picked instead. Special advantage for Vacca. They do drop one with the Stamper, but overall, been a pretty neutral opening so far.
Yeah, you mentioned that pair up with the Crab and Kyo's Dread. They've been longtime teammates. Not too surprised seeing this one come out for them, but what I am surprised to see is Vacca starting to get some more points on the board here. They're going to easily clear these penalty points surely. And they actually got Raiki here doing a lot of heavy lifting for Vacca here. Doing very well with the Stamper. Almost seems like they're able to just go out and about, see what picks they can pick up from this opposing team of Shy Guy fans. They do have that Booyah already expected to come out sometime soon, especially now that they're backing up, possibly getting themselves into position for it. Not quite, but either way, well, Shy Guy fans actually able to sneak by a zone swap pretty quickly there. Kyo trying to go for something with this reslider, but nothing there. And he's still a fairly slow affair compared to what we saw in the last match, but make no mistake, they're still duking it out for this zone. Seeing many zone swaps within the last few seconds.
Yeah, I love the paint output from both sides, too. It's clear that these teams came ready for zones, obviously, with the NZAP pick on one side. It's just able to dump out so much. Another Juice is ready again for a push from Vacca. Now they're almost through their penalty. They do lose the Stamper, however, as the Crab is going to try and look for more on that Zap. Zenith kind of moving forward as well, and it looks as though they've got another pick. They're kind of stabilizing here with the zone. The Reef is going to enable yet another push, right? He is not able to get down, but the Hammer will pick them as Zenith looking for more. Now, let's see how they can work this ledge. Try and get something cheeky here as they're looking for a lead flip.
The most important part is going to be these grates here. How does Shy Guy fans cover those grates? It'd be easy to put up a Crab there, but that's far too easy, especially on a high caliber playing field like this. So we get to see what Vacca is able to come out with here. Bursty, though. Bursty still causing a lot of disruption. 4 players on him right now, and nobody able to take the zone just yet, but as soon as they jump out, they have done some damage, at least keeping Vacca away from that zone, even if it's just for a short period of time here. and they still have specials to boot. That's going to be pretty huge for them. Raiki able to clear out that suction bomb, but are they able to clear out this triple? Absolutely not. Bursty, what do you have with that bucket? Not enough. That's fine. Kyo has this Dread Ringer that's able to take out that zap. No cooler for you, Shy Guy fans. Excellent retake here.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing out of this team defensively, and Kyo continuing to get more picks. That enables Bursty to come up here too. If Bursty can get some stuff, that'll be a lot, but no tactically jumping out there as we see Wraith continuing to lock it down. I mean, can we talk about how like Shy Guy fans is able to maintain so much control because Wraith, it seems like, just is not going down. And on the contrary, the E leader has kind of been getting caught a little bit here and there on these Shy Guy fans pushes.
Right, Shy Guy fan is still able, and funny enough, is still holding onto the zone here. I want to see what to do with Raiki, because Raiki is the only one there, but so is one player from Shy Guy fans that went down. I couldn't quite see who that was. I believe it was Kyo, but they were still isolated there. I like that Vacca still went for it anyway, knowing how well Raiki is able to do, has been doing in his 1v1 so far. So Vacca gets control of the zone yet again. 1 minute to win it here, as I like to say whenever I'm playing competitively, but it's a minute to go for both teams. Bursty. Now Kyo trying to go for some more paint. They do get that paint now. But for how long? Not much. I mean, that paint almost lasted nearly nothing. There's still a few players going down. For Shy Guy fans, Vacca still able to hold on to at least keep it neutral, rather. Soldier making a push. You're trying to get these tri-strikes to work something here. Can they keep it long enough to swamp the lead? Is going to be the next question. The answer is absolutely. The lead has been swamped. Can Shy Guy fans take it back? 4, 3, 2, 1. Not enough time on the clock, or is there? Maybe there is. 20 seconds left. They do swap eventually.
Wow, a miraculous swap there by Shy Guy fans to stay in it. But they've got a long, long way to go with about 40 penalty points here. Kyo does have a Reef Slider at the ready. Can we maximize this is going to be the question here, as the dualies do go down for Shy Guy fans, forcing Kyo to jump back. Now you're going to have to use this to keep the zone, but no! The NZAP is going to get Kyo and Vacca with a Game 1 dub in what promises to be a very tight set. Nito, this one's going to be great.
Oh my goodness. Match of the year candidate. I think we're starting to see from this one, but what is more important to know is that this is the first game that Shy Guy fans has dropped. Vacca is now the only team to have gone undefeated in Group B so far, joining the likes of, well, nobody else, because Voie Lactée has already dropped 1 game, so they're currently the undefeated so far. Now we're heading into the zone. Splatoon's Mega Mark Game 2, see if they can extend that. But I like the word that you used near the end of that match, maximize. I think Vacca was doing so well, maximizing not only the time periods they had in which they capped the zone, but just maximizing the space that they had. It almost seemed like with how much they were able to poke with their weapons, they just needed to like keep working together to find these chip damage picks. In the case of Raiki, all you need to do was just sit under the ledge. If it's not the ledge, it's just like sit out and see what you can chip away with that stamper. I like how much they're able to maximize with what they have.
Oh yeah, and I mean, at this level of play, you have to maximize, otherwise you're not going to win. When you have players on either side that are this talented, that's just the name of the game right there. Now, I'm wondering for Mako Mart, my thought would be that Kyo would be sticking with this Reef Slider Crab combo with Shy Guy fans the whole way. Now, at what point do you maybe go off of that is the question. You're down 1-0. Do you want Kyo to switch to a faster weapon is going to be the question. Nope, sticking with it for now, which I like to see, because I think that chip damage can do some work and no changes on the other side.
And also, Reef Slider is going to be the #1 choice among Splat Zone's fans when it comes to, well, playing Splat Zones. So I can see Kyo keeping with this with this Dread Ringer, but what we're mainly focused on is that the fact that none of these teams have changed their comps, different map. So I want to see how they maximize their own space, how they maximize everything they've got, because their weapons work out just a little, just as well in this match, if not more. And it seems like it's working out exceptionally well for him so far.
Yeah, Vacca with the early picks, which is really nice. Only getting, nothing really worse than a trade, which is great for them. as they're getting set up. And oh my gosh, Kyo will go down to stagger Shy Guy fans even further. Traded out by the bucket here is now Raiki is going to get pinched here. Oh my gosh, how did Raiki live that? And he's now going to Booyah here, is going to get picked there. But oh my gosh, it almost looked like they were going to escape. That timer went down so far from that though. Bertie getting one crab pick is going to get picked from the side here. Shy Guy fans though has numbers now and is gaining the zone for the first time. Nito, if you talk about momentum, Vacca had a great start there.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, setting aside that escape artist trick from Raiki aside, Vacca just kind of go in all guns blazing as they've been doing so well throughout the rest of this. I mean, it took that one pick from Zenith to kind of get things going. It might be the same story here. Now that we're seeing this Booyah come out, no picks yet. But, I mean, you have everybody sitting on right stack. They're waiting for someone to just pop out. It's going to be Kyo, but maybe you don't need him to pop out. That's what I like about Raiki with this, or actually the double stack that they have on that right stack. It was the Stamper and the Slosher. All you needed to do was pick them off one way or another. You're going to get that pick.
Yeah, I think that Vacca is doing a great job of focusing Kyo as the first pick that they go for. We've seen that happen twice now, where that's the first target to go down for Shy Guy fans. We see it again right there. Kyo's the first one to go down. As now Vacca, the bucket's traded back out, but they still have control of the zone here. Noah v Zenith can't get the tap kill on the Wiper here. The Zenith's working around, allowing their team to cap the zone here. Gets a double as they get Raiki here, and now Shy Guy fans is set up to roll.
There we go. That's what I was looking for Zenith. That is going to be the best way for this Splatoon or Wiper to get what they can get out of that weapon. Fortunately, they do go down eventually, so that's going to be a 2v4 situation for Vacca. The team that has been doing so well so far with how well they've been able to keep this zone. They've got 2 players down already, but it's a 2v2 situation. Soulja doing some excellent work with the Slosher. It is a great weapon to have, especially when you can work the angles like that, and nobody's going to know it better than Kyo, but Soulja, so far, able to go toe-to-toe, keep it up to par with that Slosher.
Yeah, I really love what we're seeing here. And now the Stamper is going to be the first pick on the other side. Zenith overextending a bit. It is going to get picked by the Enzap here. Shy Guy fans still with control of the zone. They're about to get juice, though, is Vacca. They've got the juice. They've got the strikes. They're looking to make an attempt here at the counterplay to avoid giving up this lead. The strikes come out. That is the zone flip you're looking for. Now Zenith and Kyo are both working this bottom of your screen here. A jump out, but Zenith and Kyo will both go down, so that'll give numbers back to Vacca and control. Nino, what does Shy Guy fans have to do to try and get a sustained push?
I mean, what I'm noticing here is that you did mention one of them was staggered, and they still keep getting staggered here, especially with how much they... It's almost like, looking at where everyone is from Vacca up against Shy Guy fans. There is not much that Shy Guy fans is going to be able to do at the moment, just because of how much there is working against them trying to not be staggered. Although you do have Kyo going up there, there needs to be some work to follow up with that reslider. So far, it's just Kyo up there. You need to have one player or two up with him, but it's currently a few more players on this one. Enzap, who does get a pick. That is an excellent work. That is excellent work from the Enzap. Vacca is going to love having that, especially when they get follow up with 2 more players. But there's so much working against Shy Guy fans that you need to have follow up with everything that Shy Guy fans is planning, and they just don't have that right now.
Yeah, I really love the skirmish play from Vacca. It seems like they're getting way more survivability than Shy Guy fans in a lot of these fights. Zenith with a really nice hammer pick, though. Now, let's see. Can you stay alive against Soulja here? No. Soulja's going to get that pick before the rest of Shy Guys can come in to assist. And now they're down in numbers with only about 20 ticks left. Soulja using those strikes to counter the Reef Slider, but it's gonna flip the zone anyways, giving Shy Guy fans another chance. It's just the pencil, though, so they're gonna have to make another attempt at this with the clock working against them as well.
Yeah, that zone flip's going to buy you time, but it's not going to buy you much time. Vacca knows what to do with the space they've been given. I've said it multiple times. I'm going to show it again. This is a 3-down situation. Somehow they're going to maximize this. They might even turn this into a 3-down situation. Oh my gosh, it's going to happen. Zenith is the only one up there. They do at least get one pick with this stamp. Might be another. Nobody there. They still have control of the zone, though. That is important. There's 2 players going down. Oh my goodness, Vacca somehow... They do lose a few players, but they gain more than they lose. That is the key here, and that is why they're up 2-0.
Oh, yeah. It's all about... I mean, it's kind of similar to in chess, right? Like, you have to play the end game differently than you play the rest of the game. And as long as you can squeak those numbers down or squeak that control one way or the other, it doesn't matter if you go down because the time's about to run out. So you kind of have to sequence things a little bit differently, and I love how Vacca did that in the end game there just to make sure that they wouldn't give up the zone. Because you can trade your life at that point, and now they have a commanding 2-0 lead in this set. Nito, this has been a relatively even set, but I think we're seeing Vacca start to pull away.
That is scary. And especially now that, like, I've been looking at Shy Guy fans and thinking, oh, this is FT win. This is a solid, historic team. Kyo and Bert know each other better than ever. Even regardless of who else you put in this team, it's going to work out really well. But Vacca, I mean, not enough can be said to where, like, it's not even a story of patience. It's not even like I could talk about how patient they are, which, I mean, they are. But what's mainly working out well for them so far is that they know that, like, they're going to get a pick. They might just get a pick from this. And that's why they're not panicking. They're staying cool, calm, and collected. They're staying... Oh gosh, I have to use the word patient. Anyway, it seems like they're holding their ground so well that even if you just sat all of them in mid and told them to stay there, they might still win the game and might make it seem like they're much farther up, even if they aren't. I think that's what's working out so well for Vacca. Shy Guy fans, they do know how to get themselves back in, but unfortunately, they don't have what it takes to follow up when they do get back in. I think that's what's costing them here.
Yeah, I would agree. And part of me is wondering if Kyo's going to switch to that bucket, switch off of the Dread, just to give them a little better pace to try and, you know, get resynced a little bit here on Bluefin, especially because since that zone's, you know, bipping and bopping and moving around, I don't know if you want Reef Slider on that. You want something that's a little faster, that can adjust a little more to that crazy game state that Bluefin seems to always have you in. You're changing from left to right, you're changing your positioning, your angles, and especially down 0-2, you got to be thinking maybe we change something up. I think that these teams are wise enough where they may consider that switch. Your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, looking at the... Again, I don't really play Bluefin at all in competitive, so I want to see... I'm still learning more about the positioning in that map because it's such an interesting map to have, especially when the zone moves. Not something I'm used to, but noticing what Shy Guy fans are trying to do with their weapon comps and what they're trying to do, especially with how, like, Zenith is trying to position themselves, I want to say that you're going to have some more success whenever that zone's on your side of the map, on the right side of your own map, just because you may be able to work with Zenith more, maybe able to work with that Re-Slider more. You can follow with that Re-Slider now that you have more paint on the ground. Yet Zenith try to sneak by a few clicks with the Wiper. I want to see some of that. I think obviously this is going to be the decider for both of these teams, but we're going to see how both of these can come out.
All right, sticking with the Dread Ringer, it seems, as both teams are adamant in their comp selections, and I don't hate that either, because it seems like there's a lot of really good ship moments still going on. It just hasn't been enough as of yet. Now, with these comps, with this zone moving, Nito, do you think that favors either side?
Again, I don't know. I think the zone moving is just one of the very odd choice to have, but that, again, this is not the opinion show. For that, go watch the podcast. This is SendouQ Finals. I'm going to go ahead and say that might favor Vacca more just because of how well they were able to maximize it. It's not that it benefits them, but it's just like it works out so well for them that maybe it doesn't really matter whether or not it moves. So I want to say that it's going to benefit Vacca just because Shy Guy fans has already been having somewhat of a difficult time trying to get themselves in it, especially following up. So now when you don't have that same space to follow up as you did like 5 seconds ago, that's where your problems may be. I think that's why Vacca might like this more, and they're certainly liking it now.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is starting out, this is even better than the last game was, where it just seems like every fight is going Vacca's way until this strike and hammer combo with Zenith to get them back in. This is going to be a big fight here as they're able to pick the zap. No more cooler for a while, so they've got some time to set up into a lockout position, but the dualies are going to go off your screen as now Kyo has that Reef Slider ready, trying to wait until they drop, wait until they commit. Soljet is going to kind of work back and forth. Raiki trying to use this Booyah Bomb to get their team in, but the E-Leader goes down behind. Oh my goodness, did Shy Guy fans get in behind them as now Raiki is kind of cut off from everybody. The last one up, and Shy Guy fans, oh my gosh, looking like a different team after that scary, scary opening from Vacca.
Oh yeah, no kidding. This is much different, and the reason for this is that Shy Guy fans, I don't know, maybe it does have something to do with the geometry of the map, but now Shy Guy fans is doing a better job holding things down. I mean, so far so good for them. They've been able to get back the lead off of one push alone, Do they notice this Stamper trying to come up from the side, though? Yes, they do. They've been able to shut it down fairly well here. This could be a KO here. I think it is. It's going to be. Yes, it is. That is excellent work there from Shy Guy fans, able to close things out and avoiding the complete sweep here.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I think they're back in this set for sure, and I'm more than willing to eat a big old plate of crow here about Kyo switching to that other blaster. I think sticking with the Dread was the right choice, right? Because you've got great entry from the Reef Slider, and there's also a moment down the stretch there where you saw Soldier trying to move with their team to try and do a final retake, and Kyo's Dread just said, nah, I have more range than you. You're not even going to be able to get close to me because I'm the range of your bucket. And I think that moment was where it's like, okay, this is why you're sticking with this, because you're all about zoning this other team out, trying to find the sustainability. It's just the sustainability until the latter half of this game. They've had a hard time finding that. If they can find that, Nito, they could reverse sweep for sure.
Absolutely. And now that you have Hagglefish Market looking right down your path, I think it's going to be easier for Shy Guy fans. I like the geometry of this map for Shy Guy fans. I think if you want follow-up, you're going to want to keep the same. If you're going to want to keep the same comp, you just need to have like people right behind it, or even to the side of it. Hagglefish is an excellent map for that. I see more off-angle flanks than I see anything else, because you're certainly not going to want to go down the middle. Believe me, I'm a frontline. You don't want to go down the middle. This map sucks for it. So now we bring in Hagglefish zones. We have something to follow up with that reslider. If we could just have Zenith come out to the side, maybe take a pick off the Kyo, maybe follow up with those strikes. That being said, the reslider is still likely going to come out. I mean, it's zones. If there were any, I would say if there was any map where I would like to see that slosher come out, it might be this one, but I mean, why not? I mean, it's already working out well for you. You got one win. Just do it. Just keep it up.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I don't think they've been playing poorly this set. They just have not been able to get those pushes that they've been looking for. As Kyo does stick with the Dread Ringer, we've got the combo with the dualies again here. And on the other side, I mean, things just aren't changing. These teams are happy with what they've got, and we're going to see how Game 4 goes. Still match point for Vacca. Do you think they take it here, or are we headed towards a Game 5?
I mean, asking me just based off of a thought alone, I want to see a Game 5. But I don't know. It's too early to tell. I want to say Shy Guy fans should be able to take this one. And, well, really, both of these teams are, which is why I'm trying to avoid a prediction here. I don't want to commentators curse anybody. I love the way this set's going. But as it looks right now, just based on that triple alone, Vacca looking as excellent as ever here. Bursty already trying to go for that side flank. See, that's what I was looking. That's what I wanted to look out for. See which team would do it first. The good news is that you said Cena's to follow up with that stamp throw. Even that stamp throw is going to be enough to force somebody to back up here. Raiki has a lot of pressure on him. That's good. You want to see that pressure if you're Shy Guy fans. Raiki has been doing a lot of damage for that stamper, but Zenith also goes down.
Yeah, they're doing a far better job here at isolating the members of Vacca, pushing them out into these streets so that they can, you know, at worst go for a trade, but at best go for like a really mismatched 1v1. The dualies do go down up front, which is going to give Vacca somewhat of an opening here, as we see two members dump down on this right-hand side. Is going to get a pick. Raiki looking to booyah themselves in because that timer is still ticking. They almost got a zone flip, but didn't quite. They're going to still need to keep fighting for it, and they lose numbers here, Nito. Oh my gosh, that was their chance to flip the zone. They missed it, and now Shy Guy fans is set up for a knockout.
Oh, this is scary if you're Vacca. Look at where you were two games ago and look at where you are now. That is scary. I mean, look at how much they've been able to coordinate these specials. I mean, it looks like anytime the stamp or the strikes come out for Shy Guy fans, there is a pick bound to happen, and it's going to come at the cost of Vacca. It's almost never going to be a trade when it comes to Shy Guy fans, but Vacca does retake the zone eventually. I've gotta say, they're being shut down far more in this match alone than in the rest of the set. I think Shy Guy fans has finally found their footing here. We're just going to take this and run with it, says Shy Guy fans, as they try to hold zone here.
For sure, for sure. The dualies are going to go down, trying to give another a bit of an opening, but they were juiced up as Zenith's trying to use that hammer to stall out the front line just a little bit. still kind of haunting underneath this ledge, looking for something. Oh my gosh, gets a nice trade up there with the end zap, which is going to be ever important as we kind of stretch towards the halfway point of the game here. Noah trying to find something as well, trying to neutralize the crab, will miss. That zone will stay in the hand of Shy Guy fans temporarily. The Booyah won't be able to flip, but the Dualies will go down up front. Trying to flip the zone is Raiki, looking for a cheeky pick on Wraith. Oh my gosh, the Reef Slider from Kyo is going to get a trade up front, and Nito, this one is looking just, I truly have no clue. One good push out of Vacca, which we could see here soon, and they're right back in it.
Oh, yeah, there's no clue where this game's going to go in the next 2 minutes, but the truth is that looked ugly for Shy Guy fans, a team that has been holding things down so well there. Now the Shy Guy fans is kind of where the Vacca was even a minute ago. That is impressive to see from a team that was struggling to just have something cohesive and show up for them. And now they have that cohesive thing working out for them. What do they do with this Booyah is going to be the next question. Maybe not much. They do go down, but both of these teams are going to lose a player. Actually, it's going to be Vacca that loses 2 players. Both of these teams going down. That 2v2 situation, but how long? Not for long, as Vacca currently having to play zone defense there, at least their own defense there, rather, as they're trying to just hold down their own space there. Something they were doing so well in these previous sets, but Shy Guy fans bringing the fight to them, and it seems like every single angle.
Yeah, every single angle for sure. They're just having a tough time controlling the streets. And look at this movement too. Because their eyes are drawn to the streets, the Dualies are able to just kind of pump in the mid. So you just go wherever they're not looking, right? And that's what Shy Guy fans is doing so well right now as they try and fight over this zone. The Wreath is ready. The strikes are out. The Dualies will go down, traded out the bucket on the other side. Kyo used the Wreath to get in, and now collapsing upon Noah. Noah's down, another pick. A nice little fall-off maneuver there from Kyo to get the pick there. Less than a minute left, Nito. Do you think they can hold on for the knockout after forcing a jump out?
Do I want to answer that question? Well, you know what? Let's let Shy Guy fans answer that for me, because there's only a few more ticks left on the clock, and we are going to a game 5. There's your answer, SofaKing. It is 2-2 now. Shy Guy fans holding it down for Shy Guy fans holding it down for game 4. A complete script flip from what we saw in the first 2 sets. Game 3 looked like we started to see that cohesion coming along. Game 4 says, all right, we have fully locked in. We're not letting you sweep us on us. Game 5 is this is going to be the most important game 5 yet.
Oh, baby. I'm just glad that we got one on stream. I was going to be a little sad if we didn't get to a game 5. But Nito, this one, we are going to be going back to Marlin Airport, which we saw Voie Lactée dominate at earlier today. Are we going to see a similar one-sided performance? Or is this one going to be as close, as tight as the rest of this set has been?
No, it has to be. It has to be close. I mean, both Shy Guy fans have shown up to this last 2 games and said, all right, this is what we're going to be. This is the energy we're going to be coming with in all these games. By the way, no swaps. I'm not going to mention the word slosher ever again. Kyo, just do whatever you want. It seems like this Dread Wing is working perfectly. But anyway, it's going to be close. I feel like it has to be close. I mean, both of these teams finally have each other's number. Game 5. Show me what you got.
Yeah, I'm for sure excited. I mean, it came from Vacca in Game 3 match point, pushing all the way to 28, on the verge of a 3-0 sweep, and now we've come all the way back to a Game 5. I love Noah's positioning here, setting up on that fan, just giving, look at that, giving Soul just so much room to work with on that right-hand side. The Stamper will go down off screen, but traded out is Kyo on the other side, as Bursty's looking to make some magic happen with that crab. Can't quite find the end zap here until, oh, I thought that was going to be a death for the end zap, but no. The end zap instead is going to flip that back on Bursty. A nice jump out there, and we're seeing a more even-keeled opening here than we saw either of the previous 2.
Oh, and I almost thought that Stamper would slip away with that unarmed, but Shy Guy fans almost kind of responded with the same energy now that Vacca had earlier. I didn't see this much kind of skirmishy action coming out from Kyo, but I like what I'm seeing there. I like what I saw with that stamp throw from Zenith. If anyone's going to have a calculated stamp throw, it's going to be Zenith, mainly because they're the only stamper on the only ultra stamp on that team, but also because of how well they do with that stamp. But that being said, Shy Guy fans, keeping this close. It looks like neither team has the zone just yet, but both of these teams going toe-to-toe with this one, blow for blow. It seems like we don't have a clear winner yet.
Oh, that's a really nice trade up front there, just to kind of take the other team's attention away from the zone. But with Shy Guy Fans 2 down, it looks as though now maybe Vacca's chance to move in with these strikes. Soldier trying to help their teammate up front. That's going to be a trade too, which is going to kind of stall out whatever Vacca is trying to do. Zenith moving around that right-hand side, and oh my gosh, I just love the pressure that Shy Guy Fans is putting out. This is not what they were doing earlier in the set.
No, not at all. And honestly, I like that. Look at Bursty. Look where Bursty was earlier. That is a perfect example of how Shy Guy Fans is starting to throw caution to the wind just a little bit more. But it's not like they're doing it just trying to see what happens. They do have everything calculated, so they know exactly what they're doing when they try to send themselves into harm's way. In fact, we see Kyo here able to get a pick off that deck. Might be two with the help of Zenith there on the zone. That is what I'm looking for. That is the follow-up I've been looking for at a few games ago, and I'm glad we're having it now, and especially in Game 5.
Yeah, and look at this Bursty Crab. Holy smokes, that's getting way up there, forcing that timer to go way, way down without any hope of trying to counter that. Zenith does go down up front here. Kyo's got the Reef Slider ready to use potentially in the team's base or to counter these strikes. Who even knows? Why even bother with that when you can just paint right over it? As the bucket will go down, still fully orange in mid here, as it looks like these specials coming out from Vacca and Nito, there's not a lot of teammate movement happening with them. It almost feels like they're getting a bit wasted.
A bit of a delayed jump out there from Kyo, but regardless, that is going to be... Hey, that is going to be a pretty dangerous spot for Raiki. Now Raiki's going to do what they've been doing this whole match, and that's actually kind of interesting, knowing that this is the first time I've seen that happen. It could have happened earlier, but this is the first time I've seen it happen on my screen here. So excellent stuff here we're seeing from Vacca, but it's not enough just yet. Shy Guy Fans can't control the zone yet again, try to get rid of those penalty points. And it's still worth noting that even when Vacca gets control of the zone, it is not solid control for anything longer than 3 seconds. Shy Guy Fans has their number. Vacca not struggling as much as they may have been in the last few sets, but it's certainly not easy.
Zenith's hammer is going to get picked up front, which is going to let Vacca have very slight numbers here. Now you've got your juice up, you've got the dualies as well. The Reef Slider is going to go in, so you've got kind of free access to the zone here. Jump out though, oh my gosh, Kyo on that Dread is going to get a pick over the lip of the stage there. Is going to have an eye on this jump in as well. Soldier though is going to scamper away and get a nice bomb trade. However, Shy Guy Fans is so close to taking this Game 5 here. Noah's along the side here, trying to find what paint they can in these final seconds, but the Stamper will go down. Numbers for Shy Guy Fans. This is their final attempt to put some blue on the board here. Soldier's going to get a pick on Zenith here. 3, 2, 1. It's not enough. And Shy Guy Fans with a terrific reverse sweep to stay alive and to stay as the top seed in Group B.
Oh no, it looked like at the end there that I never want to say that it's over at any point in the match, but when it was the E-leader and I believe that was the Slosher fighting for their lives near zone, I mean, it seems like we had just any player from Shy Guy Fans on either side of them, and I thought, oh, this may be it. This could be the one. I mean, my goodness, Shy Guy Fans giving it all they got in this last match, taking all the off angles, taking all the angles, really. Let's just see where this little compass will take us, or whatever that semicircle tool is. Again, I don't know. Chat, just go ahead and correct me if you know that. But that was excellent clinical work there from Shy Guy Fans to get them to win.
Yeah, I really liked kind of seeing them turn it around. And hey, like we were saying earlier, we'll certainly eat some crow on Kyo sticking with that Dread rather than switching to Slosher. That's a good lesson, right, in knowing your game plan and not getting rattled by things not quite going your way. And I mean, to be honest, things were not going Shy Guy Fans' way throughout most of Game 3. And then they were able to turn around, lock in. They kind of figured out, hey, this is how we got to counter this team. This is the pacing we have to go at. These are the angles we have to hit to kind of, like we've been saying, maximize our influence. And they kind of remembered who they were and were able to turn it around. And now they are sitting pretty with a 4-0 record, only matched by Voie Lactée in Group A.
And that's going to be Vacca going down to a 3-1 record. They are currently tied with Hypernova now. They do have the tiebreaker at this time. They're going to be playing against Moonlight in that next match. Hypernova, funny enough, going against Shy Guy Fans. So not only are they going to be trying to sneak back into the top 2 spots. But right now, they're going to try to play Spoiler against Shy Guy Fan. So that's going to be an interesting set on the side of Group B. Speaking of which, we're going to be sticking to Group B. We have Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Zipcat heading your way next.
Yeah, both of these teams are terrific. Now, they have not had much fortune today, but that's not to say that these aren't obviously great teams and that they don't belong here. Healthy Diet Food Groups was in a 5-game set against Moonlight, couldn't quite pull it off. These are teams that are still known and loved here. But unfortunately, neither of them has a win today, so we are going to be seeing who's going to walk away with a win and who's unfortunately going to be going home 0-5.
Right, and that is a match in and of itself, because it is obviously, you do want to give credit to all the teams that are showing up here. Being top 12 in the SendouQ leaderboard is no easy task, but when you're looking at 2 teams going 0-4, you do want to, it is a matter of, okay, let's at least see what else we can take from this tournament. We've gotten this far. We're at the end of the group stage. We're pretty sure this is going to be our last match, pending some craziness that will happen because it is Splatoon. Oh well. But other than that, this is likely your last match. We're just going to see what else we can take from this. We're going to see what we can bring to round 5.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, where these 2 teams' mental is at. Obviously, these are still top players, but you wonder, are they in send it mode, or are they in, hey, let's go out in a good note mode? And I would think that both of these teams are the latter, just from what I know about them. But Healthy Diet Food Groups, one of the fan favorites here. They've got a pretty big roster, but I'm in particular looking at one of my favorite shooter players, Ziff. Is going to be my person to watch throughout this set. Any eyes that you have on anybody on these rosters here, Nito?
If I were to look immediately, I'd say Zipcat. This is a relatively new team, much newer than the Healthy Diet Food Group, so a lot of fun to start this game.
Oh yeah, and I love that we're going slightly off meta too with Healthy Diet Food Groups. Pretty cool comp there with the Carbon Junior Bamboo. It's going to be interesting to watch in zones as well. And it's working out well for them so far as they're getting the early lead, the early advantage. Now it's up to Zipcat to try and break back in.
I always like the comps Healthy Diet Food Groups bring out. I mean, just look at what they got. And it's working out pretty well for them. Jelly Roll, who I thought was a singer, is now a Splatoon player as well, gets a pick with that junior. So great job from them. I do like the big bubble that this junior has, and honestly, it's still one of my favorite support picks. I'm glad to see it getting some use here, as Healthy Diet Fruit Groups are locking out very exceptionally well here. Going to back up for the Zuka. The 3 players on the right side of their screen, that could be easy pickings there, but they do have to back up just a little bit more, avoid some extra pressure. Healthy Diet Food Groups, though, still holding on, especially getting that decap pick. That is excellent.
Oh, I love that from Walnut. I mean, that kind of secured the game right there because it forced everybody to stop. It painted that whole bubble orange. And oh my gosh, 1 point meme. Is Zipcat about to come through and grab this other zone and try and make this a game? We see every member there kind of collapse in mid versus the orange on the other side. They do get the flip. Helped by Sub's Crab there, and slapping a massive 75-point penalty on Healthy Diet Food Groups. Nito, we got a game.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we definitely have a game, and it's not any question. I kind of saw that. What I did see is that Carbon coming out to the side, challenging the Zipcat side zone. I almost wanted to see if that just taking eyes off the zone would have enabled Zipcat to close out this set, but would have enabled Healthy Diet Food Groups to close out this set, but Zipcat able to hold themselves out strong there. Now that they have the lead, they have a triple down. They have a 3-down situation as well, actually, for Healthy Diet Food Group. Zipcat holding on to this so far. So good here. This could be another lockout, but I see players all over the map for both teams. It is truly one of the matches ever so far, but it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, what the heck? I mean, this one is making you dizzy a little bit with Pineapple kind of working around in the opposing backfield there. That Booyah is going to give numbers to Healthy Diet Food Groups, who is kind of swarming in here. Nam kind of caught along the side there, isolated. Jelly Roll with the bubble is going to get picked, unfortunately. That massive penalty is still going to be grinding down. It's on Zipcat, though, to try and continue to score points here, trying to force Rice Ball back. Now, Nito, do you think they're going to do it, or do you think this is just a matter of time before that final point ticks down for Healthy Diet?
I mean, I don't know. Zipcat was able to do pretty well on that retake, just making sure they didn't divide their attention enough. And that's what Healthy Diet Food Groups is trying to do. Obviously, it has to be with how they've positioned their players. So I'm assuming that Zipcat will take it back, and they do. Zipcat is doing fairly well here, trying to maintain eyes on the objective, despite what Healthy Diet Food Groups is able to bring out and has been bringing out more often than not. So Zipcat, it's only going to be a matter of how well they can hold down the zone and the area in front of it when they have control. When you go 2 players down like that, maybe not too well.
Yeah, and I like this bubble coming out here is probably going to be popped along this right-hand side. Unfortunately, going down immediately, but Riceball getting a nice double up front is going to hopefully let HDFG kind of retake that other zone here. Not going for it at the time, instead trying to go for these jumps. Riceball getting picked in the backfield, though. It does not hurt them, though, because they are able to slap more of the penalty on Zipcat. Oh!
Okay, all right. See, that's what I'm talking about. There's just some sneakiness going on everywhere. I could look away from the screen and I'm going to see the carbon from HDFG all the way in a different time zone, so who really knows? But Zipcat is the team to watch out for right now because they've got 2 players down on Healthy Diet Food Groups. Nothing that they have right now is going to be able to take this retake. Can Super Chumps be the answer? Quite possibly. That pick is certainly going to help as well. I want to see what the Stamper does, rather, and see what they can do to try to get some attention away from that zone and try to even get a pick.
Zipcat here going to be moving forward for a nice trade. You like to see that. Getting another pick in the bubble, which turns out to be a trade. The Zuka, though, getting a pick against them instead, and with only 5 ticks left, Eli is going to have to scamper back. Nam getting picked as soon as they jump, and that's going to be HDFG maintaining the lead there with only 15 seconds to go. Now, they just have to hold this zone. They don't have to worry about this penalty timer, as they are able to force members of Zipcat back into the spawn. One does get by. Sub is another jump in is coming. Pineapple is instead going for the jump instead of the crab. It's not enough. HDFG will start this one out 1-0.
Oh, no. And that's what I like about Healthy Diet Food Groups, is that whatever you saw in that, especially the previous set, I talk about taking all the off angles. That carbon roller just isn't afraid to take that off angle if you give it to them. And they'll find off angles, even if you're not already giving it to them, if you're trying to shut everything down around them. So I like that for Healthy Diet Food Groups. I like it. It's always quirky kind of watching them play, but that's just how they operate. And most teams that they go up with aren't prepared for that, which is why you're seeing them at this higher level. So it's glad to see, it's nice to see that it's still working out for them, especially right now. They've got 1 game off the board. They're going to look for this next one. Look to take this next one, which is going to be on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, I would agree with you. When it comes to what they are trying to do, nobody does it better than HDFG. They are able to kind of catch you by surprise with that comp here as we move into game number 2. But I want to give props to Zipcat, too. Now, we may forget because that ended up being such a drawn-out game, but HDFG started that out with a 99-point push, and then Zipcat fought that all the way back to 5 and almost ended up taking that game. So huge props to them for staying competitive despite how that opening went, and I'm excited to see these teams move on to Barnacle.
Right. That is a great statement. That is a good statement to make. I mean, there is a point where a 99-point KO looks so solid to where, I mean, I don't know. You just kind of think like when that carbon roller was starting to take eyes off Zipcat's players, I kind of thought, okay, surely that's enough to where we can probably get those 2 players that the carbon roller is gaining attention from. Maybe not. Zipcat able to hold things down there, and that's what I like. They focus on the objective, make sure they're not worrying too much about one player that might be off to the side. They are laser focused. I mean, this is Splatoon, so you're always going to want to see more of that. So we're probably going to see more of that later on. I want to see how it manifests here in Barnacle. Not.
I'm actually curious to see. So what does, I mean, focus is going to look different on each map based on where you need to look. And you could always just say, okay, you look at the zone. But that's not always the case. Like for Barnacle, I think you're looking to control these streets. You're looking to make sure nobody is kind of like swinging around the street while you're so focused on plat. So I'm curious to see if these teams can adjust and if Zipcat can kind of take that focus and bring it into game 2. I have no doubt that they will.
And by the way, that is a new roller coming out from Healthy Diet Fruit Groups. That is the one with Fizzy Bomb and Super Chum. That is an interesting pick there. No Carbon Roller for them, obviously. So I like the Fizzy Bomb pick, though. That allows them... I like Fizzy Bomb just because of how much range that comes with it. You did notice that Zipcat was holding them back at their own spawn fairly well there. They didn't have much with that burst bomb. They're going to have a lot more if they get to that scenario. If not, well, then you still have burst bomb. So I like that pick for them. Seems to be working out not so well for them. They did get picked off by that S-Blast, but still control the zone for them, funny enough. And that's a wipeout, actually.
Yeah, look at that. The Crab was able to kind of facilitate another teammate moving forwards and resulting in that double. And now you've got the Booyah ready. Everybody's juiced up for Zipcat. It's looking like they're going to get a lead flip, which is relatively easy this early in the game here. But I'm wondering where that Booyah is going to go. They're probably dissecting it, chatting about it with themselves. You've got the Crab coming out, forced to move back because of the chumps. This next pick is going to be so crucial to who's going to maintain control of this game. You see another set of chumps coming out from HDFG. He's still not able to get the zone, though, as Rice Ball has a Booyah of their own, trying to work around the ledge. It looks like they were able to get Plat without too much resistance there, but they still don't have the zone, Nito.
They do not. That is interesting. Zipcat, again, really focused on this zone, but it seems like their focus is also on not any particular part of the map, but just looking for where the Stamper with this Carbon, or not Carbon, but the Roller might be. Obviously also Carbon, but where they are, because those are going to be what causes the most trouble for them. They noticed that in the last match, and they're noticing in this match as well. It seems to be counting down fairly well for them. Everything going smoothly so far. Will it stay smooth long enough? Yes, it will.
It most definitely will. Zipcat is able to tie up this set 1-1. Now, we've said before that all these teams are top level. They know it. These are great players, great teams who know what they're doing. But when you're in a tournament like this and you're 0-4, you can start to think, man, this sucks. This is not a very fun day. Let's give a huge shout out to Zipcat. They, prior to this, were not able to win a game, but they brought one home today. Zipcat, you guys rock. You guys are all-stars. I love seeing you guys break that, coming out of here with a game win, and I'm excited to see how the rest of the set develops.
Yeah, the good news about Sendou is that there will always be next season, and I want to see what Zipcat is. I mean, this is a team that's still new in their formation. I mean, there's still a lot of things that need to be eked out. Even in any time you join a newer team, there's still a lot of things you need to be figuring out about what the rest of the team plays, what the rest of the team plays like, and there's a lot of things that need to be figured out. Zipcat, on their making it to the final in their first season, is already pretty big. So I want to see what else they bring out to this next season. A lot to look out for them, and a lot to look out for them now as we head towards Urchin Underpass somewhere in heaven.
You must be mistaken, Nito, because I'm seeing towerless Moray Towers for Game 3.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, we already talked about Cloud meta, Lightning Bolt meta, all the things that are important here. But if we were to pretend that this was instead Urchin Underpass, what would you say is the key to winning on this stage?
Honestly, none of these people play Beacon, but I want to see a Beacon anyway, just because of how they play. I think you have a Beacon, just like send it down the sides, see what happens. Just like we saw in the last time we had teams on Urchin Underpass. But if you want to talk about more realistic, more like what these teams do play, I would say just making sure you're holding down that one spot in front of zone. I don't know the call out for it yet, but I know that spot is very important, and I know that for Zipcat, it's going to be very important that they do hold it if they ever get to zone, because of how much Healthy Dive Fruit Groups is going to try to mess with them.
All right, we are seeing a brush coming out from Nam Nam. I like this change. I think the hammer is going to give them some added aggression, some added element of surprise here, Nito, as we head into a pivotal Game 3.
All right, I want to keep an eye on that brush, because anytime I play a brush, competitive solo queue or otherwise, it's like, okay, you're just going to swim around like it's nothing. Except when you get taken out with a bomb like that. That might stop you in your tracks. But Jelly Roll doing an excellent job with this bomb, has some assists, some help here from another member of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Excellent job there. Look at how far Rice Ball is. Oh my goodness, we didn't even notice how far Rice Ball was. And now they have Pineapple with him as well. That is crazy. Now they have that S-Blast. There's two people on him. It would be crazy if they don't walk away with a pick. Now it's looking good for Zipcat. If you're Ellie with the pencil, you don't notice that Batana coming towards you. You have the zone. You have Cooler on zone. You just don't think much of it. You do at least have that blaster on him. and it'd be crazy that Blaster to get with the pick they do. But my goodness, a lot that could be done there, and it was scary for Zipcat, especially since none of them really pay attention to it. But maybe there was a call out from the Blaster that just said, all right, I'll take care of it. Don't worry, go forward.
Yeah, and it certainly paid off for them because of all the control they have on mid, and the Blaster was obviously able to clear that up. So now we have the hammer at the ready for Nom Nom, and nice little numbers advantage by picking the bamboo up front, but the zone does go orange. Nom Nom is able to get the junior, is now fighting with Rice Ball here, trying to see if they can get the pick. They do get the hammer snipe, which is going to give control back to Zipcat. They're slowed down a little bit by this penalty that the junior put on, but overall, I mean, looking real solid in this game, Nito.
Oh, absolutely. Now, this is the part that's going to be important for Zipcat. Healthy Diet Fruit Groups is going to do some wacky stuff to try to get your attention away. Zipcat, you just need to hold on to this one spot and hold on for dear life, because that's going to be the key to you KOing this set. The question is, will they do it? We're going to find out pretty soon, especially since Rice Ball is going to attempt something similar to what they've done earlier. It's just Eli there, right next to the zone. That's the only person that could stop them right now. Rice Ball has a clean shot there, has one, has two. Can they have this X jump? Yes, they do. It's just sub, and they go down as well, courtesy of other members of Healthy Diet Fruit Groups. That's what you want to watch out for, and perhaps it's not in that one zone in particular, but that's what Zipcat wants to watch out for.
I'm getting memories of Splatoon 1 on maps where you could actually sort of flank, and Rice Ball is certainly enjoying that as we're digging into the penalty here for HDFG, was able to get the zone back. Sub here is trying to work against this Booyah. Unfortunately, the Crab is going to be taken out. As Rice Ball, again, working on this right-hand side, looking for their opportunity to break in, but they're spied here by the pencil. Is going to have to dip here. Their team is going to maintain zone in spite of that. Oh my gosh, a pick on Zipcat is going to extend this. Sub kind of caught alone there, and now 2 down. This is a crucial hammer to try and flip. But no, the hammer will go down, traded back out, but it doesn't matter because HDFG is about to get a knockout unless the pencil can say anything about it. I don't think they will. Farouk not able to flip the zone by themselves, and HDFG is going to take a 2-1 lead in this set.
Whether they intended to or not, Zipcat was trying something similar to what Healthy Diet Fruit Groups was doing. Just like, we'll send a skirmisher or some type of weapon, really any weapon, over to their side and see what happens. And if they take their attention off of them and take it on us, well, we'll win some fights. And if not, oops. Again, intentional or not, you did try that. Didn't work out too well for them at the end there. Healthy Diet Fruit Groups able to put together the KO there. That being said, Zipcat's starting to pick up I hope they're starting to pick up a little bit more on what HDFG is doing, especially with this Splatana and with the roller from their side, because that's going to be crucial for this next match. Healthy Diet Fruit Groups is already on match point, but with Lemuria Hub, just looking at it alone, playing it alone, there's like a million different ways your opponents can come in from.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, this one was Zipcat's selection. So when somebody's picking a kooky map like Lemuria, you know that they probably have a plan for it. So if I were HDFG, I'd be thinking, man, this set ain't over yet, because who knows what this team is going to pull out. They had Nom Nom switch to the brush. They could do some other cop stuff that we are not familiar with. I'm excited to see what Zipcat does here, especially as a team that, as we've said, is kind of newer to this upper echelon of play. Do they crumble here down 2-1, or do they make this one interesting and send us to a Game 5?
It's going to be a question that we have answered from both of these teams for sure. Out of all the questions, that's going to have an answer too. We have a charcoal decap coming out from Zipcat. Interesting pick there. I do like the Jet, at least trying to maintain some distance while maintaining that skirmishiness with that weapon. But Zipcat not making many major changes. That's going to be the super chump roller coming out yet again. They are the first to go down in this set. Zipcat gets first dibs, so does Healthy Diet Fruit Groups to get the first double here.
Yeah, Rice Ball is especially effective at trying to shut down these crabs, whether it's Booyah or whether it's with their main weapon, as Farouk is going to be trying to work on that member of HDFG. Jelly Roll, instead living here, is now doing battle with the Wiper, with that charcoal decap that we were talking about earlier. Minor control here of this 2-zone stage for HDFG, not able to quite get it back until now with the help of those jumps. But you've got the Jetpack coming out on the other side, Nito. Do you like Jetpack here? Is it the right pick for Zipcat?
I think it could be. I mean, you do at least have a backup, so whenever, because what I think Zipcat's trying to do is look out for these off-angle attacks from Healthy Diet Food Group. So you're probably thinking that with this Jet, what you're going to do is at least offer yourself some distance and offer a much different threat to healthy diet food groups. But with that being said, it looks like you're not going to be able to get much use out of it, especially when you keep finding yourselves going down. Healthy diet food groups are trading the zone maybe a little more often than we've seen in the previous sets, but make no mistake, they're still holding on to it very well this time.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how this Carbon is going to position too, because they're being relatively conservative here in the early going, but you'd want to hope that they get up on these ledges relatively soon. That's not going to happen though with Nom Nom coming out with this jetpack. Trying to find a pick here is mostly just warding people away, but the splash will go down off your screen. Jelly Roll here now trying to just maintain the paint of the zone, and a nice numbers advantage for HDFG as the chumps come out. That's going to be a lead flip. A big fight here against Fruit, who's looking to try and make something happen, but no, is not able to. Didn't quite have the paint, Nito, and I think that's been a consistent problem we're seeing for Zipcat this game.
Not only that, you're trying to go straight down towards the middle, and I think with Fruit, you have to be taking more of those off angles. It's not something you can afford to do, especially against healthy diet food groups who know the off angle much more well, it seems, at least from what we've seen throughout the course of this match. But what they also know has been holding the lead so far, and that's something you're going to be doing once again. They've got control of the zone here, Fruit, and Fruit has the only... No, that was also cool there. So 2 specials ready for Zipcat to try to retake this, but they don't have much to retake it with too. So maybe that's why we're playing a little more hesitant. And that's why Fruit is trying to get another pick on his roller. Doesn't quite get it, but there's someone else to follow up with. And that's why you want that follow-up. Because they want to see Rice Ball though. Nobody sees Rice Ball. We do have a clash of those Splatonas there, but Zipcat takes control of the zone yet again.
Yeah, I like that play. We see a lot of sharking happening from HDFG, but if you're able to just try and focus a little bit more on paint, focus on the zones that they like to live in, you're going to be able to get them, right? Pineapple's able to get one, but is going to get stuffed there by Sub up front. And now with no penalty points, you're looking to win one fight and take that lead back and hopefully do more. Sub is far away from a crab for now, but it's just trying to do some chip damage up front. They do lose the zone. This Booyah is going to try and help HDFG get in. Oh my gosh, no! The decaf is going to go down. Farouk is found out and is forced to jump out. And if HDFG can take advantage of it, this could be a nice little space flip. Look at them grinding forward into mid. This is just what I'd want to see from them to try and prevent this lead flip.
I like this bamboo positioning. One in the bottom of your, what was the bottom of your screen there? Taking so many aggressive angles there. I love what I'm seeing from that bamboo. Healthy diet food groups finding everything here to try to slow down Zipcat. Now that Zipcat is starting to get themselves, they're still maintaining themselves within striking distance, no matter how hard they might find it to get past healthy diet food groups. Regardless, Zipcat's still trying to find some ways in. Walnut in a bit of trouble. Rice Ball in a bit of trouble as well. They do jump out though. They keep themselves alive for just a little longer, but they do have one player going down. Look at this positioning that healthy diet food groups have. This is a pincer waiting to happen, but that Junior is in trouble, so you won't see it just yet. But that is what's most dangerous about healthy diet food groups, seeing 1 or 2 players on either side at any point during this match.
I don't think they see Rice Ball here. Otherwise, they probably would have made a move to get them. They see them a little too late as Fruit will go down. Rice Ball is going to get traded back out there. Now, you've got to flip this zone back because you've only got 30 seconds, and HDFG is dangerously close to a knockout here. Is going to get the zone back. Oh my gosh, this is your last chance for Zipcat. They've got to focus on the zone, but you've just got Fruit in the pencil up front. You see Sub jumping in. Sub, no! You've got to have eyes in the zone there, and HDFG is going to get a nice 3-1 set win. Congratulations.
Welcome to the win column, Healthy Diet Food Groups. You've proven that you still got what it takes to hang out with the big guns here, and that is what I like for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're showing that whatever they've been coming up with and whatever kind of play style they like to show up, because I don't even know if there's a name for this yet, but regardless, they're coming in here showing like, all right, doesn't matter. We're 0-4, it doesn't matter. We're still going to try what we've been doing. We're going to go stick to our bread and butter. And we're still going to see if it works, and it does end up working out here. That being said, Zipcat, once again, lots of kudos to them, lots of credit to them. They are still the team to watch out for, a team I would like to watch out for next season, just because of how far they have been able to make it in the first season together. So we're going to see what else they can come up with here. But again, it's going to be Healthy Diet Food Groups winning that set against Zipcat.
Well, folks, this is how our tournament is shaping up today. We are looking at Group B, which is still underway. Shy Guy Fans is leading 2-0 over Hypernova, so unless they collapse in some way down the stretch, it looks as though they're going to be heading towards Top Cut with a 5-0 record. Vacca has a slim 1-0 lead over Moonlight. That set just getting underway. With Hypernova at 3-1, looks like they're about to lose to Shy Guy fans. Vacca is in prime position to head towards top cut if they can close it out. If they lose, though, it'll make a very interesting three-way 3-2 tie for that second spot, Nito. I kind of want to see that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the funny part is that if Moonlight loses his next one against Moonlight reverse sweeps this one against Vacca, because it's currently 2-0 in Vacca's favor, it's going to be a 3-2 tiebreaker, 3-2 three-way tie between the Vacca, Hypernova, and Moonlight. That's going to be interesting to see what happens, how it unfolds there. Obviously, you got tiebreaker rules in place, but Group A, Voie Lactée, and ezmd. The teams that will be moving on to the top cut from their side, 6 a.m. just barely misses out. Fruittella 2-3, and I mean, there's a lot we've seen from out of these teams, but it almost seems like part of it is shaping out the way we expected it to. Save for maybe ezmd, but even then, ezmd, as we saw earlier in this set, they were bringing in lots of trouble to Voie Lactée, but so no surprise they're going to find themselves here.
I mean, honestly, you called it. You know, when we were watching that second set against Voie Lactée and ezmd, you were saying, hey, we could see this again in bracket, even though it's a 3-0. And you were absolutely right, as both those two teams will be heading to top cut from Group A. Super exciting stuff that we've seen all day, but you've got to think that Voie Lactée stands above some of these other teams in the pool here. But that is unfortunately not for us to discuss, as we're going to be heading towards a commentary swap. Nito, where can the good folks at chat find you between now and your next appearance?
So this little handle here, you can find me on Blue Sky, at Nito News. You can find me on Twitch. I'll probably be in chat. Or on the rare occasion that I do stream, you'll find me there. You'll also find me outside enjoying the nice day, enjoying what the world has to offer, and it's currently showering outside, so maybe not. Where can people find you?
Well, folks, I'm not much for social media these days. I've been too lazy to, I wanted to jump off the Twitter ship, obviously, and been too lazy to get into Blue Sky. I'm an old man. I need time to learn these new social medias. So we'll figure that out someday, maybe. But you can continue to stay tuned right here on IPL Splatoon, because can you believe it? That was only the group stage of today's Season 8 finale. We've still got Top Cut coming for you. It promises to be a hootin', hollerin' good time. And we've got a dynamic duo of Saf and Grace coming on to guide you through it.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. I mean, come on. Heck yeah's in the chat for Saf and Grace. But we've been SofaKing and Nito, and we will see you next time.
afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. SendouQ Season 8 finale coming at you live on IPL. It's Grace and Saf on the mic. Grace, it's amazing to see your face. And also, the fact that I get to see it even closer in just a week at Riptide.
I can't wait to give you a big hug and then spin you around the whole venue, and then everyone's clapping and cheering. That's definitely what's going to happen at Riptide, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was reading something in the chat just for a moment. I was looking for all the heck yeahs. Okay, no one listened to what Nito said. When Nito says you give haters, can't see him. When Nito gives a heck yeah and you give your fellow comms a heck yeah, I would expect y'all to be clicky-clacking away on your keyboards to be typing that heck yeah. But nevertheless, Grace, the first seed and the second seed finding themselves together, two peas in a pod in the semifinal round, trying to punch their ticket to finals. It's Vacca and Voie Lactée.
I like the hand motion you did when you said Voie Lactée. Of course.
It feels like I'm speaking in cursive.
No, yeah, that's exactly how I feel about French and like any other language. A lot of the time, but as SofaKing has told us, it is Milky Way in French, so that's where this name comes from. Very fun. Both teams went with like pretty like fancy feeling names today. Like, I dig it though. I dig the like fancy pickup vibe.
I do as well, but you know what's fun is that Voie Lactée, like we said, is a lot of folks from Milky Way, hodgepodge of a lot of North American players. However, on the other side of the fence with Vacca, you got a pretty stacked team over there as well. You have some folks making their way from Celeste. You have a little bit of Vanguard sprinkled in there as well. And then you also have 100 Gex, too, coming from the US with Goss. So Robo Ramen is the stage that we're opening up the top cut of semifinals today. And Grace, as it goes in SendouQ, as always, we are in the counter-picking scenario. For those of you back at home that might be unaware and be like, hey, what the heck is a counter-pick? Well, let's say our friends on Vacca absolutely steamroll Voie Lactée in the opening statement here of Robo Ramen. That would mean that Voie Lactée would be the next to pick the counter pick and pick their map that they would like to try and fight back Vacca on. And vice versa. If Vacca were to be the ones in the counter-picking seat, they would get to pick the next map that we are playing on. And we don't really have modes to worry about here, folks. It's Splat Zones all the way down.
And which is very, very popular, of course, we've seen across the board. Folks, they've been calling for the abolishment, is that a word, of Rainmaker. Folks don't really like tower control. Clamlets is a lot. Splat Zones is the way to go, and it's always that way with SendouQ finals. And I appreciate it, and I like it. For counter picks, though, I feel like we always see wild stuff. I think it's been a few times we saw a few teams counter pick to Hammerhead zones in SendouQ finales, which is crazy to me.
Love.
And earlier we saw a lot of Urchin, which makes a lot of sense because it was like the classic like Sendou map matchup where it's like it staggers each team's picks, but it's not exactly counter picks. So going into this, I wonder if folks are like stalking whose each matchups were like for the maps of the previous in groups, and they're like, well, we can't go to Urchin because they really like Urchin. And I would be surprised if we saw Bluefin here, because that was quite devastating to see that earlier.
And you know, this conversation makes me think of Free Flow. Really wanting Free Flow to be here. Lumeria Hub. That is a Free Flow staple. Would love to see Lumeria Hub get chosen again as a counter pick for somebody. You'd be really making a call back to the folks over on Free Flow for that one. But I would agree with you, Grace. There's a lot of folks here that I think you have to be really mindful of what map you're picking. And especially I'm thinking of Shy Guys, the FT Win, Little Hodgepodge plus Zenith. Don't pick Urchin against those guys. I'm telling you right now, you have a lot of Splatoon 1 veterans, like seasoned veterans, over and over on the side of FT Win plus Zenith, or Shy Guy fans, if you will. But so that Urchin Underpass, maybe you might want to wait for a little bit later on that one. Might want to put a pin in that one for now.
Yeah, and thinking about, well, we've seen both of these teams already so far, which is very fun, and I like being able to stream a bunch of different teams and groups. But Voie Lactée, such a dominant display this entire time. Like, we saw Vacca drop some games here and there, of course, especially in their set against Shy Guy fans. But Voie Lactée only dropped one game, and it was in round 1. And in all the times that we've seen them, I was like typing in the chat like a little gremlin talking about their game style here. But I saw so many times them adapting, and I felt like I was seeing a little bit of that Splat World Series kind of mindset trickling in. Like, I saw them sharking and waiting for them to drop into them. I saw them taking up so much space, all these different angles. I think Voie Lactée is like the team to beat right now, especially after groups here. But Saf, these comps, similar to what we've been seeing, especially like Gray, who now has their name as Gray and not those like 50-11 dashes here on the S-Blast. But yeah, interesting comps right off the bat.
And I would expect nothing less from Grace, and especially with Q on that pencil as well. Literally, the comp from Voie Lactée is exactly what I would expect to come out on the center stage here for Robo Ramen. However, Vacca is the first to take the first word, and already 10 points, looking at 20 in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, already taking different angles, I'm kind of seeing from Vacca, Gray here. The jumping out is so crucial. It just lets you get all these different angles right after another. It's kind of like you're always in the game. Even if you're out of position, you can just go jump right back here. But we're kind of seeing that overzealousness, kind of getting all those different angles, not really working out well to keeping the zone itself here for Voie Lactée. Vacca is going to be able to push up just a little bit, like with that wave breaker, being able to push back Voie Lactée into their spawn, these off angles against Soldier, again with the jumping out here, but Bran responding very, very well to this, being able to strike in, taking another angle, going off to the right, trying to get the zone, but the jumping, Saf, I'm telling you, so many jumps all the time.
But notice that they're not jumping out, like they're jumping in just somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to get too far out of the action because, I mean, what is one to do? If you're taking yourself out of the team fight, then that can only be a detriment to your team. Your team has to kind of carry a little bit more weight to wait for you to get back in for those few seconds. And every second matters, and especially in spot zones here. Already to about almost 2 minutes now down on the clock. You can see Voie Lactée is getting very comfortable in the zone. The lead flip has now changed. Crab Tank coming out on the center stage here. Jared also picking up a cooler on the way, taking one down with them, and a lot of assist damage too, opening the gateway for Bran, but unfortunate timing there. That's Vacca taking Bran out of the process. So trying to look and maybe see if they can re-enter with the cooler here, Grace.
Yeah, especially being coolered up, like the strikes coming out once again. Might be able to cap with it, but Bran does not want to let them here, and especially Gray and Bran here going on a little bit of a two-man flank here. Oh, but Soldier completely takes them out there, Saf. I mean, the ledges when you're up against a slosher, even if you're a slosher yourself, and lining up next to each other. Listen, I like holding hands too, folks, but not like that against a slosher.
Yeah, narrow escape from Jared, too, on the Booyah Bomb. Not going to really find much value there, though, as they are now taken down by the Stamper player on Vacca. Vacca is going to utilize their resources and spread themselves out. Look at the tri-strikes coming out. The crab take from from Jared being eliminated out of the forefront. Gray's going to have to throw that Booyah Bomb in there, but it's not going to matter. The zone is still going to stay in Vacca's favor here. Gray trying to find some headway, pushing forward. The trade going down on the spawning side of Vacca. Of Voie Lactée, and with the cooler coming out from Q here, this is finally going to be Voie Lactée putting a stop to this. 3 points in keeping these teams away from a tied setting. Grace, also pretty decent penalty for both teams.
Listen, there's a reason this match is happening here in Top Cut. There's a reason why SendouQ put them in groups here. This is it. This is the center stage, like you've been saying, and they're so evenly matched. I mean, you can see all of the aggression kind of coming out here. They're it's like a 2v2 situation at all times here. The sprinklers putting in work. Love Q there especially too. Keeping this zone flipped in Voie Lactée's favor here, and they are taking down some points here. They're actually scoring, not just penalty as well here, but the strikes are coming out. That's definitely going to get them out of the zone here, and unless they can somehow hold it from other angles. And no, they're just going to go 2 down here, Saf. I mean, Vacca, again, so much back and forth in this last minute here. They have to have a firmer hold on here. They can't let Voie Lactée get back in here because they need to take down these penalty points.
Yeah, and I think Voie Lactée is reading exactly what you're putting down, Grace. That Booyah Bomb's going to go out onto the corner of Vacca. All 4 members getting pushed back. Soldier even actually having to jump down into the bottom area there. And giving the zone freely back to Voie Lactée. Not really much space to work with if you're Vacca. However, a response of their own with, I think that was a Booyah Bomb and some Tri-Strikes coming out from Vacca to try to push back in against Voie Lactée. This is just a very tit-for-tat kind of match. It's kind of like, okay, you come in and take our penalty away, we'll get a point. You come in, take the penalty away, okay, we'll get a point. And it's just kind of, it's going to really just come down to like who is going to get that really big game-winning play to kind of close it all out.
Yeah, and I mean, the crab's going to come out from Jared, and I mean, it's going to be rolling around saying this way for some kind of help here, and I mean, it is so close for them to get any more points on the board here, but I don't think Voie Lactée is going to let them have it. They do go one down. I think Jared just got picked off, but Gray's going to get a huge pick. I mean, their charger's down, their bucket's down. That means no strikes here. Going into these last few seconds, they're going to get a wipe, which basically secures their win here. Voie Lactée going up 1-0, which means that Vacca is going to get the first counter pick of the set.
And already, just first game between your first and second seed in this matchup, Grace, it was back and forth the entire time. Is that setting the stage for how the entirety of the rest of the set is going to be? Who is to say? But it goes to show that there's a reason that these two folks are your top two teams in this finale, right? Because that is the kind of gameplay that they are going to show you. They're going to make it a back and forth fight, and they're going to actually drag out the 5 minutes plus a little bit extra in order to determine the winner. And I'd imagine even with the counter pick, regardless of what Vacca is going to decide here, Voie Lactée is still going to give them a run for their money.
Yeah, and thinking about, like I said, I like hyped up Voie Lactée going into this about like how dominant they've been this entire tourney, but Vacca had them shaking in their boots, if I dare may say. I feel like we weren't really seeing, I feel like the entire game I never saw a strong hold, like a strong lockout situation. It felt like they were always poking holes in each other's defenses, which meant the zone was just flipping constantly, and a lot of that like tit for tat like you talked about. But I mean, with Robo Ramen, everyone's just so comfortable on it. It feels like a lot of folks, it can be their safe pick a lot of the time too. And especially with sloshers, like the angles, the ledges, it just felt like a good map for both of them here. So I'd be interested if Vacca picks something weird or out of the ordinary, or just something they feel more comfortable on so that they can actually get a leg up against Voie Lactée here. And that being Crab Leg Capital. Oh my gosh, Saf, I gotta keep yapping. We just saw Voie Lactée on stream there in groups on crab leg zones, and it was like perfectly done. Like no notes. It was, I mean, their opponents couldn't get in. There was that moment I talked about where Gray was like sitting there waiting for them to drop, and then as soon as they dropped, they let their position be known, and that's a lot of what we saw in SWS. So I feel like Vacca might be playing a little bit into Voie Lactée's kind of hand here, but they must have a plan if they pick this. So
you'd have to think, right? It's like the discussion was had and it's on the screen, so clearly there is like some consensus here that this is correct and like that we know what we want to try to accomplish. But I agree with you. It's kind of looking actually at the group stage choices again. So Voie Lactée 0'd and 3'd against ezmd. Completely took ezmd out in their one pool match against them. However, ezmd was second in the pool in that group. And then you have Vacca, who I believe was did first on the other side. Hold on. My internet's taking a while to load this bracket. It's like,
SendouQ did just crash before this. The magnitude of this tournament and the players were too strong.
That's true. That's true. SendouQ did have just a little bit of a moment. A breakdown moment. Yeah, so Shy Guy fans on the other side of the bracket went 5-0. Vacca on the other side was the second place spot in the other group. So sitting similarly to ezmd in terms of win ratio here. But I think that Vacca is going to have a couple of tricks up their sleeve as well. You got to be watching out for where Solja is going to be. Solja is like the most hyper mobile bucket I have been seeing just so far today out of everybody that's playing bucket, which you have a lot of strong bucket players here, Grace, on the roster. So like, don't get me wrong here, but I think Solja so far has been the most hyper mobile bucket that we've been seeing. I mean, consistently jumping out, taking a position, and then getting out as soon as they can, just making sure that they're making the most of their life as they possibly can before finding themselves in a sticky situation. But I think already for starters here, we're seeing the kind of the stage being set like last time. Vacca is the first to make the first move.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of responding to that, Voie Lactée is doing a really good job of poking in at where those defenses are. Not that I say that they are going to explode in front of us here, but still, Q holding strong, trying to get some paint down for their teammates here as well. But, and I mean, yeah, as you see, this kind of thing happens a lot, where the second you get a little bit overzealous, the second you're like, oh, I can take some wiggle room and go with it, Voie Lactée punishes you for it. It's kind of like they flow around you and flow around the places that you're trying to go and break in through, and they just use that to their advantage here. But kind of still looking at the score, looking at the positions that they're trying to get into here. Gray going for a little bit of a flank, jumping out though like we've been seeing here. Brand still going down though, Saf. I mean, Voie Lactée has to try to get into the zone here, but they're in an effective stagger, and they have been staggering, I mean, the first minute of this match so far.
Yeah, I think Voie Lactée, though, is having some trouble getting down into the bottom stage here. It seems like they're getting a little bit cornered onto the side. Maybe some breakout power here, though, with Brand providing those tri-strikes and Q following up, too, and allowing a bit of a pathway to get back to the zone. Voie Lactée now taking zone into possession. All members of Vacca are up on the platform. One of them trying to jump down, unfortunately falling into the jaws of Brand and Gray combined. And maybe some other folks of Vacca are trying not to make the same mistake. And actually, it's not going to be Soulja that's going to make the mistake, because that is a win for Soulja on the bucket fight, and Tri-Strike going to come out and do the same thing. We're going to see a flip of the script from Vacca.
Yeah, but I mean, they... Oh, wait, I was about to say they weren't really able to cap the zone, and they still don't, still being 2 down here. The members of Voie Lactée, Gray being able to clutch out that kill, which is awesome, too, to maintain their hold here, but they kind of let them come into the zone, and then I think they collapsed back in on them from the sides there. It kind of felt like they let Vacca play into their hand because that's what they wanted them to do, and they didn't go down numbers despite giving up some of that space and some of the paint on the zone here. Voie Lactée here going into the last few seconds. I mean, the strikes are coming out though, and being 2 down, Voie Lactée, they can't contest the zone, and it's just going to flip for Vacca.
I really appreciated Brand playing those strikes patiently, to kind of just holding on to them and letting the clock run itself out for a little while longer. However, Vacca having strikes up their sleeve just as easily here, but still, Vacca not finding headway on the zone, not for very long anyways, because Voie Lactée is already there to make the response to the call. And once again, we're seeing a similar situation. All 4 members of Vacca absolutely trapped onto the platform here and taking Soulja out too. Keeping a cap on that hypermobile bucket and forcing all the rest of the players of Vacca to stay on the platform where the E-leader also is not finding as much value as they could. It's looking so good for Voie Lactée here.
Yeah, and I mean, despite them going down numbers, they still have a good presence in mid. Like, it's really, really interesting. And I always like to, like, toot people's horns when they're able to do this, though. Like, kind of when they allow people to take that space without giving up their own space, if that makes sense, and I always think that's really, really impressive here. But Voie Lactée, even the Kingdoms must fall a little bit here, and they do give up a lot of room here. They're going to have to back up all the way to their plat, and I mean some jump outs, some kills here as well, but they have a lot of time to work with here. Vacca has a good hold, though. I mean, you kind of see them sharking around these boxes, playing with the ledges, playing with Voie Lactée's kind of eyesight of them. And if you don't know where the opponent is, you can throw as many strikes in as you want, and you can cop the zone, but they're still up. A lot of the members of Vacca are still up, and they are going down numbers here, again, with Jared, with that crab, but they're going to jump out to kind of still keep their special charge up to hopefully make a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, and look at Jared and Brand absolutely forcing Soulja to try to get out of the fighting zone here. All 3 members of the Voie Lactée that are more mobile are up and trying to take and see if they can take the fights to Vacca's doorstep here. But with, unfortunately, 2 members going down, but we're in the final 30 seconds of the round. Grace tri-strikes coming out for Vacca. Vacca needs to try to utilize these last 30 seconds as best as they can and play to their advantage, and don't even try to go for the trades. It's not going to be worth it for you. But all the way over on the right-hand side with Soulja taking out Brand, going in to fight Jared and completely forcing Jared to have to ball up into Crab and retreat. Vacca has the tools for success to try and delay any specials coming out from Voie Lactée.
That was so smart. They split up. Soulja went up to kind of fight for their charger there so that they could maintain the zone, you know, a little bit, contest the players running at them. But then Soulja ran at Bran and Jared on that crab, and Jared had to forego even using the crab to run away in the ball form. So smart here. But you can see Voie Lactée here. They are going to go down numbers, which makes their strikes not come out super kind of how they want them to here. Soulja is down. But are the members of Voie Lactée going to be able to get into the zone? I think it hinges off the crab and the picks from this crab. They aren't able able to get one, and they get pressured, and then they go down here. Saf, the Booyah Bomb coming out as well. Another Booyah Bomb coming out. Q is dropping, trying to make something happen, but no. I mean, it's a 2v2 situation here. Gray and Jared kind of tag teaming the zone, but they can't get it. Oh my gosh, Saf. Major comeback from Vacca. They're going to tie this set up 1-1.
Dude, I wish we had replays. I want to go back and slow down those last 15 seconds because that was a long overtime fight, y'all. That didn't seem long from us sitting here in the bleachers, but like for the players, that was a very long overtime fight. That really not ideal for Voie Lactée, I think. I think if Voie Lactée has to be pushed into an overtime scenario like that, I think it really puts a lot of pressure on them to try to perform. And I feel that Vacca really honed into that, and not to say locked in, but they were tuned in as well. There's a difference. You can be locked in all you want, but if you're not tuned in at the same time, then it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not going to be performing your best. And I feel in those last bits of overtime, Vacca was not only locked in, but they were tuned in as well. Pushing Voie Lactée into this type of overtime situation, I think, is going to be the key to success.
Very, very true here. And I mean, okay, Saf, I was talking about Vacca taking out a bit of a crazy pick to try to throw off Voie Lactée on their game. I think Voie Lactée just threw me off my game, because what do you mean we're going to be playing Flounder Heights? Splat zones on Flounder Heights. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, like with the whole Slosher thing going on, with the S-Blast thing going on too, but
against Vacca?
Like, no, exactly, like Solja, like it literally just happened earlier where I think it was Bran and Gray holding hands on Ramen, and then Solja got a double on them. I feel like that is so tough, but maybe they're like trying to style on them. They're like calling their bluff, and they're like, no, actually we have the better Slosher here because we're gonna pick Flounder Heights confidently.
I know, and I'm wondering, I'm like, is that a choice from Bran? Was Bran like, do this? I'm telling you right now.
No, I'll win.
Let me hold on. Let me cook here. Let me just kind of like start prepping my ingredients here. Give me Flounder Heights, and I promise you we will find success here. Also, double zone map. Haven't seen a double zone map yet so far in this semifinals round. How do we handle double zone maps, Grace? It's kind of a big question, right? And especially when you get into the higher level, into the big leagues, how do you diversify your resources? How do you categorize? How do you fill the queue with what needs to happen first, with responsibilities, with priorities? What do you prioritize? Obviously, maybe it's the zone that's closest to you. That would make the most sense. However, I think that actually going for the opposer zone should be top priority first, because if you can actually just downplay immediately what that interest is going to be, I have a feeling that success is going to follow you in its wake.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. And especially with like the Slosher, it is just so good to kind of get up on those walls. But then again, going into a Slosher themselves, you can't really miss any steps at all here. Gray here, overextending to try to get a kill there onto Solja. Again, a key player here for this map mode specifically, and we've been seeing this entire set though, getting punished for it. And I mean, talking about which zones to prioritize here, either team is not able to really crack any just yet here, and I think that has to do with a lot of the high grounds, like you see, you're not really able to approach that leader. Bran doing the jump in to get that kill on the Slosher again, so good, so crucial here, but again, neither team's really able to crack these points, get any points on the board at all.
I know, and look at the equivalent exchange of backline and where they are, except that's going to be Jared pulling the crab in the forefront, telling Q to kind of take cover. The Booyah Bomb's going to come out and try to force Jared away from that back end. They're also pushing Q forward a little bit as well. However, I think that was actually Vacca's downfall, because that caused two members of Vacca to go down, and Voie Lactée now having a lot more space to work with to push around here. Jared is hunting for the members of Vacca, trying to look and see if they can find a pick somewhere. All four members trying to come up the ramp here and see if they can change the story of what's going on, with Brand launching tri-strikes as well. I think Vacca's having a little trouble trying to find their footing. And also, okay, there we go. I was like, who's got the zone? My gosh.
And especially with 2-zone maps, if there's like a little sprinkle of paint, it just kind of neutralizes. And then it's so easy to flip here. Wait, Soldier going onto the flank, trying to get a huge pick onto Q. Do they get it? Perhaps the Booyah Bomb coming in for the assist here. They ran Q down and they weren't able to get the pick there. That was such a good misdirect, kind of like being a distraction from Q as the backline. That was so smart because it made Soldier completely out of the game, which allowed Voie Lactée to keep this zone here, all the way taking down to about 50 remaining, yes. And the members of Vacca are staggering. I mean, they can't really get back into the zone. They're going to be coolered up, sure, but Q is watching it like a hawk, Saf. I mean, this looks really good for Voie Lactée here.
Yeah, the continuation and just the continuation of keeping Soldier out of the game has caused Voie Lactée to keep on these points. And look at this. They all are trying to come up to this ramping point, and Q has been standing in that area the whole time being like, okay, once again, no. Once again, no. And they're all still pushed over onto their zone. They've barely made headway even onto Voie Lactée's zone. And we're in the single-digit points here. Finally, that Booyah Bomb is going to cause a little bit of damage. 2 members of Voie Lactée going down. Can Vacca actually turn this around? Still, finally, members of Voie Lactée getting a taste of their own medicine and getting staggered out of the zone. That is Vacca, with finally at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, and I mean, we can already see Gray is looking for a little bit of some wiggle room there. Gray and Brand being a little bit of like a power duo here, being able to try to get up onto this wall. But them taking out Q is so crucial. And thank you to Justin for catching that there, because that's going to give them a lot of space to work with already. And I mean, Jared's going to go down. That's the Crab, key player in kind of getting back into that zone here. But 3 of them are going to go down here. Q left to fend for herself here, going to have to back all the way up. And the members of Vacca are coolered up here, Saf. Now, they have to do what was once done onto them and try to get back into the zone with the cooler, with any more tools they have in their tool shed here.
Yeah, and now with Soldier being the bucket to on the high ground to look out for it, they're going to actually opt to take Jared out of the fight before they get anything started. Make it almost true with Gray as well. Actually make it true. Brand is also trying to bide their time on the side and poke around against them, but now losing control finally, they're like, you know what? We have to actually focus zone now. We can't be wasting any more of our resources trying to climb up, but it's not going to matter, Grace. That's Vacca pushing Voie Lactée into the counter picking seat once again.
I am jaw dropped. That was nuts. Soldier was literally in love with that wall, pocking so many shots above it, getting so many fall off shots.
Barely human is right.
And it was like the members of Voie Lactée, I couldn't quite see what was happening on the left side, but I can only imagine that they were purposefully funneling them into Vacca, onto Soldier, on that wall, so that was the only angle they could take. So then if you're forced into one area, and you know you're forcing them into one area, and you have such a strong hold over it, Voie Lactée, I mean, what can you even do?
I think Voie Lactée got too tunnel visioned onto climbing onto that wall that Soldier was guarding. I think that there was too much effort put into that, because you'll notice that once Brand was like, okay, let me redirect, and they just tried climbing back towards the zone, immediately zone was taken out of possession for Vacca. So I think, again, keeping a cap and control on where Soldier is at and where they're going to be, but also if Soldier is going to just stand firm and maintain a whole area, then maybe it's like, okay, we have to redirect and we just have to go for zone. And I think that they just spent a little bit too long trying to break into that point, because I mean, obviously Bucket with right there on that wall is going to have so much advantage with anybody trying to even climb up there, no matter what you try to do. Because there's not really much you can do. Like, even if you're throwing a sub or something, like, that's not really going to help you that much, and it still leaves you vulnerable trying to climb over that wall. So now with Voie Lactée on the counter-picking seat, Grace, we can't choose the high ground. I don't think the high ground is it for Voie Lactée in this one, which maybe might be a little bit of a different taste for them. I'd wager.
That is so true. And I'm gonna act like oh, never mind. Justin already set it up. I saw it on the side and I was like, oh my god, it's gonna be haggle. What if I pretend I predicted it was gonna be haggle? But no, I can't be a liar today. But going to Hagglefish, I think you're totally right about the high ground thing. I think Voie Lactée is kind of going for the, what's the right word? leaning into what's been doing well for them, which is Jared on that crab as well. Like, if Brand is like, guys, my bad, I did not diff Soldier that match. They were like, all right, well, we can lean back into the crab. We can lean back into Q on that sniper rider as well. So quick. Did they insta ready up here like that? They immediately knew what they wanted to do here. And the worms in my ear are telling me, yes, they did indeed ready up immediately here. So again, comps pretty similar. Basically what we were expecting here, but I think that tent area is going to be the place to control here. I wouldn't be surprised if all of Vacca's specials, those strikes and those Booyah bombs, go to getting Q out of that tent.
Yeah, and let's talk about Brand just for a second there. Brand pushed all the way up to try to infiltrate and then actually was like, you know what? That's a little too far for me, and ended up jumping back. They do allow Vacca to make the first push and taking the zone at first. However, I think Voie Lactée biding their time, that's actually exactly what they wanted. They were fine with Vacca trying to come in and swinging hard first, because that allows for Voie Lactée to come in and swing even harder. That's one going down, making it to Voie Lactée now infiltrating into the side of Vacca.
I could have sworn Jared was going to get a double there with that crab, and I'm surprised that they didn't, though. But it pretty much did what they wanted them to do anyways, although they didn't get any picks quite. Voie Lactée still having a good control of the zone here, but with, I mean, the strikes, I think that was both teams striked on the zone there, combined with the Booyah bomb here. They're trying to get a little bit of an off angle here, trying to push in both from mid and from this right flank here. But with Jared on that crab, holding down the main road, they take out the flank that was happening there on the right. And although Q does go down, the members of Voie Lactée hold strong, and they're going to be able to push up a little bit here to maybe lock out the members of Vacca. I see Gray here trying to go for a little bit of that, I think. No.
Yeah, I think they were, but yeah, just a little bit too close. Just like Brand, like right in the first 5 seconds, they were like, oh, too fast, gotta back up. And I think that Voie Lactée is just trying to play into speed. They're chomping at the bit to try to make the plays that they want, but they're finding Grace. They're finding themselves pushing up too fast. They're like, oh, I'm here too quickly. I need to readjust. And I think it's kind of making things a little challenging, I think, for Voie Lactée to get it together. So now you have Vacca in the driver's seat again, and you have actually the Stamper getting a really good position pushing up there. Jared is hopefully maybe going to utilize the crab and try to pigeonhole the members of Vacca into a corner here, but still painting the front of the zone, but it's not going to be enough because Vacca with the zap is going to be right there to cover up the mess.
I completely agree with you there that, like, a lot of the time when you get picked off or when you find yourself out of position, it's because there's a disconnect between what you think the current state of the game is versus your teammates, or just what it is, period. Like, a lot of that can be said with the pushing up too soon, the not pushing up soon enough, the going for zone, but then the alleys aren't covered, they aren't ready for you to go in yet. And I think that's always what these top players and what these top teams, like at like the high level thinking about this game, are what they're always thinking about here. So that's why the jumping out is so helpful, because it kind of curbs that over enthusiasm or, you know, inability to kind of get a temperature check for where we are in the state of the game yet. But going back into the game here, stop talking about the kind of convoluted game mindset stuff here. Vacca has a good hold in the zone, and I mean, Gray is going to get a huge pick though, trying to threaten the zone a little bit, and they're going to take out the Booyah bomb here, Saf. I mean, that's one, that's going to be a comeback if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and speaking of temperature earlier, Grace, things for Vacca were kind of heating up there for a bit, but I think Voie Lactée was there to kind of turn the thermostat down. They touched the thermostat and didn't tell Dad that they did so. So Vacca's coming back in with a vengeance to tap the zone again. Two members of Voie Lactée going down, trying to find re-entry. Gray is going to have to back up, but not a moment too soon. They are also taken down. The tri-strikes for Vacca are going to open up the spawning area here, trying to break in and throw in some paint. There's not really too much with Voie Lactée with what they're throwing down. And honestly, this wave breaker has been quite the thorn in Voie Lactée's side, if I do say.
Definitely, and I'm noticing so much this game particularly that no one's really overextending to do a lockout. Like, they're always positioning their defense just around the zone. They're not even going to overextend into their spawn to try to make something happen, to try to completely lock them out and spawn camp them or something, because they know better. And I mean, that kind of just goes to show how different of a game Splat Zones is compared to other modes as well, which makes sense why we're doing only Splat Zones here. But going into this last minute, less than last minute here, so many picks are flying out. Vacca here going as close into their spawn as we've seen them this entire time. Soldier opting to jump out. They were like, never mind.
again, the excitement, a little overzealous, finding themselves in danger, and being like, okay, I gotta leave. But that like split-second risk assessment is like something that you will only find at this level. I think that where someone can really weigh the odds of like 3 different scenarios that are happening at once. But talk about weighing the scenarios of 3 different things at once. I don't think anybody was expecting this, but Voie Lactée is now knocked out of the competition for the finale. That is your first seed getting knocked out by the second seed. Vacca is punching their ticket to the finals.
Such a strong display from them. Like, you know, especially with counter picks, it's a little awkward if you're the one not on the back foot there, because then you have to just constantly be playing into your opponent's hands. But Vacca really showing what they're made of, and I think, like you said, it was just they played so flowy, like they played so malleable, and I think that's what got them so flowy. I think that's what ultimately got them the win. Like the jumping out we saw a million times. I mean, really, really smart, really, really good showing from them here.
No, 1000%. I agree with you entirely. I really think that the flow state of play that was coming from Vacca, the amount of jumping out, the amount of like very, very early risk detection and assessment was so good. But Grace, I really think that it toppled in that overtime match against Voie Lactée. I think that's really where Voie Lactée saw things fall apart, and that's where the breakdown was initiated, because when you put yourself in such a high pressure system like that, and you have the overtime last for as long as it did, I mean, it was just everything in the kitchen sink to try to cover up the zone and to do what they could. And I think that expended the amount of the energy reserve that Voie Lactée was going to try to spread out throughout the whole semifinals match, because you slowly kind of like, they put up a fight, like they did, but you slowly kind of saw things deteriorate after that match from Voie Lactée. Even when they were like supposedly on the counter pick and thought that they were being advantageous about it, even their counter picks just did not work out for them. For three times in a row. 3 times in a row, the counter pick just did not work.
I know.
A lot of notes. I think a lot of notes to be taken for Voie Lactée against for this match here. A VOD to watch back, I think.
A VOD to watch back. Many a replay codes. But I mean, just thinking about it again here, like this is like the best of the best, which I think is always so fun about the SendouQ finales. Like, it's always about like the SendouQ season and all, but it always ends up being these like killer teams and pickups all the time. And I love seeing how people kind of grow from SendouQ to SendouQ, and I think we're seeing a lot of evolution because of Splat World Series. I keep calling it out because, you know, I'm a big IPL fan. You'll never guess why. But I mean, I'm seeing so many people evolve their game styles. And I remember Gray was posting a lot about it post SWS. And I'm seeing a lot of that too from both of the teams here. And I think that's just very exciting. Like, I'm happy to see folks evolving. I'm happy to see I'm happy to see both teams making the same adjustments, if that makes sense. Like the jumping out is a lot. I think that happened already a lot at top level, but now I feel like I see it constantly all the time. And I think folks are really starting to get the game even better, which is crazy from top level, because I thought they already got the game so well. So I don't know, it's just so fun. I love SendouQ.
But I think you're right. I think SWS really like was a wake-up call for a lot of us here in the West. It was a wake up call. It was like, hey, you know what? There's actually, you can do better. You actually can still improve. There's still room. But I think, Grace, we're being poked. Justin is yelling at us. He's waving his pitchfork at us, and he's like, hey, talk about the next match. Fine, Justin, fine, chat, fine. Listen, there's another match happening. We're still in Top Cut semifinals. This is semifinals round. Duh. Okay, this is Shy Guy fans with ezmd. Shy Guy fans being the #1 in their group, ezmd being the #2 in their group. So the exact same thing that we saw last time. However, we saw #2 beat #1. Okay. But however, you have the FT win cocktail that is Shy Guy fans. So, bombshell of a team, always has been, still has been, going against ezmd. But oh my gosh. ezmd, talk about like the talk about like the art, like the like a immovable force versus like an unstoppable object. I have so many comparisons in my head and I want to use all of them, but it's like that's exactly what's happening on the screen here. However, Mahi Mahi Resort to open up here, I'm thinking Shy Guy fans got this one in the bag.
I agree with you, and I mean, to the folks watching at home as well, the only time we saw ezmd on stream was against Voie Lactée, and Voie Lactée did very, very well. But that's not to discredit ezmd here. Talking a little bit more about them as well, they knocked out Fruittella. I mean, in round 5 in Group A, like 3-0, which is amazing because I was really excited to kind of see how Fruittella did here. So ezmd knocking out these juggernauts here and facing up very, very well this SendouQ finale. So I'm happy to see them. I mean, we've been seeing Devin especially. I think I might have called this out maybe in the chat because, again, I was typing away like a little gremlin the whole time watching the group stage. But Devin, like, is really, as always backlines are, holding down the fort all the time, like the skeleton of any comp. And it really felt like even against Voie Lactée, when they were struggling, they were like holding strong, and it was really, really cool to see. So I want to see how they measure up here against a different comp, especially against Zenith here on the Wiper, with like the constant hammer throws, the constant pressure that it feels like, especially like from Kyo as well. Going up against Shy Guy fans, I think you're right on Mahi zones that they'll probably have the best upper hand here as well, especially if Kyo goes on the Dreadbringer. The Prochara effect, no, I'm kidding. Obviously it's not because it's Kyo, but like it's tough, especially with the Dread, I think.
One thing I want to note too, which I think has already been mentioned before. So I keep saying FT win. Shy Guy fans, the reason that we don't know the reason, but Shy Guy fans are playing with Zenith. It is a 1-to-1 trade with Sam on FT Win. Sam is also the resident kind of wiper player for FT Win. So bringing Zenith into this is a very good exchange, I think. For FT Win, they're a very good exchange of value, I would say, for what they want to try to do and maintaining their comp the way that they want it to be. So bringing Zenith into this I think is really fun for Shy Guy fans. However, looking ahead on the bracket for the folks of ezmd, however, I think, like you were saying, Devin is like somebody that is so strong to be contending with. You really have to be mindful of where Devin is going to be positioned, where they're going to be. They are very good at controlling the board. They're good at controlling the map. They're good at making sure that their teammates get to where they need to go, and offering assistance at the same time. But I think too, you got to think about Seb as well. Seb is another DivX player in the 3000 range with their XP, and they are a phenomenal flex player. And especially with the S-Blast as well, we got to see so much S-Blast play from Gray. Now let's try to see a different flavor coming out from Seb. And then also you have a battle of blades coming out from Silver too. An intense matchup, I think, on both ends. And also a lot of swim speed coming out from Devin too. So not only are they firm in where they're standing and how they want to play, but they will try to get away from you as quickly as possible. So they have to be mobile too.
Yeah, and I mean, I can already see the members here of ezmd trying to go for a little bit of a lockout here. They're oh no, Justin, cut away. Oh no, another two. It is not. This lockout here, unfortunately, here for ezmd is crumbling a little bit here. I think the members of Shy Guy fans were just so able to run back into them, which is really fun. I feel like on Mahi, folks, you kind of get stuck in waiting for the water to drop, but I mean, the water hasn't even dropped yet, and Shy Guy fans here exchanging, taking back this lead. Bursty already on the islands, trying to zone out Devin, which is so smart here. And the follow-up, that kind of combo, they were working together to be able to take out that huge player there with that E-leader. But again, the water's gonna drop. The members here of ezmd, the Booyah Bomb, trying to find something to get them in here. But Shy Guy fans still holding strong. I mean, the zone still flipped in their favor.
A shout out to Kyo for that short form content of that very, very brief reef slider finding value in the spawning point of ezmd, but still Shy Guy fans have taken the zone down to the 19 mark. Seb is going to try to find a fight, taking Kyo, taking Zenith, looking for another. Wraith is going to have to really back up and bide their time. Kyo is actually going to go down again to Silver. They wanted to try to take the fight again, but Silver said, actually, it's my turn to take a fight with you now. Bursty's going to try to use the crab tank to open something up here, but unfortunately it's not going to find too much value. The Booyah Bomb is going to have to cause him to move, and taking him out of the process here. Shy Guy fans were looking pretty dominant at the beginning here, Grace, but ezmd might be changing the story.
A little bit here, but the classic, the Reef Slider, Kyo being able to flip that zone that easily here. Zenith following up with the hammer. Good combo, even though they do get taken out. It ends up, I was going to say a net positive, net even, but not really here. Kyo holding down the fort. Gonna get taken out, unfortunately. Zenith jumping in, though. I am so impressed by all these jump-ins from Zenith. We saw Earth, they did get taken out by it, but here, so much lasting power. They were pulling so much attention away from their teammates here, and ezmd had to deal with them. That hammer throw, and it gets the pick onto Devin. That was nasty. That was good.
I didn't even think that the stamp made contact with the ground on that platform. I thought it hit the wall before it did anything else, but I think Devin just peered around the corner at a bad time, getting taken out there. That's huge for Shy Guy fans. And Bursty, once again, getting set up on the crab tank on a high ground type of place. 3 members of ezmd all kind of strapped together and tied together over on the platform there. 2 seconds left remaining, and Kyo is going to make sure to lock it in with the Reef Slider. That is Shy Guy fans taking us into game number 2.
Saf, that was a lot. I felt like it was so back and forth, and I felt like the crabs were like an unsung hero. Yes, Zenith jumping in all the time on Kyo's corpse. Yes, Kyo reef sliding every second they got, of course. But Bursty's crabs were so good, and always on the islands. Even when they were trying to get in from their own spawn, they would crab on the islands, get some room. Even when they were trying to lock them out from their opponents kind of on their islands, trying to keep them away, push them, make them drop onto the left into Zenith's loving arms. I feel like the crabs were so strong, and that was what really solidified how strong their hold was on the zone at all times.
I agree. I think, too, having someone like Kyo coming in to just immediately disrupt any sort of point advantage coming out from ezmd, I think that the Reef Slider was a really good way to lock that out. However, I think that the folks of ezmd also move really fast, but I also think Devin is going to have a hard time, I think, for the rest of this set. Devin could not find too much value with their E-Leader gameplay. It was really hard for them to get settled somewhere. Obviously, they do have a lot of swim speed in their kit, as you saw at the beginning. So they have some escape tools. They have the speed to try to escape out of a sticky situation. But even with a stamp throw, could not get away from there fast enough. So I wonder how Devin is going to want to readjust themselves into playing a little bit stronger of a backline role. And maybe Crab Lake Capital... This could be the one for an E-Leader. There's a lot of open space here. There's not a lot of places to hide. You're kind of called out pretty easily if you're going to be up on that top great situation. So this is, I think, a very good pick for ezmd. But however, I do think that it's going to present a challenge too, because this is a really good spot for Kyo to work about and try to hide. This is also a good spot for Bursty to keep doing the crab shenanigans that they were doing. So who's to say if it'll play in their favor? I think they have the tools for success to try to make it work, but I also think that Shy Guy fans are very keen and in tow of how they want to counteract.
No, that's so true. As soon as I saw that it was Crab Leg, they locked in, Saf. They locked in. They're ready to start kicking here. And I don't really see any comp changes, kind of usually what we see here. But I'm just so interested in the crab leg pick still. Like you kind of said about Kyo, I feel like on the grates as well, it feels like the grates are never safe if you have that Reef Slider up here. And we're gonna trade 1-on-1 here, both being able to kind of push up through those side kind of alleys, not being able to get super close to the zone quite yet here. Nobody's gonna be able to cap yet. But with the specials who are soon going to fly out. Wait, the Reef Slider coming out, getting a huge double onto Seven, onto Kiki here. They're backing up Devin all the way into their spawn. Zenith here going for the kill, but the members of ezmd kind of punish Zenith for that. And they are going to go down a few members here, but the Cooler allowing them to come back in here. But Silver, I was going to say, they are still trying to get a pick here onto the members of Shy Guy fans, trying to disrupt them just a little bit.
I would call that a disruption. That was a drive-by pick coming out from Silver on Kyo. Nicely done. But one thing to note, Grace, so Devin did exchange some stats on their kit. We have changed from the 2 swim speeds, and we've actually reintroduced last-ditch effort for Devon. So maybe being less mobile, being a little bit more firm in where they want to stand as well. So I'm hoping that that change works out for them. And it kind of did a little bit. There's a 20-point difference here, which isn't too bad. However, Shy Guy fans is kind of toppling their penalty as quickly as possible. It seems like anybody that jumps down kind of just gets fed to Zenith or otherwise. But now Silver finally jumping in. They're going to Zipcast here around and displace the members of Shy Guy fans as much as they can to allow the safe jumps to come in, which also gives them control and 2 picks in their pocket. That is ezmd finally gaining back control.
Yeah, and I mean, here Silver desperately trying to get Bursty here out of this crab, and I mean, Kiki as well trying to follow up a little bit of an assist situation here, but I mean, they aren't quite able to get the kill onto Bursty, and I think that's why here they're gonna start to lose this zone. And I mean, Devon here is getting pushed back. Zenith not able to clutch up the double, but Silver still being in the battlefield here, trying to cap the zone, trying to make something happen here, getting a pick onto Bursty, which is so huge. I mean, gonna be able to try to make something again happen here in this zone, but they keep going down picks here. Devon, jump out, Devon. Yes, okay, thank goodness. They're safe for now.
Goodbye, torpedo flying off the screen into the sky. Thank you for that. So that's Shy Guy fans still manning control of the zone. 2 members going down, but having to respawn back in. The Reef Slider is online, but so is the Zipcaster. Here comes Silver, and they've been so crafty with getting different picks with their Zipcaster. They didn't find too much value this time. That's okay. The Booyah Bomb's going to open it up for ezmd, but Shy Guy fans already quickly and there to respond. The zone almost getting taken back again, but still putting enough paint there. Zenith is still trying to take the fight. You can tell ezmd is trying to focus on the zone, but Zenith is focusing on the kill. The Devon is able to jump out just in time before being taken down by that stamp, but already Shy Guy fans are closing it out in game 2.
They were aura farming in the zone, Saf, if I may use wonderful language. I mean, they were just standing still. As soon as Zenith cleared them out of there with that hammer, they were like, all right, let's just stand here and hold hands in a joyous circle in the zone there, which I can't blame them for. Once again, I mean, we saw a similar thing kind of going on there, like the coordination, everyone running into Zenith's loving arms, the crabs, Kyo. It was just really good coordination. But like we called out a few times, Silver really disrupting with, I mean, that Zipcaster. I feel like maybe that might be a key there if they're like, that wasn't working quite yet, but it was doing a little bit of something which could be carried over into these next games here. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep trying to go at that and make something happen there.
Yeah, I wonder if Zipcaster is here to stay for Silver. I think on Crab Leg, that was definitely a good choice to have the Zipcaster, and it definitely found, I think, a lot of value in what they were looking for. So Barnacle and Dime is going to be the next pick coming out from ezmd. So more open this time, Grace. Less obstacles, less structures, vertical structures, if you will, and a lot more openness. I think I would expect Kyo to stay on Dread for this one, quite honestly. I think the Reef Slider is really easy to drive through here. This was built for cars. Barnacle and Dime was built for cars. It was not meant for the public transit enjoyer.
Yes. No, you are so right.
So I think
the alleys.
Yeah, Kyo staying on the Dread Ringer definitely makes sense, and maintaining the Reef Slider makes sense here. But I am seeing that Silver is actually going to be staying with that Zipcaster, so I'm curious how they want to try to utilize that here, and if it's going to be more of a distractionary tool, or if it's going to be more of like an assist my friend that's in danger type of tool.
Very true, and it can be so versatile, especially because, like we said, made for cars. And I just feel like there's always a kind of an angle to be had there. Zenith wreaking havoc onto the back line here, being able to pick them off one by one. Silver as well going to be going down here, but I mean, I thought Seb was about to make something happen there, which they did. They did trade out basically here, but Zenith opting to throw that hammer out. They want to try to start a bit of a lockout situation here, but the members of ezmd are already at these angles that you need to stop the lockout. Like, they had to give up that stack. I mean, there's 2 members here stuck in the corner, not able to clutch up the kill on Devon, but still effectively disrupted here. They don't have a lot of paint to work with. I mean, the Wave Breaker is getting down some pressure, sure, but they're getting collapsed in on from the sides here. And I think that's kind of going to be their key to victory here, is getting these members of Shy Guy Fans away from the sides.
Yeah, and Shy Guy Fans is having an absolutely dominating game here, and I'm Grace, honestly, I'm having a hard time keeping up. This is kind of, like, Shy Guy Fans has been doing really good, but this has been kind of a sloppy fight on both sides, but nonetheless, an aggressive one from Shy Guy Fans. That is a 3-0 sweep and zipped up. Shy Guy Fans punching the second ticket into the final spot against Vacca.
So strong. I mean, and it was counter picks too. I wonder if there's something wasn't quite clicking there on the side of ezmd, because it always stings if you're like, because I feel like Barnacle and Dime too is like a very specific vibe. You know what I mean? Like it's not as crazy as a Flounder or, God forbid, a Bluefin, but it's very specific. I feel like you always have something in mind to go with it there. The flat planes, like we kind of talked about there, not a lot of obstacles. Very different from Crab Leg. Maybe they were just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what stuck against Shy Guy Fans, but ultimately Shy Guy Fans coming out victorious 3-0, like we've been saying, not dropping a whole lot of games here, but this is a rerun of the match that the ever so lovely SofaKing and Nito commentated for us earlier in groups here, round 4. And Shy Guy Fans came out on top. It was a 3-2, very close set here, but do you think they're gonna run it back in the same score, or do you think Vacca here is gonna come out on top?
I think that the win condition for this could very much be in Vacca's favor, because I would be riding the high of being Voie Lactée for a while.
True.
If I was Vacca, I would be riding that quite a bit. But also, Grace, additionally, the ride, if I were to keep on riding that ride, I'd also want to be riding that into September 20th, because maybe I'd want to do that again at Super Jump later on.
No
so
way.
Super Jump 6!
Super Jump 6?
Super Jump 6, you guys, is happening on September 20th to the 21st. Thank you, IPL, for giving us a major and making it a quarterly major. That is going to be Super Jump for y'all. This next one is on September 20th. Everybody that comes and plays on September 20th will qualify for the second day. So if you show up for the first day and you want to knock on the door and come in on the second day, you can do that in this Super Jump.
Listen, I mean, I'm always a big fan of the format. You already know we got that starting prize pool of 250 buckaroos. I think it was Nito who shouted it out last time, but thanks to donations, because how it works now is, you know, we have a flat prize pool, and then if you donate to it, you can add to it, of course. Last Super Jump, it went all the way up to like 500 bucks, Saf. So like, it's a pretty penny. It's a pretty penny. So
250 bones would change my life immediately. Whoa. 500 bones would change my life indefinitely. I can't even imagine like what any more above that would do for the folks, the winners of Super Jump that would win that prize pool. That would mean certainly a lot to anybody that would win. So remember, the link is in the chat and it's on Start GG. Sign up and check out Super Jump. Check it out and play. It's a fun one. It's a good one. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah. You'll probably see a lot of the teams playing today in this as well, if not in their pickup here today, maybe in a different amalgamation later. A lot of these top players play together, which I think is very cute and very sweet. But Saf, you know what's not cute and very sweet? The bloodbath we're going to be seeing. No, I'm kidding. This match we're going to be seeing against Vacca versus Shy Guy Fans, who are currently not happy about the first map being Urchin Underpass, of course, on Splat Zones, on the Splat Zones only occasion. But Saf, are you an Urchin Underpass enjoyer? Just on the reg.
I am Grace on the reg, but also I want to talk about. They say that to not talk about Fight Club, but folks, we are literally broadcasting Fight Club right now. Like, we are in the chamber broadcasting Fight Night as it stands, because Shy Guy Fans and Vacca are coming up next. And guys, we are in a best of 7, so we ain't playing here. We ain't playing here. This is a best of 7 match between 2 of the best in the season right now. And, oh, you guessed it. Yes, we are counter picking. Of course we are. But Urchin Underpass, maybe. The Sky, more definitely and more likely that we might be fighting. They're actually not even going to leave the spawning point. They're actually just going to be flying around on the spawning coughing machines and trying to duke it out there. So no paint to be had, but you're just kind of flying around like you're on a hoverboard. So that's actually what's happening in our first match. So don't be mistaken.
That's so beautiful. It reminds me of like those clips about Hollow Knight, where it was like the guy was like, "Am I gonna fight? Oh, I'm gonna fight the sun. I'm fighting the sun." And that's what I feel like right now. I'm about to fight the stratosphere and all of the spheres in our atmosphere, perhaps the greenhouse gases as well. But I think they could take them. I think if you just start fist fighting the air, you could win. I mean, you might tire yourself out. Maybe the air then gets mad at you and then you can't breathe. That would suck. But the sky, you could punch a few clouds. I think you could. Yeah, you could go. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very Limp Bizkit of you. Introducing Starfish Hot Dog. Justin is like, Justin is like, you're about to see the cane come from the side of the screen, and Justin is about to pull me off the stage.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Listen, I can't believe they even let me on here. I mean, it was because you requested me specifically, but it's a. Oh no! Oh no!
He got me.
Oh no! This is so sad. I would cry, but I'm wearing eyeliner. No, Saf, come back, please. If anyone puts heck yeah in the chat, we can revive Saf. You have to say heck yeah in the chat this time. You have to, or else we cannot commentate. Please. Please.
Please.
Please. It's not going well, Saf.
Please. Dude, who else but Tony Pizza? If nobody got me, it's Tony Pizza that got me first. It's Tony Pizza that got me first. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Listen,
Look at that.
Look at these so super cool players. Look at these amazing teams. Grand finals of SendouQ Season 8 finale kicking off here. Saf, what are these whack comps we're looking at?
This is what I was kind of expecting. I do like seeing Rafe on the end zap. I think that is a really fun exchange. I'm enjoying that. Vacca on the red. Look at that. Look at the red. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
It's
Cooler
Goss.
and beacons galore. That is going to be so much fun. That is Goss on those dualies there. Thank you, Goss. For pulling that out for us. That is a fun one. And actually, we have the mini Splatling. Look at that. Mini Splatling coming to the forefront in the finals. It's like they put all of these weapons on the back burner until they find themselves in the best of 7 seat. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to play vanilla mini. Why not?
Yeah, you know what? What the heck? Sure. Honestly here. But, I mean, it's going pretty well for them. I mean, they've got a bajillion specials online. They just got a huge wipe onto Shy Guy fans here, putting them onto the back foot, trying to lock them out as much as you kind of can here on Urchin. But, oh, the hammer throw. Oh, I was sure they were about to get a pick there. Soldier here holding this front line, getting all of these ledges, being a little bit of a ledge demon, if you will, here. Kyo, though, trying to, and they have their reef slider ready to go here, Saf. I'm sure we're going to see it. Yep, it's going to pop in here, going to be able to cap the zone as well, but they get taken out in the process here. Vacca still has a good fighting chance here. I mean, they have specials ready to go. As I say that, they're all going to explode. So, looking for a little bit of a comeback here from them, but Soldier is behind. What's happening? Why are they over there?
Dude, keep your eyes on Soldier. It was true then, and it's just as true now. It took 2 different people to take Soldier.
I saw Zeta.
It took 2 different people to take Soldier out of the fight there. And again, Grace, who's watching the zone? Because that was 3 members of Shy Guy fans going up in that corner to stop Soldier from what they were doing, and 0 friends from Vacca taking the zone yet, and down to the 35 mark for Shy Guy fans. Finally, Vacca is putting something together to kind of try to close it out. But I mean, is it going to be enough? Because Shy Guy fans have been so dominant in the set. And again, taking 2 different members. Look at that. That is Goss and Soldier away from the zone. Taking 2 different people away from objective, and so far away from objective at that.
Yeah, and I mean, they weren't quite able to punish the fact that the members of Vacca were so far away from the zone. They did cap it for a little bit there, but and now it's going to be a 2-down situation here. Noah and Gus are running for their dear lives here, Saf. They are going to be able to maybe make it out of here, going all the way back up to their spawn, which, you know, if you got it, you got it here. But looking at Shy Guy fans, nobody's, again, really had a firm hold on this zone. I mean, it's just kind of a constant back and forth. They're flanking each other for some reason, and then they grab a buddy to help them with the flank. I mean, sure, the members here of Vacca are back in control of the zone. They're putting down these beacons, trying to have more of a forward presence here, but the members of Shy Guy fans are still going to go down one member here. So let's see how strong of a hold this zone can be. I like the gameplay of watching. I think it was Goss painting around there, which was very funny.
I know they were just double checking that everything was in its place and then putting down a couple of beacons. So just got to make sure that it's just right. And I appreciate that about Goss. Look at Kyo trying to utilize the Reef Slider. Let's try to suspend the zone push, but it's not going to be enough. That is lead being taken by Vacca. And now Shy Guy fans are in the back seat. Zenith is going to find a really good pick. They're also going to try to call out Noah here, but then there's a call out from the corner coming against them, a 2v1 that Zenith does not want to be a part of. However, why is Soldier always in the back zone? What is going on? How do they get back there?
I don't know. I mean, okay, I see a little bit of what looks like a slosher kind of shot. You see where Zenith is right now on the map near the trees. But still, always, the name of the game here seems to be the flanks. It goes well for Shy Guy fans when Bursty does it. It went well for Vacca every time that Soldier does it. And I mean, here we see the two flankers here fighting in mid. Bursty in this crab, trying to keep Soldier away from them. Back off, protect the president here. The president being Bursty in this crab. But I mean, it does do well for them. They're able to have a firm hold on this zone. Zenith getting taken out, but the strikes, oh, the strikes coming out. I mean, that's just it. That's just one of those things where it just caps it.
Yeah, Soldier's just been exhibiting this type of like rat behavior where they can just break through enemy lines with no sweat, and then they're just consistently behind the enemy line and finding themselves there and taking distraction away from the zone. What I like about Urchin is that Urchin really is the mode, or I guess is the map in this case, where you can really take people away from objective, and you can do it really well because there's so many different nooks and crannies and places to hide that people have to literally change their attention away from what they're doing to come and find you and take you out. And I feel like both teams have been doing so well with that, but I think Shy Guy fans has just had a little bit more of a leg up with it, and especially here taking 3 members down at the closing ceremony, that is Shy Guy fans locking us in for game number 2. Such a funny game. I feel like Urchin, I understand why folks like it. They may have been arguing in the chat just now about the fact that this was the first game, but I see why folks like it. It's a lot of fun. It enables a lot of fun play styles too. The flanking, the funny hammer throws, especially when the hammers hit something you don't want it to hit. I mean, it feels a hole in my heart for funny map modes, because I feel like zones, a lot of stuff can go. So I like to see some fun picks here. But like you said, Vacca here, they're teed up to make this first counter pick. Maybe I'll be able to predict it and totally not have SendouQ up on my second monitor to see when it pops up here, Saf. But I mean, thinking about what we've seen them do, thinking about what we saw happen in the first round, and the other times they were on stream, what do you think is the most likely outcome for Vacca here? Like, what do you think they're going to pick? Possibly Lumeria Hub, if I were to see a vision. Whoa, no. Oh my gosh, she's psychic. She has a premonition. She's clairvoyant.
I'm so clairvoyant. I can predict any time one of the SOS teams is about to make me very sad as well. I just have a tinge in my heart. I can feel it every time.
How many fingers am I holding up right now?
50.
I don't have that many.
Oh!
Biblically accurate. It's like, yes, that's correct.
Yeah! There's like 50 other hands. They're like different people's hands. Biblically accurate is very funny though. But Lumeria Hub, Free Flow is not here unfortunately, but I know it's devastating. I was hoping that they'd be here today. They will be in Super Jump 6. Not gonna segue to the ad, I promise, but they will be there. We did a little team spotlight for them, so they will be there. But heading into this map, Saf, are you a fan or are you just a Free Flow fan?
I think I'm just a free flow fan, to be honest.
Okay.
But I am like, you guys can do what you want to do, and I'm here for it. Lumeria Hub is another double zoned map, so opening up, trying to crawl our way into the starting point here. You can see Shy Guy fans have already made contact with the zone first. Or actually, no, it's not is it a double zone? Yes, it is a double zone. Okay, hold on. I had to wipe my eyes off like they were glasses for a second. I was like, am I seeing this right? Are we under a bridge or something? We are under a bridge, but it is two separate zones. It's very Reef style down here. Call back to Splatoon 2, if you will. So Vacca having the strongest opening here first. Already we are seeing Soldier doing the jump out shenanigans that they were born to do, but getting called out immediately. That is a lot of value for Zenith to get up onto the top point and actually take the zone away from Vacca. So Shy Guy fans are the first, or are the second, I guess, to really throw back a really strong punch. The tri-strikes are going to come out and force them to have to retreat back, but it's not going to really be much because now we see Zenith has that hammer online and they are going to try to find a target to throw it.
Oof, and I mean, I was going to say, I think this Reef Slider is going to rip open Vacca's defenses here, but Shy Guy fans, despite getting the zone here, are still, I mean, they're still struggling for a little bit of a holding lasting value here in mid here. Zenith going into a bit of a fist fight here, trying to do something here. Kyo trying to follow up, but they're still going to get taken out here. I mean, the members of Shy Guy fans, they're on top mid, but they're still having a bit of trouble controlling it. That was a sick, nasty kill, though. I can't even lie.
It was very delayed too. It kind of, the game was like, did you? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Okay. Yeah, you're right. And I think even Kyo was like, huh? What do you mean?
And I mean, Kyo going up with the Reef Slider again. I think the name of the game here is that you have to be really, really ready for the Reef Slider. You know what I mean? As opposed to these single splat zone maps, you can kind of just Reef Slider and be like, Reef Slider, and then you just open up so much space. Similarly to how Zenith just, you know, got that huge double there with that hammer. But with this specifically, Kyo has to have people ready to fight for his life, basically, as soon as he pops that Reef Slider into their zone as well here. Bursty, dodge roll back into the Booyah Bomb, which is tragic, and again, here going to be going 2 down. Will the members of Vacca be able to grab the zone, though, because they've been struggling to paint it, it feels like, this entire game.
Yeah, and it seems like they do get like a little bit of zone time, and then it's immediately taken away from Shy Guy fans. Shy Guy fans said that it's my turn to play the Xbox all night long, so they keep on pulling the controller back from little brother Vacca in this situation. But Solja still is trying to take the fight to them. Zenith getting called out on the side of Vacca. 3 members of Shy Guy fans in the spawn. Grace, could you only imagine if the players could also see names like we could? The difference in gameplay that we'd be seeing if they actually knew where people were like we do, I couldn't even imagine. But anyways, the tri-strike's coming out. That's going to have to force Kyo forward, and especially with the wave breaker there, Kyo's going to have to try to get some movement here and relocate. The lead now being taken by Vacca. The members of Shy Guy fans are a little bit spread out here, and there's a lot more paint that they have to put down if they want to try to stay in this game here. But Rafe is going to have a really successful fight. 2 members of Vacca going down. Shy Guy fans are still holding strong.
Yeah, and I mean, Zenith there ripping through in that corner. It felt like, you know that picture of William Dafoe when he's like looking up? That's kind of how I felt when folks were jumping into Zenith's hammer. The Zenith's hammer coming down it though, which is really funny. But again here, like, the members of Vacca, we've seen them do it before, we've seen them break out here, but they don't have as much time as they did before. And now Shy Guy fans don't have Kyo's Reef Slider to work with here, but the members of Vacca, those strikes are coming out. They're trying to get them off of top mid. They're almost able to cap their zone. Zenith's going to go down as well here, and Shy Guy fans haven't been able to get a pick thus far. I think a pick here, 2 picks, make that 2 picks here. Soldier here having to drop into the zone, getting picked out as well. Effectively a 3 down, and I think this is going to be a lead swap here, unless they can make something happen here with this cooler. Bursty trying to make something happen. It's a lot. They're fighting in the zone. They're fist fighting. It'd be super cool if we had a Reef Slider right now, Kyo. That would be so crazy, but I don't think so here. Saf, I mean, one member is going to go down here on Vacca. The hammer's coming out here, back in the corner, in the William Dafoe corner, and Soldier's going to take out Zenith. But still, Saf, the lead is going to go back to Shy Guy fans' favor. I mean, they're going to have to try to lock them out here to get this lead back because their penalty is so large.
I was gonna say Zenith is gonna come back into this game and take Soldier out from behind, but I can't prove it yet. I know it's gonna happen, but I can't prove it yet, and it just did right there. It kind of went down in a trade scenario. Shy Guy fans up by 8 points here as we enter the last 15 seconds of the match, and Cooler is online. We are juiced up here, Grace. We have to just try to take the zone out of possession of the Vacca. However, that's gonna get really scary here if they start eliminating that penalty, which they do. The control now being lost. However, all I'm seeing is Vacca in the zone area here, and 2 members of Shy Guy fans, and the lead being lost. It is an even 1-to-1 split for Vacca, taking us to game 3.
Oh, that was... Oh, it hurt my heart, Saf. I mean, that was so tough. I feel like... I mean, Bursty, I love you so much. I think popping the crab there, I don't think they were going to be able to take the zone from that. But that is so
and
tough.
The crab wasn't scary enough either. It didn't provide enough of a fear factor to push the members of Vacca away. They were like, we have a few seconds, just hold the line.
Yeah. And I mean, especially because like your backline is up, they're going to be supporting you, painting the zone with you. And I think as soon as they saw that crab popped, they were like, oh, we just paint the zone. And then that's what they did.
1000%. Hagglefish market on the counter picking for Shy Guy fans. I think this is a good counter pick. This is a really good counter pick, I think. And especially because this gives a lot of advantage to Bursty for using the high ground with the crab tank, which I think is kind of something that was lacking in Lumeria Hub. We didn't really have too much high ground to take advantage of. You have some high ground points in Lumeria Hub, but they're not a good angle. And especially for crab tank, it's not an advantageous spot, and you can't really shift the crab tank from side to side either and strafe like how you would want to normally. So having a little more openness here on Hagglefish zones, I think is great. Also, the Reef Slider is going to find a lot more advantage here as well. Not that it didn't on Lumeria, but I still think it's going to hold strong here too. However, we got to see, I believe we saw Soldier like dominate pretty heavily on this map. They would get really close and then jump out, get really close and then jump out. So I'd imagine similar story is going to happen here as well. Be mindful of where Soldier is going to be.
Yeah, and with that as well, we just saw them do that kind of a strategy earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if their opponents were watching them and they were like, I wonder what they're gonna do here. Soldier here though, being able to take advantage of I was gonna say Zenith there, almost a bit of a hero play there with the hammer, which I feel like we've been seeing a lot of, but not quite able to clutch it up here. But the members of Vacca have a good hold of the zone. Again, they're not overextending here, Saf, which we see so often. They have 2 specials at their disposal, they're coolered up. They managed to get 2 members of Shy Guy fans down. Zenith here, they're marked, running away for dear life. Can she get out of it? Oh, the hammer can't even save her. Very unfortunate here. And I mean, again, Vacca, very strong hold of the zone still. And the members of Shy Guy fans used a lot of resources to try to get them out. And the Reef Slider might be their last chance at getting the zone, and it does. It flips the zone immediately, despite being 2 down. I mean, Shy Guy fans are able to stay in this game.
Dude, I'm absolutely eating my words with spoon and fork right now because Vacca, that last play, Grace, they not only used their tri-strikes to push Shy Guy, first of all, they wiped Shy Guy fans, and then when Shy Guy fans came out of the zone to take it back, they used their tri-strikes to push them forward into the jaws of danger and took them out again. And Soldier's actually just going to add insult to injury and take Bursty and Zenith out altogether. Shy Guy fans have not had anything together this entire round, Grace. It has been Vacca through and through.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that they were able to get back into the zone there was the Reef Slider. I was about to say, but then they swarmed Kyo to take away that win condition. And I mean, Bursty here rolling around in the zone, going to be able to get a lot of huge picks with that crab. Again, the coordination, being able to follow up off of Bursty is going to let them stay into this game once again here. But they're pushing up really far here, Saf. This is the most pushing up we've seen on a lockout kind of thing in Haggle the entire tourney, it feels like. Zenith not able to pop their hammer, I think kind of getting punished for that aggression there and not make that 2 down on the side of Shy Guy fans. They are going to trade out 1. Soldier is down, but they're getting sniped. I mean, they're dropping here, trying to make something happen. The Booyah, they're jumping to each other. It's a lot happening. Are they going to be able to flip the zone with the Booyah and the strikes? Probably, yeah.
Dude, Shy Guy fans owe Bursty some lunch. I'm telling you right now, Bursty opened that up for them, and Bursty is the reason that they are staying in this game right now, Grace. And the reason that their fight is still continuing, and actually that they are putting up enough of a fight, taking control back in their possession, and opting to actually try to beat them in this round, which could actually happen. I think Bursty really lit the fire under their butts to try to change the narrative, because all of them were pushed up onto the zone, or onto the spawning point of Vacca, and they're still trying to continue to do it again, but Vacca just has enough firepower in their arsenal to fight back. The Tri-Strikes and the Booyah are going to take zone out of possession and back into their control. The Reef Slider could not quite contend with it, but there's still just enough paint for Shy Guy fans to take the fight to them as well. So the team fight now putting us into the possession here of, we need Shy Guy fans to take the zone back into possession. We need them to win the team fight here to continue the game forward as we enter the last minute.
No, and exactly. And I mean, with the amount of times that they've been canceling Zenith's hammers, it feels like it's going to be really, really hard for Shy Guy fans to maintain some kind of a hold here. Like you said, going to this last minute. Oh, hello, the jumping into the spawn, camping a little bit here, but they're like, okay, hold on, no, we gotta pull it back in. We gotta pull back the reins a little bit here. I mean, especially with the Booyah Bomb, that's going to be able to a huge tool to funnel in the members of Shy Guy fans. Sure, Soldier just went down, but I mean, hopefully they'll be able to jump back in soon, perhaps. But here, the members of Shy Guy fans, they're not quite able to get the zone in time. It was really, really close, especially with that Reef Slider. But Vacca, I mean, a really, really tough game. I thought the Reef Slider was going to do it for them, but Vacca coming out victorious once again here, making it a 2-1 so far in this set, and therefore putting Shy Guy fans in the hot seat for a counter pick.
I think it feels like we've just been playing past the baton with this one. It feels like a game of badminton. I'm just going to throw it right back to you, and then you're going to pitch it right back to me. So like we said, that is Shy Guy fans now in the counter-picking scenario. Oh my gosh, Vacca is giving them the fight of their lives, Grace. The fight of their lives.
It's just like we saw in groups. Like, I feel like they're very evenly matched, like they're matching each other's aggression very well. I mean, I think if I were to say anything about where Shy Guy fans went a little bit wrong in their offense there, I think it was just pushing up too far. Like, I think Zenith was like, nah, I'd win. And normally I would agree with her, but I think running into their spawn especially is really, really hard to go up against, especially when they've been so on it with canceling Zenith's hammers. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they were like, we need to use them in a different way. Maybe there's some kind of way for us to like pivot to where they're more effective here, because I think Vacca is very in tune with them, and that's what's stopping a lot of that outward pressure, because when you pick off the hammer, you're picking off a whole special that didn't even get to be used, didn't get any value, and you're picking off one of the players that's going to pressure and help the other members get value and be able to follow up off of each other too. So, you know, it's tough when you're playing very aggressive, because you need to value your life too. And I think Vacca is very, like I said, very in tune to that too.
Well, it seems like Booyah Bomb has been kind of tough, I think, for Shy Guy fans, because there is more zone recapping tools in the pockets of Vacca right now, because they have the Tri-Strikes and a Booyah Bomb, so they just have more explosive power and more like just quick zone cap power. The Reef Slider can do that, but just I don't think it to the same extent when you have two tools at your disposal that can like stack on each other really well. So I'm wondering with this, with Humpback Rainmaker, that's like where I want to be. Humpback zones, you have a very large center zone and you have kind of a trench surrounding it. I'm wondering if Kill wants to stay with Reef Slider here. Because it seems to me if you don't time it correctly, you don't really have a lot of space in the zone to work with using Reef Slider here. You have to it has to be like a shorter burst type of thing versus like the long haul, like road trip style. So I'm thinking there could be some kind of change. I wonder if maybe Tri-Strikes instead would be better here. And it seems like Tri-Strikes have been like tough for Shy Guy, like again, like the zone recapping power that Vacca has, it's been hard for Shy Guy fans to go toe-to-toe with, because Shy Guy fans has kind of just been relying on their paint output more, I think, than using special to recap. But as I say it, there's actually going to be no changes here. So everybody's still playing the same thing. Pretty sure gear is actually staying the same for everybody as well. So going to be rocking with the same thing. Kyo's going to just have to play it really carefully with these reef sliders. You have to drive carefully. You don't want to get caught on a lip, because there's a lot of lips to get caught on.
It's so true. I was gonna say, like, it feels like a really tough reef slider map in general. Hello, Noah here, the flanking E leader, getting so much pressure here onto their plat. I mean, we saw Bursty get picked off there in the beginning, which is a really good pick for Vacca to be able to have a good firm hold of the zone here. But we see them taking advantage of all the different angles, trying to make something happen. I mean, they're throwing Booyah Bombs. They just put down a Wave Breaker on their plat, and that goes to be a 3-down situation for Shy Guy fans already here. And it feels like, I mean, the hammer's ready to go for Zenith, so maybe they'll be able to stamp their way in. But again, the awkwardness of Humpback, it can be tough to secure kills with like a lot of specials.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a very classic, like, FT win type of story, where we see that they're kind of having a hard time in the meat and potatoes part of the set, but then once we find our way to the second half of the set is kind of when Shy Guy fans, the folks of Shy Guy fans tend to really shine. But right now, Vacca wanting to take us into a 3 into almost match point here. They want to take us into match point with 15 seconds left to go. Shy Guy fans have been nowhere to be found on the zone, Grace, until this moment. Finally, Shy Guy fans like trying to break in here and taking the zone into possession. 3.5 minutes left to go, and finally Shy Guy fans are here.
I want to unpack what happened there a little bit, Saf. So what I saw was that Noah on that E leader held firm, held strong, and stayed in the Shy Guy fans' plat. So when 2 of their teammates went down on the side of Vacca, they just they let their deceased teammates then jump into them. So Noah, holding the plat, had a bunch of jumps, and then they collapsed back in on Shy Guy fans who were trying to capture the zone from the sides and from their own spawn. It was so fascinating. I was sitting there and I was like, write that down. Like, that was really nicely done. And I mean, it didn't quite secure them the win quite yet, but still, it just goes to show that I mean, really good showing from them already. And I mean, we can already see that they wanna kind of get back onto this, get back onto their plat again, but no, they don't want to let them in.
Yeah, Zenith is trying to play security guard with the juice machine there, and 2 members kind of getting delayed on Vacca from getting any sort of juice. However, not going to be enough to prevent them from taking the zone back. Now having zone back in possession, a single-digit mark with their unit points remaining. However, a mountain to climb of a penalty with 51 points entering the last 2 minutes of the game here. The Reef Slider is online. We could take it out. However, the bullets from Bursty are going to actually be enough to maintain it, and Crab Tank is going to be popped too. That's 2 members of Vacca getting called out into the corner. Suction Bomb is going to come out and try to cover up the zone, but it's not going to help too much. Booyah Bomb from Reiki is going to help it clean up too, and actually going to be just enough to cover it up. But with 2 members down on Vacca, Shy Guy fans are going to actually infiltrate back into the zone. This is now just kind of, this is the badminton match I'm talking about. This has kind of been the back and forth. However, Vacca has kind of had the most dominating showing so far.
Yeah, and I mean, every time Shy Guy fans try to get onto the plat, I feel like they just get punished for it. Like, I think we're gonna see a pretty cool hammer come out from Zenith here, possibly to try to rip through the defenses near this cooler as well. But the members of Vacca dropped. They dropped as soon as they saw Zenith, and they were like, I don't know, let's just leave and then see what happens. And that ends up getting Zenith taken out. A really smart counterplay from Vacca there. Again, I feel like they just always know what to do against the hammer.
Yeah, and I think Reiki kind of taking a dance into the zone here. Rafe is kind of trying to take them out of there and just throwing paint down, but also very much calling out their position. Kill also wants to try to help out in the fight on the side there too, and actually forcing them out of the zone. But Kyo having a little damage themselves. Soldier's going to assist in that fight. Again, watch out where Soldier's going to be. You have to be careful. They are going to try to come in on the flank, and they can be so sneaky. And just like how Kyo can, Soldier has also kind of mastered the flicking mechanic that the bucket can have, where you can kind of like flick it into an arch shape of some kind. And I think that Kyo is kind of toe-to-toe with another master of that same type of technique here, as Vacca still is maintaining such a good fight and holding on to zone. They haven't moved from that 7-point mark, but they've consistently taken zone out of possession of Shy Guy fans.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, the tit for tat, the badminton, if you will, maybe pickleball. I don't know. Pickleball kind of scares me here. The back and forth is, I mean, it's a lot. This entire game we've been seeing it. This one especially here. Zenith here holding their hammer, trying to throw it. Not quite. Oh, wait, they did get Soldier here, but the Booyah Bomb's going to come out, trying to cap this zone. Oh, no, but they weren't able to contest it. They were just too far back, and they were, like, behind stuff. The members of Vacca, despite being down Soldier, able to retake that zone thanks to all their specials, their coordination. They like attacked the zone at the exact same time so that the second Shy Guy fans stepped away so that because they had to give the zone a little bit of space or else they would have just gone down, right? The second they stepped back, they punished them for it and they just took the zone right out from under them.
So, folks, this is an interesting spot to be in. You might want to tell your friends and your family because Shy Guy fans has to reverse sweep in order to take it out in this set here. Vacca's looking at the match point here. They're looking at victory. They're staring down the prize pool right now. They actually danced through the security beams of the high class security facility. They've danced through security beams. They are literally looking at the glass case of the prize pool. They're looking at it right now, the folks of Vacca. Shy Guy fans are still outside of the building trying to get their key cards to work. So they
might be asking what building it is, Saf. It is.
And you might be asking, you might be asking what building that could be. And it happens to be Mako Mart. Vacca happens to be the platinum golden membership holders of shoppers here in Mako Mart. And it seems to me that the shopper cards of Shy Guy fans might not be working. They're getting rejected at the door.
Yeah.
So what do we do about that? What do we do about that?
If
you're Shy Guy fans, what do we do?
I am an enjoyer of Sam's Club, so this has happened to me many a time. I think you need to get one of those massive big carts, because you know they have huge carts at like Costco, Sam's Club, that type.
Totally.
And you need to plow it through the members of Vacca and plow through their defenses here, Saf. Because, I mean, it's going tit for tat. At the end of the day, the leader can punish your pen when it comes down to it. Soldier is punishing Kyo when it comes down to it. I mean, these matchups are really, really what this whole thing hinges upon. So Shy Guy fans, Kyo getting taken out by Soldier literally in the first like 15 seconds here, Saf, as I was talking about it. Zenith as well getting punished for running up and trying to do some kind of an aggressive play there as well. Now Shy Guy fans once again on the back foot. And I mean, the points are ticking down, the pressure is on. Like we've said, this is match point. So if Vacca wins this, they take home the gold.
Yeah, Vacca are the ones that are being there for the early bird deals in Mako Mart right now and taking full advantage of that. However, Shy Guy fans, finally, they have their coupons out of their pockets and they're putting them at the register, finally cashing in on those coupons and deals. Within the first minute, too, thank goodness, finding points on the board for Shy Guy fans. However, a short-lived push as 3 members go down into the soft wipe scenario. That is Vacca changing the tide on the savings and deals this week at Mako Mart. Their coupons might just be a little bit better, but also they kind of have a little bit of savings deal. The press to tap is working a lot better for Vacca in this scenario.
It really is. And I mean, you know, I'm just thinking about my wonderful time in Sam's Club as well here, but Kyo is like, wouldn't it be so crazy if I just got 5 Costco hot dogs? And by 5 Costco hot dogs, I mean capping the zone solo with my Reef Slider while my teammates aren't quite up there yet. But now Noah is public enemy number 1. They need to get Noah off of this plat. The pressure you have as a leader, and they get the jump out. I mean, that's going to be rough here, kind of coming back from Shy Guy fans, because getting that leader would have given them a lot more room to work with here on this kind of a lockout situation. Once again, not seeing them push up super far in because they want to play it a little more safe, which I respect and think is the right play here, because they get 2 members down here. Zenith is in their walls, in the walls of this Sam's Club, behind the massive boxes and the millions of hot dogs that Kyo has been stealing. They are going to keep this zone here, Saf, very convincingly.
Yeah, Bursty really had to be careful there in the seafood aisle. They got called out in the crab tank and actually taken out of it in the air. They were kind of thrown into the air like the Pike Place market fish here in Seattle, and kind of brought back down into squid form. So crab tank came to full fruition, found a little bit of value, and Bursty was able to make it out alive. But now the team fight taking us back into the zone here. That is Vacca capping the zone once again. Booyah bomb to add a little insult to injury down to the jump where Zenith was landing. Unfortunate landing spot for Zenith. Bursty also being called out and pushed back here. Vacca has a very strong control of the store and actually pushing Zenith out of the aisles as well and out of the produce section into the freezer section. Unfortunate timing for Zenith too. Vacca is looking so powerful here. A brief cap from Shy Guy fans, and hopefully a maintenance cap at the same time.
Ooh, Kyo still being able to clutch it up. The reef sliders. I mean, if you are on Mako especially, you just always need that dread to be down. I mean, there's just no other way to be able to make sure that the zone is in safe hands here. The Booyah bombs coming out, the strikes coming out as well. They're so good at comboing those, Saf. It feels like every time the zone, I mean, is even in threat of those specials, it just goes right down here. But speaking of going right down here, Shy Guy fans retaking this lead, but they are 2 down here. Kyo, though, with this reef slider, are they going to be able to make anything happen off of it? Going to be able to get some jumps in as well, but the strikes are coming out here. Oh, wait, but they just going right through past the strikes. But it doesn't cap the zone in their favor quite yet here. Being 2 down here, Shy Guy fans getting wiped completely here, Saf. They have a minute to make something happen, or, I mean, that's it. That's the entire tourney.
Yeah, and I think Kyo got a little overzealous with the reef slider there. You could tell what they were thinking, but it looks like maybe the grocery store, it seems like the grocery store ran out of the proper spices and the cedar plank that he was looking for the fish, because Vacca actually bought them out and forcing them into the wipeout situation. There's only one part of the pack of Shy Guy fans left. They are sold out now. That's Vacca entering the single-digit points with just a few seconds left to go. Shy Guy fans gotta do something, but they're nowhere to be seen. That's Vacca. 4 games in a row. They are your SendouQ Season 8 champions.
The reef slider got canceled, I think, Saf. I swear I saw it form. Kyo ate all the hot dogs. I'm kidding. Kyo's probably gonna hate me after this. No, but that, they out-cheesed the reef slider cheese, and for that, Vacca, I have to give it up to you.
Yeah, clean up on aisle, Shy Guy fans. An unfortunate downfall for them. And Grace, you were talking about run it back. Boy, howdy, did Vacca run it back. You guys, if you go into the bracket and you go back and look at the group stage, Vacca and Shy Guy fans fought earlier, and it ended in a 3-2, with Shy Guy fans being victorious. Vacca studied, did their homework, they couponed, and they brought it out on Mako Mart, and that was the W. That was hook, line, and sinker for Vacca. Getting the better deals. Yes, look at the group stage here. Shy Guy fans, and if you were to go down, look at that, 2-3 right in the center there. So Vacca did their homework and they studied, but also look down the bracket for Vacca. Vacca's been crushing it, you guys. Absolutely crushing it. They did have a little bit of a spat against Moonlight there over in the corner, but otherwise Vacca has been absolutely dominant today.
And we can clearly see why. I mean, the coordination was always on point in zone. They were at Soldier. So many good plays. Goss on the funny dapples, that really made me laugh. I love that game. I mean, really strong showing throughout, like we've been seeing. I mean, this was a best of 7, but they took it home after only 5 games. So kudos to them.
They locked it in. See what I'm saying? There's a difference between being locked in, but if you're tuned in, you got to be tuned in too. And Vacca getting a 4-game win run, that was locked in, that was tuned in, that was everything. They had everything written out, signed, sealed, delivered. So that's, yeah, Vacca taking home the prize pool too, which has got to be so exciting. You get that cash money. But also, Shy Guy fans, shout out to you, because yeah, 5-0 in groups, that's nothing to like be like, nah, You didn't deserve that. No, you 100% deserved that. A 5-0 in groups is amazing, and also fighting your way into the final spot, also amazing. But wow, really meeting your match in the final seat, and also getting defeated by somebody that you had a harder time with earlier in the tournament, and they really turned it around and took notes back, and how to beat you, and live too. Like that, like all in the same span of a few hours. Like they figured it out. Yeah, it was all recorded. The turnaround is all recorded, which is so cool. But folks, over here, that's going to be it from us here on the SendouQ broadcasting desk. We are so happy to hang out with you all this afternoon. Thank you so much for watching. Shout out to Justin, PipeDreamDX, our streamer today. Thank you so much. Love you. Grace, I don't know if you want to do a proper plug, but I know for me, don't find me. If you want to find me in a week. I'll be at Riptide.
I should say the same exact thing. I am so excited to be going to Riptide. If you see Saf engaged in a very tight hug with another fellow brunette, spinning around in a circle and then flying and going through the roof, that would be us. So please do find me at Riptide. I will give you a hug, I will say hi to you, and you have to tell me if you've ever played an SOS. Because I will be asking everyone.
Oh, and Justin will also be at Riptide. So if you're a big Justin fan out there, a big broadcasting, me too. If you're a big Justin fan out there, Justin, our lovely broadcaster today, will also be there too. But folks, we love you so much. Thank you so much, IPL, for hosting us here today. Thank you, IPL, for hosting the SendouQ finals. Thank you for picking your talent, having us here. Grace is kind of the mastermind, so really I'm thanking Grace for having me here today.
I look like a Nepo baby. Don't tell anyone. It gives me anxiety.
Okay. Okay. With all the Nepo babies out there everywhere, have a great rest of your weekend. Have a good evening, whatever time it is for you. Stay safe, be healthy, drink your water, and we'll see you next time here on IPL at Riptide, hopefully.